It was just another ordinary day at my fairly peaceful school, until the tranquility shattered in a horrifying incident that sent chills down our spines. Little did we know, it would soon turn out to be a tale whispered through generations. It was the spring of the year 2005. I was just hanging out in the hallway with my friends, talking about the weekend ahead of us, when there was a startling scream. "Did you hear that?" I asked my closest friend. "Yeah. What was that?" Glancing in the direction of the source, we discovered a girl at the base of a short set of stairs, covered in blood and shocked. As we ran to her rescue, a simultaneous cry came out of our mouths and panic swept down the corridor. Her voice was shaking, hardly able to describe the horror she'd just been through, and her eyes were wide with fear. We discovered that she had lost one of her shoes in the tumultuous fall when we assisted her in standing up. Her face was covered with tears. Miss Jane, our math teacher, rushed out of the nearby room and started checking up on the injured girl. The girl with her shaky voice managed to say a few words before passing out. "There is a man with a battle rifle." The shockwave of the incident rippled through the school, prompting an immediate response from the authorities. Lockdown procedures were swiftly announced as the hunt for the assailant began. Fear and uncertainty gripped the students and teachers alike as we were confined to our classrooms, anxiously awaiting updates from the school officials. As the minutes stretched into hours during the lockdown, the once familiar surroundings of the school transformed into an eerie and tense atmosphere. Whispers echoed in the hallways, each creak and shuffle magnified in the silence. Me and some other students locked ourselves in a nearby classroom. "Let's barricade the door with the table," one of them shouted. We swiftly worked together to gather the tables around the door before hearing a loud shot piercing through the hallways. Everyone rushed to take shelter under and inside anything they could find. As the shots got louder, the screams around the room got clearer. It wasn't just one scream, but tens or even hundreds of voices suffering in utter pain. No one knew when the lockdown would be lifted, and the fear of the unknown clung to us like a suffocating fog. The clock on the wall seemed to tick louder with each passing second, amplifying the tension that had settled in our hearts. Suddenly, the sound of boots grabbed our attention, and we were relieved to hear the police announcing themselves near our door. Within the next few hours, police searched the school from top to bottom, but strangely, didn't find any intruder or anybody with a battle rifle. All the students were interviewed, and to everyone's shock, everyone heard gunshots, but no one was hurt. The girl, now in the safety of the school nurse's office, was interviewed by the authorities. Her harrowing tale sent ripples of fear throughout the student body, and soon the story found its way onto the school website, where the unsettling details were laid bare for all to see. The girl relieved her memories in the following way. "I was waiting alone in an empty classroom for my next class. We had an essay read, so I was practicing by myself when a mysterious figure, cloaked in a hoodie, entered the classroom. I immediately looked at the figure. 'Who are you?' I asked in a light tone. Without uttering a word, he started attacking me relentlessly with a sharp tool, each hit scratching open a portion of my flesh. I immediately fell to the floor. As I tried running away, I could see the figure loading his gun. In a desperate bid to escape the brutality, I fled from the classroom, sprinting through the hallways in a blind panic. Strangely, the whole floor was empty. As I ran, I looked back and saw the mysterious figure chasing after me. It was incredibly fast. As the figure closed in, I realized what that sharp tool was. It was its long set of nails that twisted into a broom-like shape. As the figure reached out its hands, I stumbled and fell, the short flight of stairs becoming an unexpected rescue to my frantic escape. Life in the little community of Sandridge, tucked away in the dry regions of New Mexico, progressed following custom and legend. On a normal Wednesday morning, the sun shone brightly over the town as students arrived at Sandridge High School. Little did they know that the day would soon turn into a chilling story that would stay with them forever. I was sitting at my desk, scribbling absently in a notepad, and there appeared to be an odd tension in the air. My dull routine was broken unexpectedly by the crackling intercom, turning the busy classroom completely silent. The head teacher called out, "Attention students and staff," as her voice passed through the hallways. "An urgent problem has arisen. Maria, a 16-year-old pupil, has disappeared. We think she's having a mental collapse and is hiding somewhere inside the school. Her parents are very worried about her." Everyone is expected to help in the search for Maria. Until further notice, the school is now under lockdown. It is not a drill. We felt a chill go down our spines when we heard the statement because of how serious the situation was. The familiar halls became a maze of confusion in a couple of seconds. Lockers clicked shut, and instead of the usual cacophonous banter, kids and instructors began to mumble nervously as they grouped themselves for the unannounced search. Sandridge High, usually a school filled with normal teenage troubles, turned into a bizarre battlefield of worry. Now, with everyone on campus actively looking for Maria, the parents also joined the search with their worrying presence. Determined to make a difference, my buddies and I split out into various areas of the school. With only the echo of our own footsteps to be heard in every classroom and hallway, the eerie quiet emphasized the gravity of our task. Soon after, some pupils in the poorly lit toilet discovered an unusual scenario. Maria was there, hunched up in a corner. Her eyes flashed rapidly around the room, wide with fear. She held a knife in her shaking palm, its shine frightening in the low light. The kids let out a collective gasp as they realized how serious the situation was. One of the pupils gently said, "Maria, it's okay," trying to defuse the situation. "We're here to help you." However, Maria's breathing remained irregular, and her eyes remained full of paranoia. She gave voice to an abrupt, piercing scream and ran out of the bathroom, knife still in hand and ready to slash anyone on her way. After a brief moment of hesitation, the students started to pursue, their worry blending with an increasing feeling of fear. Their mad dash through the maze-like corridors left Maria more terrified. She staggered and collapsed as they rounded a corner, the knife clattering on the floor. The disturbance aroused authorities, who raced to the location and placed Maria under arrest before she could hurt anybody else. Later we learned that Maria was having treatments for schizophrenia, but the situation was getting out of hand. Maria believed that the students and teachers were trying to unalive her for some ritualistic practice. It was a disturbing experience for all the students involved. Middle school, a place of consistency and regularity, unexpectedly plunged into the depths of fear, leaving our teenage brains filled with terrifying memories. It was an ordinary day for me. I once again got scolded for not finishing my dish cleaning chore from the previous night. On my way to school, Mom reminded me how I would have to finish the dishes once I came back home. The school days started out as usual, with the customary sounds of laughter resonating, lockers rattling, and lights hummed steadily. The routine was interrupted abruptly by an unexpected statement that broke the peace. "Staff attention. Please lock all doors. This is not a drill." Our confusion spread like wildfire until the sobering realization that there were active shooters in the boys' locker room. We were rushed into rooms as teachers tried to find ways to reason with the shooter or shooters. Lockdown procedures were quickly put into place, and our classroom doors closed, enclosing us in a stifling silence. The once familiar surroundings became a maze of terror as fear seeped into the air. Mrs. Whiteson, who was in the room, instructed us all to put the phones into silent mode to not bring any attention to our classroom. Everyone immediately put their phones to client mode, while some hurriedly sent a few words to their families. I sent my mom a quick voice message telling her how much I loved her, and that if I ever saw her again, I would make sure to do my dishes and be a good son. While we were all feeling uneasy, a terrifying revelation struck. This was not training. This was a fight for survival behind the walls that we thought were our safe haven. Minutes passed by with agonizing slowness as the hours passed. The only sound in our temporary stronghold was muffled cries, and the absence of our lost friends became a warning of the horrors that were ahead of us. 2 torturous hours later, the booming sound of gunshots pierced the silence. Like a vice, panic tightened its hold, transforming the formerly safe classroom into a cocoon of fear. Terrifying text messages from other friends who were sheltering revealed a gruesome image. "The shooters are close by. Keep quiet." From the adjacent classroom, the anguished screams of a classmate echoed, a haunting symphony to accompany the relentless gunfire. As we held on to our lives, a loud bang proved our belief to be faulty. "Open the door," a voice screamed, and then proceeded to kick and shoot at the door to create an opening. Fearing for the inevitable, me and my friends took shelter inside the shelves, while some other students hid under the tables. I shut my mouth tightly with my hands, almost suffocating myself. My ears waited patiently for the tragedy that was about to unleash itself. Then a distant wail pierced the air, a chorus of sirens that brought both relief and dread. Police and SWAT teams stormed in, their arrival a blend of salvation and condemnation. The nightmare was concluding, but the scars etched on the canvas of our school were indelible. The aftermath unveiled a chilling toll: -530 injured and 12 lives extinguished like a meaningless flame. The once hallowed halls, now stained by the echoes of tragedy, bore the somber weight of mourning. As officers secured the premises, an oppressive silence descended, a haunting reminder of the pandemonium that had preceded it. In the aftermath, the remnants of that fateful day clung to the very fabric of our school. Tons of newspapers reported on the tragedy that shook the nation. However, no policies were made to prevent such incidents from sprouting. All those lives remained a tragedy. The days that followed were a blur of counseling sessions and attempts at healing. Nightmares, vivid and harrowing, invaded our sleep, imprinting the horrors of that day in our minds. I went to Starbucks 2 or 3 times a week, usually in the morning, so I would get my caffeine fix right before class. I'd never had a problem there before. At least, that was until this one time. On the morning it happened, I walked into Starbucks at about 8:30 a.m. It was busyish, but most of the people were sitting at tables, and the line itself wasn't that long. As I stood in line to order, I noticed this woman with short, messy hair and a brown jacket walk in and go straight to the counter where the employees placed the drinks. She continued to just stand there and stare at the empty counter. I thought it was a bit odd she didn't get in line first, since this was several years ago when online orders weren't a thing yet, but none of the employees seemed fazed by this at all. The other customers waited by this woman, and when their names were called and their drinks were placed on the counter, they walked over and took them. I placed my order and then stood as far away from the woman as I could while still being able to see the counter. Another guy was waiting too, and he went up to the counter and collected his drink without a problem. I noticed how the woman was just staring at the counter without blinking. Thinking back on it, it was really odd. It definitely seemed like she was waiting for something. When the employee called my name and put my drink on the counter, I began to walk up, but I wasn't the only one. That woman moved up too. Since she was closer to the counter than I was, she reached for my drink before I did, and took it. Then she walked back to the spot she'd been standing in and just held it. Then she took a sip of my drink and gave me an evil grin. "Mum, just how I like it," she said. Was she referring to the drink or me? I didn't know what to say or do. I'm a pretty shy person, so I found the whole thing really awkward. I managed to get an employee's attention and quietly explained that the woman had taken my drink. By this point, I saw her taking sips from it as she kept staring my way. I'm not sure if she was looking at me or the counter, but there was a blank look in her eyes. The employee clearly didn't want to confront the woman either, so he nodded and said he'd remake my order. I waited closer to the counter this time, but with all the other people coming over and picking up their orders, I felt in the way, so I ended up taking a couple of steps back. As other people went up and got their orders, that woman remained where she was and stared at the counter as she sipped from my drink. When my name was called, I started to walk around another customer to get to it, but the woman stepped forward and, to my horror, grabbed my drink off the counter again. Then she moved back to the spot where she'd been standing and just stood there, a cup in each hand, as she silently stared at the counter. I was pretty mad about this, but as I said, I'm a shy person, so I just wanted to forget about it and leave. But the employee who'd seen what happened leaned across the counter and told me that he was going to sort this out. Then he walked around the counter and went over to the woman. I heard him politely explain to her that those weren't her drinks and that if she wanted one, she would have to line up and order. The woman didn't say anything, but then she balanced the paper cups on top of one another and started tapping her fingers against the top lid and continue with the monotonous tapping. The employee again told her that they weren't her drinks and that she needed to leave before they called the police. I was feeling really uncomfortable at this time, so I decided to just forget about my coffee and go. I think the employee may have shouted out to me as I walked past them, but I don't know. I didn't stop walking until I reached the other end of the parking lot where I parked my car. When I did look back, what I saw really creeped me out. That woman was standing outside of Starbucks with both of the coffees balanced in her hand. She was staring straight at me as she tapped her fingers against the lid. I walked away as quickly as I could, and thankfully, she didn't follow me or anything. I never went to that Starbucks again. To this day, I still don't know why that woman went in there with no intention of ordering anything and why she decided to prey on me. One summer, I got a part-time job in my local Starbucks. I got along well with my coworkers, and I was grateful to be earning some extra money. For the few months I worked there, it was pretty uneventful. Seriously, I think the worst thing that happened was when someone spilled their drink by mistake. But this all changed one work shift. It was close to closing time, so if I remember correctly, close to 9 p.m. The only ones left working at the store were my manager and I. She was tidying in the back room, and I was cleaning up out the front. There were only a handful of customers left, and they were almost finished with their drinks. About 5 minutes before closing, 2 men came in. They were dressed pretty nicely in dress shirts and blazers. I figured they'd come from some sort of event or something. The first man in the blazer then grabbed a soda out of the fridge, but then seemed to change his mind and put it back, whispered something under his breath to the other man, then both headed toward the door. I found this kinda weird, but before I could think any more about it, my manager shouted for me to help her with something. By this point, the other customers had left and the 2 men were leaving too, so I went into the back. When I returned, the place was empty, so I finished cleaning up. Everything seemed fine, so my manager did one final routine check around, including the restrooms. A few minutes later, she walked over to me with an alarmed look on her face and asked me if I was sure all the customers had left, since either the restroom door was jammed or someone was in there. She said she knocked on the door, but no one had answered. I told her the only ones I could think of were the well-dressed men, but the last I saw, they were heading toward the door. We obviously didn't want to lock up with people trapped in the restroom, so I walked over to the restroom with her and we knocked on it and asked if everyone was okay in there, since we were about to close up. There was silence at first, but then we heard someone cough. Now we knew someone was definitely in there. Again, we knocked loudly and announced that we were closing up and that they'd have to leave. There were a few seconds of silence. Then a male voice yelled no, and then muttered something in a foreign language that I didn't recognize. My manager explained that they couldn't stay in there and unless there was a problem. They had to leave right now. Again, there was a few seconds pause, then a gruff "no," followed by the same foreign muttering. My manager said that we needed to lock up, so if they didn't come out now, she was calling the police. After this, she signaled for me to step away from the door. Then she went and called the police. We sat at a table and waited for them to show up. They arrived about 10 minutes later and told us to wait outside while they dealt with this issue. It took a while, but when the police finally reappeared, they were able to pull one of the men from before out of the restroom and take him outside. But it was what I saw next that horrified me. The police were able to confiscate an 18-inch machete the man had hidden inside his blazer. As they walked him past me, his eyes locked on mine, and he gave me this cold look that made me shiver. Then he muttered something under his breath that I couldn't make out. I saw him look out past the store window and across the road. I swear I saw the other man he'd been with standing there. I told the police, but when they looked, the other man had vanished. The man was taken in for questioning, but last I heard, he was never charged and was free to go that same day. I just don't understand why he hid in the restroom that night. If he'd been locked in all night, then what did he plan on doing, especially with a machete? Thinking about what horrible things he could have done with that machete to me or my manager kept me up at night for a very long time after that. I don't really like coffee, but I went through a stage of going to Starbucks regularly because the girl I had a crush on worked there. Dumb, I know. But I never thought it would take such a dark turn. The girl I liked, we'll call her Nina. We'd gone to high school together, but I never dared to ask her out. Then, one day at work, when my boss stuck me on a coffee run, I saw Nina working there. Before I even realized what was happening, Starbucks became part of my daily routine. I'd go in there each lunch break in the hopes of seeing Nina. She was always really sweet and friendly and seemed happy to see me. Then one day, things got creepy. I went in there on my lunch break, as usual. It was pretty busy, and I noticed Nina behind the counter, but she was making coffee and hadn't noticed me. I was walking toward the back of the line when I heard my name being called. I have a fairly common name, so I thought it was for someone else, but then I heard my name being shouted again. I looked over at the drink collection counter, and one of the employees was holding a takeout drink cup and looking straight at me. He was trying to get my attention, and again called my name while looking directly at me. I awkwardly walked over there and explained that I hadn't ordered my drinks yet. The guy smiled at me and said it was all taken care of. Confused, I thanked him, took the cup, and left. I assumed it must have been from Nina, and although I was stoked about this, I was also disappointed I didn't get to properly thank her. I walked back taking small sips of my drink. It was only when I went to throw it in the trash that I noticed black writing on the bottom of the cup. It was a number, and above it said, "Text me." Believing this was Nina's number, that evening, I messaged her and she replied straight away. The conversation flowered, and we seemed to get along really well. I was texting her the next day, and she was telling me she was bored at work. I said I'd call in on my way to work to see her, but she got really defensive and was adamant that I shouldn't go in there. Then she texted saying she wanted to be able to talk to me face to face and asked if I'd like to meet up that night. I immediately said yes, and she sent me a time and place. I couldn't wait to meet up with her, but I was also really nervous. I was annoying my roommate so much with my nervous pacing around that he ended up asking me what was going on. When I told him all about Nina and said I was going to get an Uber to meet her, he insisted on driving me there. So I took him up on his offer. About 20 minutes into the drive, we seemed to pass a lot of empty fields and very few houses. It seemed really strange that Nina would want to meet me somewhere so off the grid. When we reached the address, it was this rundown trailer surrounded by weeds and junk. My friend asked me if I was sure I had the right address, and I told him I did. Something did seem off about this, so I tried calling Nina, but it went straight to voicemail. I was about to send her a text saying I was outside when my phone beeped. It was from Nina, telling me she saw me and to come inside. The light in the trailer came on and I saw the door open, and someone was there looking over at us. My friend told me there was no way he was letting me go in there, and before I could step out of the car, he started driving away. I didn't really know what to say. I didn't want to let Nina down, but I also had so many red flag warnings about going inside that trailer. As we drove back, my phone buzzed several times. All the messages were from Nina. They were a mix of begging and weirdness. The last one was the creepiest one of all. It said, "You belong to me now. Come back now." The messages were so messed up, and I was glad I didn't go in the trailer. I stopped going to Starbucks, and I didn't message Nina again. At least, not until the next time my boss made me go on a coffee run. When I went in there, Nina was working the register, and right after seeing me, she gave a friendly smile and asked how I'd been since she hadn't seen me in a while. Not knowing what else to do, I apologized for leaving that night. She gave me a confused look and said she had no idea what I was talking about. It turns out Nina never set aside a drink for me that day, and whoever I was messaging definitely wasn't her. I mentioned the employee who'd called my name and given me the coffee, and Nina's covered her mouth in shock. It turns out he'd been fired for harassing customers. I hadn't been messaging Nina at all. It seems likely it was that guy. I can't help but think about that night and what would have happened to me if I'd gotten an Uber as planned, and I'd set foot inside of that trailer. As a young woman, I had taken many babysitting gigs to make some extra money. It was a typical evening when I arrived at the Thompsons' suburban home to look after their two children, Lily and Jake. The parents seemed friendly and gave me a quick tour of the house, including some general instructions. The evening started uneventfully. I helped the kids with their homework, prepared dinner, and watched a movie with them. But as the night wore on, I began to feel uneasy, as though I was being watched. It was a subtle, nagging feeling at first, something in the back of my mind that told me things were not right. As the kids went to bed, I decided to explore the house a bit more. I had an inkling that something was off, and I needed to reassure myself that everything was in order. The parents had mentioned the basement, but they didn't give me any reason to go down there. However, my curiosity got the better of me, and I headed toward the basement door. The moment I stepped onto the creaky wooden stairs leading down, I felt a sudden chill run down my spine. The basement was dimly lit, and the air was thick with an unpleasant, musty odor. As I descended further, I realized the source of my unease. There was someone down there with me. I paused, straining my ears to listen for any movement. What I heard sent shivers down my spine. There were soft, deliberate footsteps, like someone pacing. The sound of cracking floorboards and the occasional whisper were unmistakable. Someone was down there, and they were watching me. Fear gnawed at me, but I couldn't retreat. I had to know who was in that basement and why they were hiding there. I descended the stairs cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The closer I got to the bottom, the more I could hear. It was like a distant whisper, incomprehensible words that filled the air with an eerie presence. As I reached the basement floor, I hesitated for a moment, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The room was filled with old, dusty furniture and boxes, but there was no sign of the intruder. I took a step forward, and the whispering grew louder as though it was coming from all around me. The beam of my flashlight revealed a series of unsettling drawings on the walls. Distorted faces, twisted and contorted, stared back at me, their eyes filled with malevolence. It was a terrifying sight, and I could feel the fear gripping me even tighter. I moved cautiously through the basement, my heart racing with every step. I could hear the footsteps and the whispers growing louder and more frantic. Whoever was down there knew I was getting closer. Finally, I came upon a hidden corner of the basement. In the dim light, I saw a makeshift bed made from old blankets and pillows. And there, huddled in the corner, was a disheveled, emaciated figure, their face obscured by tangled hair. As I shined my flashlight on them, they let out a blood-curdling scream, the sound piercing the stillness of the basement. I recoiled in horror, realizing that the stranger had been living secretly in this house, watching our every move. I stumbled back up the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. I needed to call the police and get the children to safety. But as I reached the top of the stairs, I heard the intruder following me, their footsteps growing louder and more frenzied. I slammed the basement door shut and locked it, then rushed to the phone. My trembling fingers dialed 911, and I explained the situation to the dispatcher. Help was on the way, but in the meantime, I had to protect the children. I gathered Lily and Jake, who were terrified and confused, and we barricaded ourselves in a bedroom, waiting for the police to arrive. It felt like an eternity, but finally, the authorities showed up and apprehended the intruder. It turned out that the stranger had been living secretly in the basement for weeks, surviving on stolen food and water. They had been watching us, observing our every move, and their presence had filled the house with an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. As I stood in the safety of the bedroom, the police assured us that the intruder would be dealt with, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The horror of that night would forever stay with me, a chilling reminder that sometimes the most terrifying threats can be hiding in the most unexpected places, giving you shivers down your spine with their presence. It was a typical evening when I arrived at the Johnsons' picturesque home to babysit their two young children, Emily and Michael. The parents had left detailed instructions, and everything seemed perfectly normal. The kids were well behaved, and our evening was filled with games, stories, and laughter. As bedtime approached, I received a polite reminder from Mr. Johnson to make myself at home and help myself with anything I needed. Feeling comfortable, I decided to explore the living room. Amidst the family photos displayed on the mantelpiece, I noticed an unusual leather-bound book hidden behind some framed pictures. It was old, its pages yellowed with age. Curiosity got the better of me, and I gently retrieved the book from its hiding place. I opened it, and to my shock, a collection of horrifying photographs lay within. They depicted different babysitters, young women like myself, each with an eerie title beneath their picture, such as Babysitter 1, Babysitter 2, and so on. The chilling part was that all the pictures showed these women in distress, with bloodstains and looks of terror on their faces. My heart raced, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I had stumbled upon something that was beyond unsettling. There were dozens of pages, each filled with more and more horrifying images of babysitters who had come before me, all marked with the same numbering system. Fear began to grip me, and I felt a growing dread as I realized that the Johnsons might not be the loving family I had initially thought. What kind of family keeps a sinister collection of photos like this? My mind raced with possibilities, and the more I thought about it, the more terrified I became. Suddenly, I heard a creaking noise coming from upstairs. It was the unmistakable sound of a door slowly opening. Panic surged through me, and I knew I had to get the kids and get out of the house. I raced up the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest, and hurried to the children's room. I found Emily and Michael fast asleep, blissfully unaware of the horror that was unfolding. With trembling hands, I scooped up the children and rushed back down the stairs, glancing anxiously at the book of sinister photographs. I knew I had to escape, but I had to do it quietly to avoid detection. I reached for my phone to call for help, but it was gone, as was the landline phone in the living room. Desperation set in as I realized that I was trapped in a house with a disturbing secret, and I had no way to reach the outside world. I had to make a run for it, no matter the cost. Clutching the children tightly, I made my way to the front door, praying that it would be unlocked. With bated breath, I turned the doorknob and slowly pulled the door open. To my relief, it swung open without a sound, and I slipped outside into the night, my heart racing as I carried Emily and Michael with me. The darkness was oppressive, and I knew I had to get the children to safety. As I reached the sidewalk, I glanced back at the Johnsons' house. In the upstairs window, I saw a figure watching us, their eyes reflecting the pale moonlight. I couldn't see their face, but I could feel their malevolent gaze on us. I hurriedly made my way to the nearest neighbor's house and banged on their door, desperately pleading for help. They called the police, who arrived promptly to investigate the Johnsons' home. What they found inside was a horrifying secret that sent shockwaves through the community. It turned out that the Johnsons had been systematically luring babysitters into their homes and subjecting them to unspeakable horrors, capturing each one in a photograph to add to their sinister collection. I shuddered to think about the fate that could have befallen me and the children if I hadn't discovered their secret in time. It was a chilling reminder that evil could be hiding behind the facade of a seemingly ordinary family. As I sat in the safety of the neighbor's home, I couldn't erase the images of those terrifying photographs from my mind. The babysitters who had come before me, their faces frozen in terror, served as a haunting testament to the evil that can lurk beneath the surface, waiting to reveal itself and send shivers down your spine. My life had always revolved around work. As a single father, my job demanded long hours and constant attention, leaving me with little time to care for my two young children, Mia and Lucas. Desperate for help, I decided to hire a babysitter to ease the burden. The young woman who answered my ad seemed perfectly normal at first. Her name was Sarah, and she was cheerful, responsible, and appeared genuinely caring. She quickly bonded with Mia and Lucas, and they grew fond of her. The arrangement began smoothly, and I felt a sense of relief knowing my children were in good hands. But as the days passed, I started to notice strange things about Sarah that sent shivers down my spine. She began refusing to leave the house after her shift was over, claiming she wanted to make sure the children were comfortable and happy. At first, I considered its dedication to her job, but it soon became clear that her attachment to my children was far from typical. She would linger in their rooms long after they had fallen asleep, watching over them with an intensity that bordered on obsession. It was as if she believed herself to be their mother, and her actions grew increasingly unsettling. One evening, I arrived home unexpectedly to find Sarah in Mia's room, cradling her as if she were her own child. I couldn't hide my shock, and I asked her to leave immediately. She complied, but not without protest, insisting that she was doing what was best for the children. Despite my unease, I let Sarah continue to work, thinking her actions might have been a momentary lapse in judgment. However, her behavior only escalated. She started to watch the children from outside the house when she wasn't working, standing at the window for hours, her eyes fixed on Mia and Lucas with an intensity that sent chills down my spine. One day, I decided to confront Sarah about her unsettling behavior. I sat her down and asked her to explain her actions. Her response was far from reassuring. She claimed that she felt a deep, inexplicable connection with Mia and Lucas, and that she couldn't bear to be away from them. I knew something was seriously wrong. It was clear that Sarah's attachment to my children had crossed into a dangerous territory, and I had to protect them. I decided to terminate her employment, and I asked her to leave the house for good. Sarah's reaction was unexpected and chilling. She began to scream, insisting that she was the children's true mother and that she would do anything to keep them with her. I realized I was dealing with a woman who was not only obsessed but dangerously unstable. As I tried to usher her out of the house, Sarah became physically aggressive, scratching and clawing at me as if possessed by a manic desperation. It took all my strength to finally force her out and lock the door behind her. But my ordeal was far from over. In the days that followed, Sarah's obsession with Mia and Lucas took a more sinister turn. She began sending threatening messages, promising to take my children away and do whatever it took to keep them under her control. I knew I had to act swiftly to protect my children from this deranged woman. I sought a restraining order and contacted the authorities, who launched an investigation into Sarah's actions. It was discovered that she had a history of mental health issues and had been involuntarily committed to a psychiatric hospital in the past. The legal process was a harrowing experience, but I was determined to do whatever it took to ensure my children's safety. Sarah was placed under psychiatric evaluation, and Mia and Lucas received counseling to help them cope with the trauma of their ordeal. As time passed, my children began to heal, but the scars of their traumatic experiences would never fully fade. The horror of realizing that someone they had come to trust was capable of such madness would always linger in the shadows of their young minds. Sarah's obsession had nearly torn our lives apart, but we were fortunate to escape the nightmare she had created. The experience taught me the importance of safeguarding the well-being of my children and the devastating consequences that can result when a seemingly normal person becomes consumed by a dangerous obsession. I'll try to be brief as possible and stick to the relevant events that are giving me this feeling, but the latest event happened last night, and I didn't get much sleep, so apologies if I ramble or am unclear. My wife and I recently purchased our first home after the birth of our daughter. Everything was as you would expect the first few months. Painting, decorating, renovating, basking in our newfound slice of the American dream. You get the idea. Unusual things started happening several months ago. One day as I was getting home after work, I passed by a strange truck 2 or 3 houses down from ours. I say strange for a few reasons. We know literally everyone in our small neighborhood, and I'd never seen this truck/person before. There's no reason for through traffic to come down our street, and the truck was driving very slowly. Like put it in drive, but don't press on the gas, slowly. As I pulled in the driveway, the truck flipped a U-turn and came back towards my house. Getting out of my car, the truck crawled by, and the driver stared daggers at me as he passed, then sped off. I don't like to judge based on appearances, and I like to think that I don't scare easily, but something about this guy's eyes gave me a bad feeling. Obviously, this was weird. I mentioned what happened to my wife, telling her we should be more mindful about security. When I told her the type of truck, my wife said, "That same truck drove by, and the guy stared at me when I got home this afternoon. I thought he was just being creepy and checking me out." I tried to tease her a bit to lighten the mood, calling her cocky for assuming any guy driving by was checking her out. I didn't want to freak her out, but I was definitely freaked out. We saw the truck a few more times over the next couple of weeks, either driving by slowly or parked down the block and facing our yard. But one day the truck stopped driving by, and we haven't seen it since. I sort of dismissed the whole thing as being paranoid. Then other things started happening. In the past month or so, my wife and I have been hearing tapping on the windows at the front of our house at night. It's happened 2 or 3 times to each of us separately, always around 10 or 11 p.m., and always a soft but distinct tap tap, tap tap. It sounds like knocking with a single knuckle on the metal part of a screen door, if that makes sense. The first time that my wife and I heard the tapping together was last weekend. We were in the front room playing with our daughter around 9:30, just about to settle her down for bed. Our front room has a large, almost floor-to-ceiling window running the length of the wall next to the front door, which faces the street. We were all sitting on the floor with our backs to the window, reading our daughter a book, when we heard it. Tap, 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 tap. Now, our house is older. Creaks and cracks are not uncommon. But this sound was so distinctly intentional that my wife and I immediately looked at each other and bolted out of the room. I had my wife and daughter lock themselves in a back room while I turned on all the lights and did a sweep around the outside of the house. Of course, I didn't see anything, and was ready to dismiss the whole thing as more paranoia over something that probably had an innocent explanation. Until last night. Around 9:45, we heard our daughter making noise in the baby monitor. I waited a few minutes to see if she would settle down, but when it became clear she wouldn't, I got up to put her back to sleep. The layout of the room is important to visualize this next part. This room is on the side of our house, but the exterior wall juts out a bit in an L shape, and the corner of this L is made up of windows. If you're standing in the door to the room, you're directly across from these windows in one corner. And there's a rocking chair in the other corner pointed towards the front of the house. One window faces the street, and the other faces our neighbor's house. A garden bed planted with small shrubs wraps around the outside of the house directly underneath. I was sitting in the chair getting my daughter settled down. I had a lamp on, so the room was softly lit. Once she fell asleep, I stood up to put her in her crib when something caught my eye. There was a figure standing about a foot away from the window, in the bare space between the shrubs and the house. They were staring at us. I didn't look long enough to see anything more than what appeared to be a man in a light gray hoodie standing a few feet away on the other side of the glass. Sprinting from the room, I brought my daughter back to my wife and I's bedroom, leaving her there while telling my understandably confused wife to lock the door. After turning off all the lights inside the house and turning on all the lights outside, I began moving from room to room. Peering out the windows into the darkness, I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Whoever it was must have taken off after seeing me notice them and make a quick exit. Obviously, I had some trouble sleeping after this. I spent hours checking security cameras and going from room to room, looking out windows into the night, hoping but also not hoping that I would see anything that could explain what happened. This morning, I went outside to the spot where the figure would have been standing. I thought maybe there was a plant or something that I mistook for a person. When I got to the spot, I realized the figure had to be standing exactly in a bare patch of ground about 2 feet in diameter, directly in front of that window. Part of me is still hoping that I'm being paranoid. The mind can play tricks on you in the dark, seeing things that aren't there, especially when you're a sleep-deprived new parent. But with everything that's been happening, I can't shake the feeling that there was actually someone out there last night. When I was 15 years old, my family moved to a new state and into a new house. I ended up with the largest of the 3 upstairs bedrooms, one that had a bathroom attached and, interestingly enough, a door in the closet. Inside of my normal closet was a door maybe 2 feet by 3 feet in size. I have always loved the paranormal, and this door instantly reminded me of the one in the movie Coraline, so I was very interested. When opened, you could tell that there was insulation blocking the door, but had either been pushed out of the way or pulled. The door led to a small attic-like room. It was unfinished, bare wood, and was warmer than the rest of the house. I shut the door after not finding anything interesting about it, and didn't give it any thought for the next few weeks. That is until one day I woke up and the small door was open. My initial thought was that maybe I had opened it and forgotten. I walked over, shut it, and went on with my day. The next morning, I awoke to find the door, once again, open. Now this time I knew for a fact it had been shut when I fell asleep. Trying not to read too much into it, I thought maybe it was one of my 2 siblings trying to mess with me. That wasn't really like them, to wake up in the middle of the night to prank me. But I couldn't think of any other logical answer. I asked them both numerous times, and they were so uninterested that they simply said they had no idea what I was talking about. I even ended up scaring my little sister just from talking about it. That night I decided to lock the door instead of just shutting it. When I went to do just that, I saw that the side of the knob that locks was not on the side of my closet, but on the inside of the attic room. I found this very strange, as the room couldn't really be used for anything besides storage, and if that was the case, it would make more sense to have the lock on the outside, where it would be easily reached. Nevertheless, I locked the inside of the door and shut it. I gave it a hearty pull, and wiggled to make sure it was actually locked, and it stayed put. Confident that it was truly shut this time, I went to bed. In the morning, the door was open. Seeing that small door in my closet wide open after locking it myself the night before was absolutely terrifying. It was at this point that I decided to tell my parents what had happened. Both of them laughed, joking that I had a ghost, and didn't believe a word I said. I was on my own. What happened next is something that I will never forget as long as I live. I'll preface this by saying I have never had sleep paralysis and have never had it since this story took place. I went to my bedroom to take a nap. It was mid-afternoon, so the sun was still out and coming through my blinds. I don't remember falling asleep, but I do remember opening my eyes and the room being considerably darker. I remember laying there on my side, face to face with a dark humanoid figure sitting next to my head on my bed. It was just black, like a 3D silhouette. It was sitting cross-legged, mere inches from my face, and I couldn't even scream. I was frozen. It felt like hours, but was probably only a few seconds before the room was lit with the warm afternoon sun, and the figure was gone. I was still laying in the exact same position and door was open. This was the last straw for me. I was completely terrified of that door and whatever came with it. I grabbed one of my scarves and tied the doorknob to the shelf on my closet so that it cannot be opened at all. Thankfully, this worked. I moved out of that house 3 years later, but my little sister moved into that room after I moved out. My parents and sister moved out of that house a month ago, and up until the day they left, that scarf never left that door. I have never had sleep paralysis before. I don't know if that's what I experienced, but it never happened when the door was shut. About a month ago, I moved downtown into a new apartment with my boyfriend. It's been going great, and we loved having a smaller space together with our dog and cat. But recently, we've been having weird stuff happen. For reference, we are on the bottom level. A few weeks ago, after work, I was sitting on my couch waiting for my boyfriend to get home when I heard my front door slightly open. At the time, I wasn't locking it so my boyfriend could just walk in without having to dig out his keys, etc. I thought maybe it was just the wind since the door has trouble latching anyway. I walked up to it and opened the door, and a man was walking up my steps, but bolted away towards the opposite direction when he saw me. Weird. I didn't tell my boyfriend because honestly I thought nothing of it. Fast forward just a few days later, I was sitting on my couch playing with my Switch, and I heard a noise from our back door that I'm sitting a few feet away from. All of a sudden someone ripped open our screen door and grabbed the glass sliding door handle to open it. But they ran away when I yelled, "What the fuck?" It happened so fast, and I was so shocked I didn't see what they looked like. I called for my boyfriend in the other room and told him what happened, and he grabbed his skateboard, yeah I know, our only defense at the moment, and went to check the front door. As he opened it, I heard him say, "What's up, man?" And then he came back inside. He told me a man was walking up our steps and turned to walk the opposite direction when my boyfriend opened the door. The same thing that happened to me a few days prior. I told him my experience, and he got freaked out. I messaged a few of my friends, and they offered to give us their Ring camera and suggested we get a better weapon than a skateboard. My theory is someone is scoping out our apartment, knowing we're new. Definitely startled us, and makes me on edge every time I'm home alone, constantly glancing out the back door, making sure it's still locked. Every year, my dad and his best friend Billy would take my sister, me, and all the other kids on what they termed a snipe hunt when we went camping in Wisconsin with other family friends. If you are acquainted with snipe hunts, you are aware that they are essentially pranks. It was merely a method for my dad and his friend to think of new and exciting ways to get all the kids worked up about something. Snipes don't really exist. They told us that snipes are extremely hostile, avian-like animals that typically hide in trees and emerge only at night. Since we were little, we devoured this material. My sister and I used to become really thrilled every year, believing that we might finally get to witness a snipe. It was the same this year. On the second day of our trip, my dad and Billy headed off on their mission after all the families had settled in. They swore they heard one last night outside the RV, and they told all the kids that they were going to attempt and catch a snipe tonight. They said we could come if anyone wanted to. All the kids were obviously quite eager and a little scared right now, but my sister and I were prepared. All day, we were excited and full of anticipation. When the sun finally began to set, my dad gathered the children together. A few children had sticks in their hands for defense or combat, and one child even carried a wooden sword. As we all started to move into the woods, my dad mentioned that Billy had run ahead to scout out the location. After strolling for 10 minutes, we hear the sound of rustling in the trees. As we all glance up, Billy leaps out, covered in blood, and shouting that he was hit by a sniper. The children all began to yell and flee, and as I was only 8 years old and didn't realize it was a joke, I also began to run. I ran through the woods, not knowing which way to go, until I came to a tree with a large shrub within that I could hide in. I recall doing my best to contain my tears and make no noise. After a few minutes of silence, I peered out from the bushes, and that's when I noticed it. Something that looked a little bit like a dog, but with very long and narrow legs. Its head was twisted and malformed, and all I could make out of its weird body were sparse fur patches. I had no idea what it could be. It passed slowly by, and even though I was quite a distance away, I could hear some faint moaning. To be honest, this stuff captivated me. Although I didn't want to look at it, I was powerless to turn away. The longer I looked at it, the more intense and peculiar was the feeling of dread I was experiencing. That's the only way I can sum it up. Years later, I probably didn't really comprehend the meaning of those kinds of emotions because I was so young. I simply recall experiencing these kinds of days or trances. Suddenly, I heard someone calling my name and the sound of leaves and twigs crunching in the distance. The object I was gazing at came to a halt and fixed its lifeless gaze on me. My father grabbed my arm and pulled me up, scolding me for running so far, and said it was only a joke. He apologized and broke our shared gaze. Though unsure he was experiencing a wide range of emotions, I was only worried about this thing. I pivoted to see if it remained, but it had vanished. I heard nothing about it fleeing. I informed my dad what I saw, and that I thought it might have been a snipe as we made our way back to the camp. He replied it couldn't have been, of course, and that was the year I discovered snipes weren't real. I'm not sure what I saw that evening, looking back. For years, I convinced myself that it was just a large coyote, but I couldn't figure out why I had a gut feeling it wasn't. My instinct told me that was what it was, but I didn't know that until I read about skinwalkers. I still don't have an explanation. Anything might have been the cause. Who knows? I was a pretty little child at the time. However, occasionally, even now, during my bike rides or hikes in the woods, I get a glimpse of it observing me from the corner of my eye. For nearly 10 years, my wife and I resided in a cabin in the Canadian wilderness. We all loved the life we had there, in the quiet and tranquil forest. Our cabin was situated in a remote area with no roads even connecting it. Still, a few miles away from us resided a number of other families in cabins. We would frequently swap and get together for dinner. So, over time, slender, faint trails developed between our cabins. We raised a variety of cattle on our tiny vegetable farm. For years, everything in our life was peaceful and pleasant, but then everything changed drastically. As usual, I was reading in our living room late one night when I heard the cattle begin to run around erratically outside. Since this was somewhat unusual for this late in the evening, I went to the window that overlooked our backyard and pulled the curtains. On the far left edge of the field, every cattle moved rapidly as though they were fleeing from something. I moved my eyes to the right, where I could see very little through the gloom, but after a moment I could see a large deer standing partly behind a tree that faced the house. It was staring directly at me, perfectly still and motionless. I felt really uneasy, but I couldn't tell if it was staring at me directly. Though I couldn't understand why the cattle would flee from a deer, I closed the curtain and resumed reading because there wasn't any risk. Before my wife wakes me up in the middle of the night, a few more weeks pass as usual. What is happening? She instructed me to shut up and pay attention. Her eyes were filled with fear, as if she had been up for some time. I heard something moving gently around the cabin very quietly. The sound traveled the entire circumference of the cabin, sounding like someone dragging a stick along the walls, and then it stopped. I got up right away, checked on my kids in their room, then took my hunting rifle and walked around to all of the windows. The last window I looked out of was my bedroom window, and that's when I noticed the same deer, standing motionless in the dark woodland, staring directly at me. Once more, I had never witnessed an animal behave in such a way, and I couldn't figure out what the noises around the cabin were. I shut the curtain since I had a gloomy mood. I had no idea what was going on, but I was starting to get nervous about it. Even though I didn't think in the paranormal or possessive, I had trouble understanding this. I made the decision to go for a lengthy walk the following morning to one of my neighbors' cottages to see if they had heard anything strange recently. I informed my wife to make sure everything was closed and to keep the kids inside the home before making my way down the path. I spent the first mile or so trying to think of any plausible explanation for what had been happening. However, the more I considered it, the more fearful I became. I had a strange feeling halfway to my neighbor's cabin, and nearly immediately after, I heard leaves rustling behind me. I turned back and saw the deer's eyes as it stood just in front of me, perhaps 15 to 20 feet down the path. I felt shivers down my spine as I stared into its eyes and saw that it had small pupils and a white iris, which set it apart from human eyes. I practically started crying as I hurried to my neighbor's cabin after turning around and seeing something that I couldn't even believe was real. Fortunately, when I got there, my neighbor was home and helped me settle in. He looked concerned about me, but not in the way I had anticipated. He didn't even appear shocked when I told him what I had witnessed. He started talking to me about his thoughts about the Navajo skinwalkers while we were sitting in his cabin. According to him, they would only appear if you had upset them or if they needed anything from you. But the fact that he was talking about it appeared to calm him down, which just made me feel more afraid. I quickly departed, and fortunately, nothing untoward occurred on the way back. I suffered from terrible paranoia and had trouble sleeping for the following 2 weeks, but eventually things started to get better. But the tranquil existence I had enjoyed at the cabin was stolen from me, and my terror of what I saw never really went away. We finally relocated closer to the town in order to provide a better life for our kids. Nearly 15 years have passed since the events, and I still haven't shared with my wife or children what I witnessed on the route, or even what my neighbors told me. I'm not sure why exactly, but I feel compelled to keep them out of it for some reason. I believe that's the reason I've been holding it inside for far too long and felt the need to write it down and share it now. I was hiking in Arizona when this incident occurred back in 2015. After a brief section of desert, the trail ascended a medium-sized mountain and reached a passage that resembled a canyon at the summit. I used to decompress and escape the stress of daily life by going on 8 to 10-hour walks by myself. In any case, it didn't appear to be a well-known route because it was quite difficult to discover and there was no parking close by. It was obscured by a thicket of plants and the trail was worn and faint. It wasn't like I was constantly bumping into people on high-traffic trails, so I wasn't too concerned about the path being unidentified. However, I never really looked for low-traffic trails. The trees grew increasingly parched as I descended, and eventually the majority of them appeared to be dead. Many had toppled over the trail, or had several heavy branches come off. There was no doubt that the route had not been maintained in a few years. As I descended lower, the trail started to pass through thick, overgrown brush. I continued walking because I could tell I was still on the trail because of how apparent the path was. But that's when I heard a really definite sound. There's a whistle blowing up the mountain. I heard the whistling hold a few notes before stopping, although it was quite weak. Admittedly, it was eerie and unsettling, but I assumed there was another person following up. That was the only thing that made sense at the time. After 20 more minutes, the same tuneful whistle appears to me once more, although this time it's considerably closer and louder. This time, I was a little more afraid, but I wasn't going to abandon the trail because of a guide whistling close by. I continued climbing for nearly a quarter of a mile, carrying my pocket knife in case something happened. I had to go around the river since a tree had fallen directly across the route, and the prickly branches made it tough to get over. After taking a few feet and turning to the right, I saw a little valley that was probably once home to a river. But in the center was a little den constructed out of big sticks. Its sophistication convinced me that it was a creation of man. I began to put the whistles in the den together, thinking that maybe someone lived here. I decided I had to leave the valley immediately, since I had a nasty feeling about the whole event. But as I was turning to go, I heard the same whistle coming from behind me. I turned to face the den fast and felt my heart halt in horror. I was shocked to see a goat standing directly behind the valley, where I had heard the whistle. It stood there unmoving, and I felt like its eyes were peering right into mine. Its size in comparison to other ones I'd seen in the neighborhood also caught my attention. At this moment, I was completely out of control and unable to process the entire incident. It took me a few seconds to gather my composure, and then I gently started to go back, still facing it. However, when I retreated one step, it opened its mouth in an odd and slight way before letting out the identical whistle that I had heard far too often. I ran down the mountain, falling over rocks and trees several times as my dread took control. As I reached the trail's end, I heard the whistle one last time, drifting quietly down the mountain. I had never shared this encounter with anyone because I felt that no one would ever believe me and that I would just come out as a coward. However, I was unaware of skinwalkers until lately, and upon further investigation, I came to the conclusion that this might be the sole explanation for what I observed. It was my senior year at a well-respected community college near my hometown. Among my courses was an intensive public speaking class with a professor I truly admired. At the beginning of the semester, everything seemed normal. I often had an hour to spare before this class, so I'd find cozy nooks to either study, work on assignments, or watch YouTube. One day, while engrossed in a paper in a secluded spot, I noticed a classmate, Noah, staring at me from the entrance. Ignoring it, I focused on my work until he approached, taking the seat nearby. Noah was a tall, lanky guy with unkempt hair and a habit of wearing the same faded hoodie. He began with mundane weather talk, but his presence made me uneasy. Politely, I mentioned I needed to work, hoping he'd leave. Instead, he fell silent, just watching. Even in class, he sat below me, turning around to stare, making others notice too. This behavior persisted. He seemed to be everywhere I went on campus, always watching. It was unnerving to say the least. The campus wasn't huge, but it had enough nooks and crannies where a person could easily hide. Yet there was Noah, popping up like a persistent shadow. On a day when we were scheduled to give our class presentations, I found myself in a computer lab, trying to finalize my outline. I was hoping for some peace and quiet when Noah showed up. much too close for comfort. He pulled out a new leather belt from his backpack, announcing it was for his speech. I nodded, trying to focus on my work, but he scooted closer, almost invading my personal space. "Watch this," he said, as he inched even closer. His pants brushed against my ear, and I recoiled, mortified. Instinctively, I scooted my chair away, which caught the attention of my friends who were also in the lab. One of them, Nicole, asked what was wrong, and I reluctantly shared the encounter. But with Noah already walking away, there wasn't much that could be done in the moment. My friends were appalled, but we decided to let it go for the time being. However, Noah's behavior only escalated from there. He started following me more blatantly, always managing to show up wherever I was. Sometimes he would try to engage me in conversation. Other times he would simply stand at a distance, watching. One particularly unsettling incident happened at a McDonald's near campus. It was a regular evening, and I decided to grab some dinner on my way home. I opted to go inside rather than use the drive-thru. As I waited for my order, I noticed the cashier glancing nervously toward the window. Curious, I followed her gaze and saw Noah's car parked just outside, his eyes fixed on me through the glass. My stomach twisted into knots as the cashier whispered, "Do you know that guy?" I nodded, feeling a chill run down my spine. Just as my order was ready, Noah got out of his car and started walking toward the entrance. Panic surged through me. The cashier, sensing my fear, said, "If you feel unsafe, I'll hide you in the back and call the police." I thanked her, my heart pounding in my chest. As Noah approached, I made a split-second decision to rush past him, grabbing my food and heading for the door. He tried to talk to me, his voice unnervingly calm, but I didn't stop. I practically ran to my car, locking the doors as soon as I was inside. The drive home was tense, my eyes constantly flicking to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see his car behind me. Thankfully, he didn't follow, but the fear lingered long after I reached home. The next day, I confided in Nicole about the incident at McDonald's and my growing unease. She was appalled and insisted we report Noah's behavior to the student advocate. We sat down with the advocate, and I poured out everything that had happened since the first encounter. To my disbelief, the advocate brushed it off, suggesting I was overreacting. "If he does something to you, touches you, hurts you, then we can investigate and get the police involved for a restraining order," she said dismissively. Nicole and I left the office feeling frustrated and defeated. It was clear the advocate wasn't taking this seriously. That's when we decided to reach out to our mutual friend Amanda. Amanda had her own unsettling story to tell. She had also been targeted by Noah, to the point where he had trapped her in her car, refusing to let her leave until she talked to him. She hadn't reported it, convinced that no one would take her seriously. With this new information, we returned to the student advocate's office, this time accompanied by Amanda. We presented a united front, sharing our experiences and showing that Noah's behavior was a pattern, not isolated incidents. Finally, the advocate relented and agreed to start an investigation. However, as graduation approached for all of us, we never learned the outcome. The last I heard, Noah had stopped attending classes, but the fear of his presence lingered. To this day, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. There's something about Noah's unnerving behavior that goes beyond mere social awkwardness. Was he just a troubled classmate, or was there something darker at play? I may never know, but one thing is certain. I'll always be wary of quiet, watching eyes. The sun was setting on the small town of Salem, as the students of Salem University were eagerly preparing for their Halloween party. The campus was buzzing with excitement as costume-clad students made their way to the party venue. The abandoned building on the edge of campus known as the Haunted Dorm. Legend has it that the building was once a mental asylum where patients were subjected to inhumane experiments. But now, it was left abandoned, with its windows broken and its walls covered in graffiti. As the night approached, the temperature dropped, and the wind began to howl. The students, oblivious to the eerie atmosphere, danced and drank the night away, unaware that they were about to be haunted by the spirits that still lurked in the haunted dorm. One group of friends, Ava, Jack, Lily, and Tyler, decided to explore the dorm and see if the rumors were true. Armed with flashlights, they made their way through the dark corridors, their steps echoing through the empty halls. As they reached the top floor, they came across a room with a sign that read, "Do not enter." Without hesitation, Ava pushed the door open, and they were greeted with a putrid smell that filled the room. It was covered in dusty cobwebs, and the furniture was old and decrepit. In the center of the room was a large contraption, with chains hanging from the ceiling. Suddenly, Tyler noticed a faint whisper coming from the corner of the room. "Did you guys hear that?" he asked as he pointed his flashlight towards the source of the sound. They all heard it, and it sent shivers down their spines. Without thinking, they followed the sound, which led them to a hidden room behind a bookshelf. Inside the room, they found a journal and a voodoo doll hanging from the ceiling. As they flipped through the pages, they read the disturbing stories of the asylum's patients and how they were tortured by the unethical doctors. They also found a page with a list of names, including Ava, Jack, Lily, and Tyler's names. At that moment, the door slammed shut, trapping them inside the room. Their screams echoed through the building as their flashlights went out, leaving them in complete darkness. They could feel a cold presence in the room, and they knew they were not alone. The voodoo doll started to swing violently, and they could hear laughter coming from all around them. Panic set in, and the group tried to force the door open, but it wouldn't budge. They were trapped, and the spirits of the asylum were playing with them. Suddenly, Lily's eyes rolled back, and she began to speak in a strange language. The others watched in horror as she levitated off the ground, still speaking in tongues. Ava and Jack grabbed onto Tyler's arms, begging him to help them. But before he could do anything, they were thrown across the room by an invisible force. The spirits were getting stronger, and their intentions were not good. In a moment of desperation, Tyler remembered the voodoo doll hanging from the ceiling. He grabbed it and threw it to the ground, causing it to shatter into pieces. And just like that, the spirits disappeared, and Lily dropped to the ground, gasping for air. Shaken and terrified, the friends quickly left the dorm and ran back to their dorms. They were too scared to tell anyone what had happened, fearing that they wouldn't be believed. But from that day on, they never stepped foot in the haunted dorm again. Years went by, and the friends graduated from Salem University and moved on with their lives. But they never forgot the terrifying experience they had in the haunted dorm. From time to time, they would receive letters with voodoo dolls inside, reminding them that the spirits were still there, waiting for their next victims. The haunted dorm still stands, a reminder of the gruesome past of Salem University. And on Halloween night, the spirits of the asylum patients are said to roam the halls, seeking revenge on anyone who dares to disturb their eternal rest. So if you ever find yourself on the campus of Salem University, remember to steer clear of the haunted dorm. The ghosts are waiting, and they are not to be disturbed. I have always loved scary stories, especially those involving the paranormal. Little did I know, my own college experience would turn into a true creepy college paranormal story. It all started during my first semester at college when I was 20. I moved into an old dormitory, known for its dark history. Legend has it, a student committed suicide in one of the rooms many years ago. Some students claim to have seen her ghost walking the halls at night. At first, I didn't believe the rumors. I thought they were just stories to scare freshmen. But that all changed when I moved into my room, the very room where the girl supposedly took her life. At first, everything seemed normal. But as the nights went on, I began to experience strange phenomena. I would wake up in the middle of the night to find my roommate's things moved around the room. I'd brushed it off as her sleepwalking, but it kept happening. Then I started hearing whispering voices coming from the corner of the room. It sounded like someone was trying to communicate with me, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. One night, I woke up to find my roommate was not in her bed. I heard whispers coming from the bathroom, so I cautiously got up and went to investigate. As I approached the bathroom door, it slammed shut, trapping my roommate inside. I could hear her screaming and banging on the door, but it wouldn't budge. After a few minutes of struggling, the door suddenly swung open, and my roommate stumbled out, pale and terrified. She swore someone or something had held her captive in the bathroom and whispered threatening messages in her ear. From then on, strange things started happening every night. Objects would fly off the shelves. My clothes would be found shredded in the morning, and I would often wake up to find my roommate's bed soaked in what appeared to be blood. But the most chilling experience happened one night when I was alone in the room. I was studying for an exam when I heard a faint singing coming from the bathroom. It sounded like a lullaby, but there was something eerie about it. I cautiously approached the bathroom and looked inside. To my horror, I saw the ghostly figure of a young girl in a white nightgown standing in the corner, singing to herself. I ran out of the room, screaming, and never stepped foot in that dorm again. To this day, I still shudder at the thought of that night. I never found out the truth behind the haunting, but one thing is for sure. Our college was no ordinary place. It was a playground for the paranormal. And I, unfortunately, became a part of its twisted game. The moon hung low in the ink-black sky, casting an eerie glow over the secluded woods that cradled our vacation home. My partner Sarah and I had sought solace in this remote retreat, a haven from the chaos of city life. Little did we know, the tranquility of our idyllic weekend would soon be shattered by a sinister impersonation. The night was still, disturbed only by the crackling fireplace and the distant hoots of an owl. Nestled in the warmth of our cabin, we were jolted by an abrupt knock on the door. The sound reverberated through the silence, sending shivers down our spines. Sarah glanced at me, her unease mirrored in her wide eyes. I approached the door cautiously, peering through the people to find a figure, clad in a police uniform. The unsettling part. We hadn't dialed 911, nor had we heard any sounds that warranted police intervention. A cold sweat broke across my forehead as I opened the door to the alleged officer. His stern expression softened by the glow of the porch light. He claimed to be responding to a breaking and entering call, his eyes scanning our cabin as if searching for elusive clues. Unease settled like a fog in the room as he insisted on checking the perimeter. My instincts screamed danger, but Sarah convinced me it was protocol. Little did we know, this was the beginning of a nightmarish ordeal. The alleged officer's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He wandered the rooms aimlessly, asking peculiar questions unrelated to the supposed break-in. I caught Sarah's worried gaze, and we silently communicated our shared discomfort. The man's every move seemed rehearsed, like a twisted performance. Our fears reached a crescendo when, peering through the cabin window, we spotted a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows. Panic tightened its grip as we realized, the intruder was not alone. Accomplices concealed by darkness lingered on the periphery. The walls of our haven felt paper-thin as we realized the supposed officer was an imposter, a puppet master orchestrating a sinister plot. Confrontation became inevitable. As we challenged the imposter, demanding an explanation for his intrusion, the air thickened with tension. His demeanor shifted, a predatory glint in his eyes betraying malicious intent. It was then that we understood the gravity of our situation. We were at the mercy of unknown assailants, isolated in the heart of the unforgiving woods. In a desperate bid for safety, We managed to escape through a back entrance, our breaths visible in the frigid night air. Fear fueled our sprint through the woods, guided only by the distant glow of civilization. The ominous figure and his conspirators pursued us like phantoms, shadows blending with shadows, gasping for breath. We stumbled upon a road where a passing motorist rescued us from the clutches of our pursuers. As the red-tailed lights of our rescuer's car disappeared into the night, we glanced back, half expecting to see the fake cop and his accomplices vanish into the woods. Our harrowing encounter left scars that time could only partially heal. The impersonation taught us the importance of trusting our instincts, especially when faced with authority figures. If something feels amiss, it probably is. In moments of danger, prioritize your safety over politeness. Dial 911 if in doubt, and find a well-lit, populated area to seek refuge. It's better to be overly cautious than to fall victim to the sinister impersonations that lurk in the shadows. As we reflect on that fateful night, the memory remains etched in our minds like a horror movie playing on an endless loop. May this story serve as a cautionary tale, a reminder that even in the serenity of nature, darkness may encroach. Stay vigilant, trust your instincts, and remember, the woods may not always shelter you from the unseen terrors that prowl in the midnight shadows. The night sky stretched endlessly above me as I navigated the winding roads of Colorado, surrounded by the haunting whispers of the wilderness. My headlights cut through the darkness, revealing an isolated highway that seemed to stretch on forever. Little did I know that this desolate stretch of road would soon become the setting for a nightmarish encounter. The rhythmic hum of my engine was abruptly shattered by the shrill wail of a siren. Glancing in my rearview mirror, I saw the flashing blue and red lights of a police car. My heart quickened, and I eased my vehicle to the shoulder, contemplating the possible reasons for this unexpected stop. As the officer approached, I couldn't shake the unease settling in the pit of my stomach. His uniform, though resembling that of a cop, bore subtle irregularities. Unmarked car, no badge number, and an unnerving lack of police insignias. The officer, his face concealed by the shadow of his hat, asked me to step out of the car. Alarm bells rang in my mind as I scrutinized his every move, searching for signs of authenticity. His requests became increasingly invasive, bordering on the absurd. Fear coiled around my chest as I hesitated, contemplating the safest course of action. It was then that I noticed something more unsettling: the absence of a standard-issue sidearm. Every instinct screamed that I was dealing with an imposter. I fainted complete odds. My mind racing to formulate an escape plan offered no solace, and the only witnesses were the distant stars overheat. The fake cop's intentions remained unclear, but the looming threat of danger hung palpably in the air. As I stood there paralyzed by fear, the fake cop's tone shifted from authoritative to menacing. He circled my car like a vulture closing in on its prey. Panic surged as I realized that compliance might not be enough to ensure my safety. With each passing moment, the darkness of the night seemed to close in, amplifying the feeling of vulnerability. In a desperate bid for freedom, I seized the moment when the fake cop momentarily turned away. My legs carried me in a sprint across the highway, heart pounding in my ears. The night air hung heavy with tension as I sped down the desolate highway, the hum of the engine echoing through the darkness. A flickering streetlight cast eerie shadows on the empty road. An unmarked car with flashing blue and red lights appeared in my rearview mirror, signaling me to pull over. My heart raced, a knot forming in my stomach. A stern-faced officer approached, donning a uniform that seemed authentic at first glance. His badge glinted in the dim light as he requested my license and registration. Something felt off, a nagging suspicion clawing at the edges of my consciousness. As I handed over my documents, his gaze intensified, and a sense of unease settled over me. The officer claimed I matched the description of a suspect in a recent crime. Panic welled up within me, my mind swirling with fear. He ordered me out of the car for a more thorough inspection, his tone growing increasingly authoritarian. Doubt gnawed at me, and a quick glance around revealed the desolation of the surroundings, a perfect stage for deception. Gulping down my apprehension, I discreetly texted a friend my location and the details of the encounter. The officer, seemingly unaware, continued his interrogation. Sensing danger, I calmly requested the presence of another officer or suggested driving to a nearby police station. The fake cop's facade wavered for a moment, but he insisted on proceeding with the roadside inspection. Just as tension reached its peak, a real police car pulled up behind us, its lights cutting through the darkness. Relief washed over me as genuine officers approached, questioning the imposter. The interloper, now exposed, attempted to flee, but the true law enforcement swiftly apprehended him. It turned out this was no isolated incident. A group of fake cops had been exploiting unsuspecting motorists for weeks. The genuine officers commended my cautious approach, emphasizing the importance of verifying the identity of law enforcement officers, especially in secluded areas. The fake cop had a record of impersonation, and my vigilance had contributed to putting an end to his deceptive spree. As I drove away from that unsettling encounter, the distant glow of civilization beckoning once more, I reflected on the thin line between safety and peril. The road may stretch endlessly, but the hazards that lurk in the guise of authority can be exposed by a discerning eye and a vigilant mind. In a world where illusions abound, trust your instincts, question irregularities, and may your journeys be free from the clutches of those who would exploit the night. For this story, I'm going to start by giving you some important information. I am deaf, but I have not always been. I lost my hearing due to a severe injury to the head, which involved the auditory nerve, leading to the result in my hearing loss. On my front door, I have a sign that says I am deaf, so I won't be able to hear knocks on the door or the doorbell, though I can still feel some vibrations from loud noises. So, it all started when I had to leave my old job because I lost my hearing. I was primarily answering phone calls. Life got tough, but I decided to move forward and get a fresh start. So I moved away from Tennessee to Florida. After looking at apartments and houses for a while, I found this house in a quiet neighborhood, which seemed like the perfect place to rebuild. First, I was a bit lonely, but I settled down pretty quickly. After living here for 4 months, my best friend wanted to come visit and see how I lived, and also wanted to go to Florida. When she arrived, we had planned to make dinner ourselves and just relax at home with a movie and board games. As we were catching up in the living room, she suddenly asked if I lived with a boyfriend or if I had upstairs neighbors. Since she lives in an apartment, she only has 1 floor, so I remember how proudly I told her that the whole house was mine. She then continued, saying that she was sure she heard noises upstairs, which was why she asked me. Was puzzled. My house was supposed to be empty, and I obviously hadn't heard anything unusual. Neither had I seen any signs of intrusion. I did remember one time, though, when I felt vibrations as if there was a loud noise, but I never thought anything of it. We continued with our conversation and dinner. After dinner, my friend had to use the bathroom. She excused herself and went upstairs. When she came back down, she said yet again that she could hear things from upstairs while she was in the bathroom. And since the bathroom was upstairs, she said the noises came from the attic. We decided to go upstairs. She gave me signals that she could still hear the sounds. She pointed at the attic hatch, and we decided to open it. We were hit with a cold gust of air and a terrible stench. To our shock, there was a makeshift living space up there, dirty blankets, a dirty mattress, and some clothes scattered around. As we pivoted our heads around, we saw a man sitting in his boxers in the corner. We screamed and closed the hatch as fast as we could. Couldn't believe my eyes. I'd been living in that house for months, completely unaware that someone else had been living right above me. We called the police while we ran out of the house and stood on the sidewalk, waiting for the police to arrive. The police arrived promptly, and as they questioned the man, he seemed harmless, just a desperate soul looking for a place to stay. It turns out he had been there for weeks, sneaking in when I was at work, eating my food, and using my facilities when I was out. He must have read the sign on my door and thought it was the perfect opportunity, as I couldn't hear him come and go. But for me, it was horror finding out someone was living with me without me knowing it. The man was escorted out, and I was left shaken and disturbed. Decided to move out immediately. The police assured me that they would keep an eye on things, but the damage was done. It was no longer a safe place for me, knowing that someone had been silently sharing my space for weeks. Recall this episode from when I was a kid. It was a rainy night, and lightning was striking every few minutes. The water drops tapped relentlessly on the windows, making the whole situation about being home alone more scary. I was only living with my mom, and she was often working late, so it was not unusual that I had to tuck myself in at night. Always turned most of the lights off because my mom told me it was unnecessary money to use on lights when I only was sitting in one room at a time. But this obviously just made the scenery more unsettling. I sat on the couch wrapped in a blanket, with the volume from the TV as loud as I could tolerate to think less about the thunder. The flickering lightning brightened up the room, which made me occasionally look outside to see if I could catch a glimpse of the lightning. At one point, when looking out the window, I saw a man standing outside the house on the street. I didn't think much of it, but when I just a few minutes later looked again, I saw him walking away. Stood at the window for a bit and kept looking and realized the man was walking up and down the street. I found it a bit odd because of the weather, and he didn't look like he was homeless, so I didn't get why he would just casually walk back and forth. At this point, I don't know if he had seen me looking at him, so I just went back to the TV. 10 minutes passed until out of nowhere, a deafening clap of thunder rattled the windows, causing me to jump off the couch in surprise. It sounded like it was right above our house. The sudden burst of fear I felt made me seek help and comfort, and without a second thought, I ran to my neighbor's house without even putting my shoes on. They knew my mom well, so I hoped I could stay with them till she came back. Pounded on their door while standing in the pouring rain, crying, but no one opened. Another big thunder echoed the streets, and I immediately ran back inside my house. I hid in a corner beside the couch, which was my safe space for when I was scared as a kid. A series of knocks echoed through the house. My heart skipped a beat, and I approached the front door without hesitation, thinking it must be my neighbors reacting from when I knocked on their door earlier. Swung the door open, but it wasn't them. In front of me stood the man who was walking up and down the street earlier. He was completely soaked and seemed harmless. He offered his help and said that he noticed me knocking on my neighbor's door. As my mom always has told me not to go home with strangers, I declined his offer politely, thinking the same rules applied for inviting them inside our house. I walked over to the window to keep an eye on the man. Luckily, he was walking away from the house. As the minutes stretched into an hour, the storm outside showed no signs of stopping. The rain and thunder were still going at it. I tried to distract myself watching TV from my safe space, but that's when I heard footsteps from outside. Thinking it was my mom, I ran to the window but couldn't see anyone outside at all, which led me to believe I must have heard wrong. Panic started to set in when I saw a silhouette at the back door through the rain-streaked window. attempting to open the door. Thought to myself that it had to be the man from earlier, since my mom would have used the front door and would have a key to open the doors. Either way, I dialed my mom's number. She told me to call the police and that she would come back home immediately. I got back to my corner and called the police. Just sat there waiting for something to happen. Finally, my mom arrived, shortly followed by the police. The man wasn't found, and when our neighbors heard about the story, they were sad that they weren't home that day. When I was 14, I had to babysit my cousin around 9:00 p.m. This particular day, I found myself at my cousin's house in charge of babysitting for the night. My mom and aunt were out shopping, and my dad and uncle were at the movie theater. So we passed time by doing what cousins mostly do, which involved some games and play fighting. Everything was fine until I started feeling an odd sensation after seeing a man outside. My cousin and I started watching TV, but the strange feeling persisted, prompting me to get up and lock the doors. Few moments later, a chill ran down my spine as I noticed a disheveled-looking man outside, peering through the window and fixating on my cousin. My protective instincts kicked in, but I kept my composure as well as I could. I pretended not to see the man and casually suggested to my cousin that it was bedtime, since our parents would be back soon and he had to sleep before they came home. Took my cousin upstairs, tucked him into bed, all the while aware that there was a man outside with questionable intentions. Despite being only 14 and weighing around 125 pounds and standing at 5'8", my athleticism from playing football instilled a sense of confidence. Went back downstairs and entered the kitchen to grab a meat tenderizing hammer for protection. When I returned to the window where I had spotted the man, he was gone. This made me, of course, concerned, but I checked and secured the front door. Both the deadbolt and the knob were firmly locked. Then returned upstairs with my meat tenderizing hammer that was now my weapon. I positioned myself in front of my cousin's door, telling him not to worry and to stay low. I called the police and then my dad and uncle. They told me I had done a great job and they would get home as quickly as they could. With the authorities and family members still some time away, the tranquility shattered as I heard a window break and the heavy footsteps of an intruder on the main floor. Gripping the meat tenderizer tightly, I could sense the fear coursing through me. My heart was beating rapidly. The man roamed all the rooms downstairs. I just held my ground and waited inside the room with my cousin, laying under the sheets in the bed, ready for whatever came next. After what felt like an eternity, the heavy footsteps started ascending the stairs. My cousin's room was not more than 10 feet away from the top of the staircase. The intruder rifled through my aunt and uncle's room, and then the bathroom before he retraced his steps downstairs and opened the door to the basement. 15 minutes later, the police arrived, storming into the house. It turned out that the intruder had escaped from a mental hospital from one city away. I still get chills down my spine every time I think back to that fateful vacation. It was supposed to be a dream getaway, a week of sun, sand, and relaxation. Little did I know it would turn into the worst nightmare of my life. It all started with a burst of excitement and anticipation as my friends and I landed in the beautiful island of Bali. The palm-fringed beaches, crystal clear waters, and vibrant culture were enough to make anyone forget about their troubles. We were booked into a luxurious resort, complete with private villas and our own infinity pool overlooking the ocean. It was paradise. We spent the first few days lounging by the pool, basking in the warm sun and sipping on colorful cocktails. But as the days went by, strange things started happening. My friends and I would always wake up to find our villa in disarray, with items moved around and our belongings missing. At first, we brushed it off as housekeeping mistakes, but it kept happening. One night, we decided to go out and explore the nightlife in Bali. We stumbled upon a local bar that was buzzing with people, and we joined in on the fun. The music was loud, the drinks were flowing, and we were having the time of our lives. But as the night went on, I noticed a man staring at me from across the room. He was dressed in all black, with a cold, eerie stare that made me feel uneasy. I quickly brushed it off and continued to enjoy the night. But the next morning, things took a turn for the worst. My friend Sarah woke up screaming, her face covered in scratches and bruises. She claimed to have seen the same man from the bar standing over her while she slept. We were all terrified, but we tried to rationalize it by saying it was just a nightmare. However, that night, the same thing happened to another friend, and then another. We knew something was wrong, and we tried to leave the resort, but every time we tried to book a flight, it would mysteriously get canceled. We were stuck in Bali with no way out and no idea what was happening to us. The resort staff seemed to have no knowledge of any of the incidents, and they brushed it off as us being paranoid. But things took a sinister turn when one of my friends went missing. We searched everywhere, but she was nowhere to be found. We contacted the authorities, but they were no help. They told us that there were no records of her even being on the island, even though she was with us the entire time. We were terrified and knew that we were in serious danger. The following night, we barricaded ourselves in our villa with weapons we had found and waited for something to happen. Sure enough, in the darkest hours of the night, we could hear footsteps outside our door. We were petrified and remained silent, not wanting to alert whoever or whatever was lurking outside. But then we heard a loud banging on the door, and we knew we had to act fast. We managed to escape through the back door and into the forest, with only the clothes on our backs. We ran for what felt like hours until we were sure we were far enough from the resort. Only then did we stop to catch our breath. As we sat by a pond, trying to figure out our next move, we found a local villager who was willing to help us. He explained that the resort we were staying at was built over an ancient burial ground, and the spirits of the dead were not resting peacefully. They were angry and were wreaking havoc on anyone who disturbed them. We were horrified but relieved to finally have an explanation. We followed the kind villager to a nearby temple where a ceremony was being held to appease the spirits. We were told to stay there for the night to ensure our safety. The next morning, we returned to the resort with the villager to collect our belongings. But to our shock, the resort was gone. It had vanished, leaving no trace behind. The only thing remaining was an old, abandoned temple that we were warned never to step foot in. We left the island with our hearts racing and a newfound appreciation for the supernatural. That vacation may have started as a dream getaway, but it turned into a nightmare that we would never forget. To this day, I always think twice before booking a vacation and make sure to research the history of the place I'm staying. You never know what secrets may be lurking in paradise. I never thought my dream vacation would turn into a nightmare. My friends and I had been planning this trip to a remote island in the Caribbean for months. We had heard about its crystal blue waters, white sandy beaches, and luxurious resorts. It was the perfect destination for a relaxing and fun-filled vacation away from the chaos of our busy lives. We arrived at the island and were immediately taken aback by its scenic beauty. It was like a piece of paradise on earth. We checked into our resort, a beautiful bungalow facing the ocean. The room was spacious and had all the amenities we could ask for. It was everything we had hoped for and more. The first few days were filled with sunbathing, swimming, and indulging in all sorts of water sports. We explored the island, went sightseeing, and even tried some local cuisine. It was a dream come true, and we couldn't have been happier. But on the fourth day, things took an unexpected turn. We decided to go scuba diving, something we had all been looking forward to. As we descended into the deep blue waters, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The water seemed eerily calm and quiet, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was watching us. As we swam deeper, we stumbled upon an old abandoned shipwreck. My friends were excited to explore it, but I hesitated. Something about the ship gave me a chilling feeling, like we were not supposed to be there. But I didn't want to be the party pooper, so I followed along. As soon as we entered the ship, we were hit with a strong smell of decay. It was like the ship was hiding some dark secrets. We found some old artifacts and decided to take them back with us as souvenirs. That's when things started to go wrong. On our way back to the surface, my best friend suddenly started to panic. She was frantically pointing towards something behind me. I turned around to see what it was, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at her, she was gone. I panicked and started searching for her, but she was nowhere to be found. I signaled to my other friends to surface, and we all searched for her with our diving gear on. After what felt like an eternity, we found her laying motionless on the ocean floor, her eyes wide open in terror. We quickly brought her to the surface and tried to revive her, but she wouldn't wake up. We called for help, and she was airlifted to a nearby hospital. The doctors couldn't explain what had happened to her. She was in a coma, and they were unable to wake her up. We were all terrified and decided to cut our vacation short and go back home. We were all shaken by what had happened, and we couldn't shake off the feeling that something was not right about that shipwreck. As we packed our bags, we noticed that the artifacts we had taken from the ship had strange writings on them. We didn't pay much attention to them until we got back home. A few days after our return home, strange things started to happen. We would hear noises in our house, see shadows moving, and experience a feeling of being watched. It was like something had followed us back from the island. I couldn't help but think that this was all because of those artifacts we had taken from the ship. Things only got worse when my best friend finally woke up from her coma. She was traumatized and kept muttering about a dark figure she had seen in the ship. She said it had followed her back and was now haunting her. We were all scared, but we didn't know what to do. One night, we received a package in the mail. It was from the island. Inside was a letter written in the same strange language as the artifacts, and a picture of us diving into the ship. The letter warned us to return the artifacts and never speak of what had happened. The sender claimed to be a shaman from the island, and he had put a curse on us for disturbing the ancient artifacts. We were terrified and didn't know what to do. We decided to follow the instructions and return the artifacts to the island. Miraculously, all the strange occurrences stopped, and my best friend made a full recovery. Looking back, I still get goosebumps thinking about that vacation. It was supposed to be a dream come true, but it turned out to be a nightmare. I learned my lesson to never take things that don't belong to me, especially from a place that has a mysterious aura. That vacation will forever be etched in my memory as a vacation horror story. It was supposed to be the perfect vacation, a week of relaxation and adventure in the beautiful mountains of Colorado. My friends and I had been planning this trip for months, counting down the days until we could escape our mundane lives and immerse ourselves in the great outdoors. Little did we know, this trip would turn into a nightmare that would haunt us for the rest of our lives. We arrived at our rented cabin on a sunny afternoon, greeted by the breathtaking views of the mountains. The cabin was cozy and rustic, just as we had hoped. We spent the first couple of days hiking, fishing, and enjoying the fresh mountain air. But on the third day, things took a dark turn. It started with strange noises coming from the woods at night. We brushed it off as just some wild animals and didn't think much of it. But then, we woke up to find our belongings scattered outside the cabin. We thought it was just a prank from one of our friends, but when we checked the security camera footage, we were horrified. The footage showed a figure lurking around our cabin in the dead of night, looking in through the windows and trying to open the door. We were all terrified, but we tried to convince ourselves that it was just some crazy person and that we were safe inside the cabin. But as the night went on, we couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. The next morning, we decided to go on a hike to take our minds off the creepy events of the previous night. But as we were walking on a narrow trail, we heard a loud growling noise coming from the bushes. We froze, and that's when we saw it. A large black bear was staring right at us, its eyes filled with hunger and aggression. We slowly backed away, trying not to make any sudden movements, but the bear started to charge at us. We ran for our lives, barely making it back to the safety of the cabin. After that terrifying encounter, we were on edge. We couldn't enjoy any of our activities, constantly looking over our shoulders and feeling like we were being watched. And then, on the 5th day, things took a turn for the worse. We woke up to find one of our friends missing. We searched the entire cabin, but he was nowhere to be found. We then remembered the strange figure we saw on the security footage, and we knew something was seriously wrong. We immediately called the police, and a search party was organized. We searched the woods for hours, calling out our friend's name, but there was no sign of him. As the sun started to set, we heard a faint cry for help coming from deep in the woods. We followed the voice and eventually found our friend, injured and terrified. He told us that he had been attacked by someone in the woods and managed to escape. We were all relieved and confused. Who could have done this to him? The police arrived, and we told them everything that had happened since we arrived at the cabin. They searched the area, but they found no evidence of anyone else being in the woods besides us. They told us that it was probably just a bear that had attacked our friend, but we all knew that wasn't the case. We had all seen the security footage, and we knew that there was someone else out there. We decided to cut our trip short and leave the cabin immediately. We packed our things and got ready to leave, but as we were loading our car, we saw him. The same figure from the security footage was standing at the edge of the woods, watching us. We froze, and he slowly started to walk towards us. We quickly got into the car and drove off, not looking back until we were miles away from that cursed cabin. To this day, we still can't explain what happened during that vacation. We never received any answers from the police, and we never went back to that cabin. It's a memory that still sends shivers down our spines. We all have our theories, but one thing is for sure, that vacation was the most terrifying experience of our lives. It's a horror story that we will never forget. My name is David, and I'm 39 years old. It was my first day working as a security guard for Walmart. As I walked through the large automatic doors, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and nervousness. The store was bustling with people, and I could already feel the heat of the fluorescent lights bearing down on me. I made my way to the security office, where I would be stationed for the majority of my shift. My supervisor, Mr. Johnson, greeted me with a handshake and a stern look. "Welcome aboard, son," he said in a deep voice. "I hope you're ready for a long night." I nodded, trying to look confident even though I was feeling anxious. Mr. Johnson proceeded to give me a tour of the store, showing me the routine checks and procedures I would be in charge of as the security guard. I was assigned to patrol the store from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., the graveyard shift. Most of my duties included checking the CCTV footage, walking the aisles, and keeping an eye out for any suspicious behavior. The night started off uneventful, and I began to relax a bit, thinking this job wasn't so bad after all. However, as the hours passed and the store became quieter, I started to feel a strange presence around me. I brushed it off as my imagination playing tricks on me, but the feeling only grew stronger. I decided to do a routine check of the CCTV footage, and as I scanned through the screens, something caught my eye. In one of the cameras, I saw a figure walking through the store. It was a tall and dark figure with glowing red eyes. My heart started racing, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I quickly ran to the spot where the figure had been, but there was no one there. Trying to calm myself, I convinced myself that it was just a glitch in the system. But as the night went on, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I turned my back, I felt like someone was standing behind me, breathing down my neck. At around midnight, I heard a loud noise coming from the back of the store. I cautiously made my way to investigate, and as I turned the corner, I came face to face with a group of teenagers. They were laughing and joking around, holding cans of spray paint in their hands. "What are you kids doing in here?" I asked, trying to sound stern. "We were just having some fun, man," one of the boys replied, giggling. I was relieved that it was just a group of mischievous teenagers, but I still had to report them and ask them to leave the store. As they walked away, I couldn't help but notice the eerie feeling that had returned. I shook it off and continued with my patrol. As I made my way to the toy aisle, I froze in my tracks. All the toys were moving on the shelves, as if they were being played with by invisible hands. My heart was pounding in my chest as I watched in terror. I quickly took out my flashlight and shined it around the area, but there was no one there. I was now convinced that this store was haunted. I remembered hearing rumors about a young girl who had died in a tragic accident in the store years ago. Some say she still wanders the aisles at night, looking for her lost doll. My mind was racing with thoughts, and I started to feel a cold chill run through my body. Suddenly, I heard a voice whisper my name. I turned around and saw the same tall and dark figure I had seen on the CCTV footage. It was now standing right in front of me. I screamed and ran back to the security office, locking the door behind me. I could hear the figure banging on the door and whispering my name over and over again. I was in a state of panic and didn't know what to do. Just as I was about to call Mr. Johnson for help, the banging stopped and everything went silent. I sat in the office for what felt like hours, too afraid to move or even breathe. As the sun began to rise and the morning shift employees started to arrive, I slowly opened the door. There was no one there, and everything seemed back to normal. I tried to explain what had happened to Mr. Johnson, but he just laughed and told me that I was probably just tired from my first night on the job. But I know what I saw and experienced that night, and I vowed to never work another graveyard shift at Walmart again. To this day, I still get chills whenever I pass by that store, and I can't help but wonder if the ghost of the young girl still haunts the aisles at night. From that day on, I make sure to always have a flashlight handy and to never let my guard down, especially on the first day of work. It was my first night as a night guard at the old abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. I had heard rumors about strange occurrences happening there, but I didn't believe in ghosts or hauntings. I was just grateful for the extra money and the quiet night shift. Little did I know, I was in for the scariest night of my life. I arrived at the warehouse just before sunset. The building was massive and had a gloomy aura around it. The windows were shattered, and the walls were covered in graffiti. As I walked through the front entrance, a sense of uneasiness washed over me. I tried to brush it off and headed to the security office to start my shift. For the first few hours, everything was quiet and normal. I made my rounds, checking every corner and hallway, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. As I sat in the security office, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from outside. I dismissed it as a stray cat and went back to my paperwork, but the scratching continued, and it was getting louder. I decided to investigate and grabbed my flashlight. As I made my way outside, the scratching sound grew closer. I followed it to the back of the warehouse where I found a broken window. I shined my flashlight inside and saw a pair of glowing eyes staring back at me. My heart raced as I realized it was a stray dog. I tried to shoo it away, but it wouldn't budge. It just kept staring at me with those piercing eyes. I grabbed a rock and threw it towards the dog, hoping to scare it away. But instead of running, the dog growled and lunged towards me. I stumbled backward and fell, dropping my flashlight in the process. In the darkness, I could see the dog circling me, barking and growling. I could feel its hot breath on my face, and in that moment, I was convinced I was going to die. I closed my eyes and waited for the inevitable attack, but it never came. When I opened my eyes, the dog was gone. My body was trembling with fear as I scrambled to my feet and ran back to the security office. I locked the door behind me and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm myself down. However, my relief was short-lived as I heard a loud banging on the door. I turned around to see that the dog had followed me inside and was now furiously scratching and trying to get in. I ran towards the phone to call for help, but it was dead. The security cameras also went out at that moment. I felt completely trapped and alone with this ferocious dog. As I looked around for something to defend myself, I noticed that all of the electronic lock systems for the doors and windows had also malfunctioned. I was completely vulnerable. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I heard strange whispers coming from the other side of the door. It sounded like multiple voices, all whispering in unison. It sent chills down my spine. The dog suddenly stopped scratching and started howling towards the door. I was frozen in fear, not knowing what to do. The whispers grew louder, and I could make out some words. They were saying, "Let us in, and we're watching you." My heart was pounding out of my chest, and I could feel a cold sweat forming on my forehead. I was convinced that something evil was trying to get in, and I didn't know how much longer I could hold out. Suddenly, the phone rang and I jumped in surprise. It was my manager, asking if everything was okay. I told him about the dog and the strange occurrences. He laughed it off and told me it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. He said he would send security over to handle the situation. Sure enough, within minutes there was a knock on the door. I cautiously opened it to find my manager and 2 security guards standing outside. They searched the building and found no trace of the dog or any other living being. The security cameras were also back online and showed no signs of any disturbances. I quit my job that night and never looked back. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened that night at the abandoned warehouse. But one thing is for sure, I will never forget the fear and terror that consumed me during those dark and eerie hours. From that moment on, I became a firm believer in the unknown and the unexplainable. I never thought I would end up working as a night guard at Costco. But times were tough, and I needed the money to support my family. Little did I know, that decision would lead me to experience a horror beyond my wildest nightmares. As a night guard, my duties were simple: walk the aisles, check for any potential hazards, and make sure the store was locked up tight. The first few nights were uneventful, and I started to settle into my routine. But one night, everything changed. It was around midnight when I heard a strange noise coming from the back of the store. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way towards the source of the sound. As I made my way through the dark aisles, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched. When I reached the back of the store, I saw that one of the freezers was open. I could feel the chill from inside seeping out, and I cautiously approached the freezer. To my surprise, I found nothing except for a broken jar of pickles. I shrugged it off as just a malfunction and began to clean up the mess. But as I reached for the last piece of glass, I felt a cold, bony hand touch mine. I jumped back, dropping the glass, and turned around to find no one there. I chalked it up to my imagination playing tricks on me and went back to my patrol. As the night went on, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. Every corner I turned, I would find a piece of broken glass or scattered food. It was as if someone or something was purposely making a mess, My unease turned into terror when I heard an otherworldly laughter echoing through the store. I followed the sound, and it led me to the employee break room. I slowly pushed open the door, and what I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. A figure, dressed in a dark cloak, was standing in the center of the room. Its face was hidden in the shadows, but I could sense its piercing gaze on me. I tried to make a run for it, but my legs wouldn't move. It was as if I was paralyzed by fear. The figure started to move closer to me, and I could see its glowing red eyes. I wanted to scream, but my voice was caught in my throat. As it reached out to touch me, a bright light flooded the room, and the figure disappeared. I turned around to see my coworker, Jake, standing behind me, holding a flashlight. He explained to me that he had been stockpiling merchandise, planning to resell them for a higher price. But his plans changed when he found something else in the store, a book of dark magic. Jake had been using the spells from the book to summon spirits and entities to do his bidding, but he didn't anticipate the consequences of his actions. The spirits he summoned were not ones to be trifled with, and now they had set their sights on me. Over the next few nights, my encounters with the supernatural only intensified. I would see shadows moving in the corner of my eye, hear whispers in my ear, and feel invisible hands touching me. Jake had disappeared, leaving behind only his belongings and the cursed book. I knew I had to get rid of the book if I wanted to be free of the spirit's grasp. I searched the store, and finally, I found the book in the break room. I gathered all my courage and burned the book, hoping it would rid me of the horror I was facing. But it was not that simple. The spirits were not going to let me go that easily. They continued to haunt me, and I could feel their presence wherever I went. In the end, I had to quit my job and move away to escape their clutches. Working as a night guard at Costco turned out to be the most terrifying experience of my life. I learned the hard way that some things should not be disturbed, and dark magic should never be played with. To this day, I can't enter a Costco without being reminded of the horrors that lurk in the night. It seems like a long time ago when school ended. However, the knot in my gut is still there, just as it was yesterday. It was meant to be a grand celebration marking the conclusion of yet another academic year filled with exams and lectures. However, because to man, things took a bad turn. With the intense light, everyone was giddy with anticipation. Now that summer vacation had arrived, we were all eager to party. However, we had no idea that something evil was hiding beneath the surface. I recall hearing tales about the school being involved in some dubious activities, whispered in the hallways. I dismissed it as gossip at first, but then things started to get strange. There were suspicious-looking guys standing guard at the school gates, seemingly keeping an eye on things, and teachers were behaving strangely, disappearing into their offices for extended periods of time. I attempted to discuss it with my pals, but they dismissed me with a laugh, calling me paranoid. However, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that something was really wrong. So late one night, I began conducting my own research. I sneaked into the school with the intention of learning the truth, and let me just say that what I discovered really chilled me. There was this improvised lab, tucked away in the basement, with all kinds of equipment I didn't recognize. You could name it. There were crates upon crates of drugs in the corner, including cocaine and heroin. Unable to believe what I saw, right beneath our noses, our school, where we were meant to feel protected, was operating a full-fledged narcotics operation. I felt I needed to take action, but I was unsure of who to ask. Who, after all, would trust a high school student with such an outrageous tale? However, things then took a much darker turn. Students began to evaporate one by one, evaporating into thin air and leaving no trace behind. We knew deep down that the truth was much worse than what we initially believed, that they had simply skipped town or something. When I tried to alert the police, they dismissed me, claiming there wasn't enough evidence. However, I wasn't going to give up that easily. I continued my investigation, pursuing leads and compiling any evidence I could. However, the further I ventured, the greater the peril I encountered. I saw them one night while I was breaking into the school and watching some men in masks putting pupils like animals into vans. When I attempted to step in, they overpowered me and dragged me while yelling and kicking. The next thing I knew, I was strapped to a chair in a pitch-black room and having a sack placed over my head. All around me, I could hear whispers of people deciding what to do next. I was imprisoned and subjected to torture for days in exchange for false information. But I was desperate to expose their warped scheme, so I remained unbreakable. And then, when I had given up hope completely, the cavalry showed up. With their rifles blazing, the police stormed the premises, scattering the masked guys like cockroaches. However, for 10 of my classmates who had vanished without a trace due to the school's dark secret, it was too late. One thing was certain as I left that horror hole for the last time. I'll devote the rest of my life to ensuring that the world is aware of the truth about what actually transpired at that school, because some secrets are worth protecting at all costs. I still get chills when I think of that final day of school. It was all meant to be a celebration of waving farewell and the start of a new school year filled with assignments and homework. However, what happened? I still get shivers from it. With the summer break about to begin, everyone was giddy with anticipation under the scorching sun. My friends and I were planning all the amazing things we were going to do when we heard some rumors. There are rumors that a hidden club is in charge of the school. I shrugged it off at first. Secret organizations in our school, that is. But then strange things began to happen. There were enigmatic after-hours discussions going on, and teachers were behaving quite reticent. I tried asking around, but it seemed like people were afraid to bring it up. That's when I realized something wasn't quite right. I proceeded as any inquisitive adolescent would. I got to work prying. I sneaked into the school late one night in the hopes of learning the truth. Allow me to share my findings with you. I still have nightmares about it. I found this hidden area in the basement that was full of strange relics and symbols of all kinds, and these shrouded creatures were chanting in a language I couldn't comprehend in the thick of it all. I attempted to disappear without being detected, but I must have made a sound since I suddenly find myself being pursued. My heart was racing as I sprinted for my life, and I didn't stop until I was outdoors. However, the horror did not stop there. In the days that followed, odd things began to happen. Children were going missing one after another, and nobody seemed to be concerned. It appeared as though they had vanished from the world. My pals believed I was crazy when I tried to tell them what I'd witnessed. They advised that I should stop watching scary movies since I was merely paranoid. But I was not going to let go of the truth, because I knew it. I continued my investigation in an effort to obtain proof that the secret society was what it claimed to be. However, the further I dug, the more peril I discovered. It seemed as though they were observing every action I took, anticipating the ideal opportunity to act. And then it occurred one evening. I sensed that someone or something was following me as I made my way home from a friend's place. I made an effort to ignore them, but they persisted. One of the shrouded individuals from the basement confronted me as I approached the corner. Knife gleaming in the moonlight, they lunged at me before I could respond. As much as I tried to fight back, they were too powerful. The sword tore through my skin, causing a burning ache in my side. Subsequently, everything turned dark. After witnessing and experiencing so much, I woke up in the hospital, grateful to still be alive but permanently damaged. I may have been silenced by the hidden society, but the truth will never be hushed. Furthermore, I can't help but wonder how many other students were duped by their devious tactics when I reflect on the last day of class. I still get chills when I think of that final day of school. It was all meant to be about liberation and commemorating the end of yet another torturous year. Classes, that is. However, what took place? It like something from a bad dream. Everyone was excited to spend a few months outside the school gates, and the heat was scorching. As my friends and I were organizing our summer plans, strange things started to happen. Teachers were whispering to each other in the hallways, looking around nervously as if they were hiding something. What about the principal? He was, in fact, acting even more strangely than normal. He would spend hours upon hours disappearing into his office, and he had this crazy expression in his eyes when he finally emerged. I didn't give it much thought at first. I mean, aren't adults strange? However, there were later persistent suspicions that the school was engaged in a covert scientific experiment. At first, I laughed it off, but as I listened more, it began to make more sense. Why else would the principal and teachers be behaving in such a sleazy manner? As an inquisitive adolescent, I made the decision to look into it more. I sneaked into the school late one night in the hopes of learning the truth. Allow me to share my findings with you. It resembled something from a science fiction film. This lab, tucked away in the basement, was full of oddball devices and gadgets. And at the center of it all were these liquid-filled tanks that appeared to be holding human bodies. Unable to believe what I saw. Right under our noses, our school, where we spent our days studying mathematics and history, was conducting some sort of bizarre science experiment. However, things were going to get really crazy. I heard noises coming from down the corridor as I tiptoed out of the lab. I observed the principal and many instructors huddled together, whispering to each other as I peered around the corner. At that point, I heard it. They intended to use the student body to obtain the additional test participants they required. I felt I needed to take action, but I was unsure of who to ask. A high school student with such an outrageous story, who would believe it? But then it did occur the following day. Students began to vanish without a trace, going missing one after the other. Everyone initially assumed they had simply left town or something, but we all understood the truth in our hearts. Students were being abducted by the principal and teachers for their bizarre experiments. When I tried to tell the police, they dismissed me with a remark that I was only using my imagination. However, I wasn't going to give up that easily. I persisted in my investigation, looking for proof to reveal the reality. However, the further I ventured, the greater the peril I encountered. I ran into the principal and his friends in the lab one evening while I was bugging around the school. After catching me red-handed, they hauled me into a dimly lit room and locked the door. I was imprisoned and tormented for days without knowing anything, but I wouldn't give up since I was determined to expose their heinous experiment. And then, when I had given up hope completely, the cavalry showed up. With their weapons blazing, the police rushed the building, arresting the principal and his friends. However, for 25 of my classmates, it was already too late, vanished into thin air victims of the mad experiment conducted by the principal. One thing was certain to me as I left that school for the last time. I'll devote the rest of my life to ensuring that the world is aware of the truth about what actually transpired at that school, because certain secrets are worth protecting at all costs. I've been working the night shift at a gas station for the last 3 years. I've had my share of strange experiences over the years, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened one chilly night. Things took an unsettling turn that I could not have predicted at around 2 in the morning. The atmosphere around me felt familiar while I worked at the station. My late-night shift was usually accompanied by the low hum of the refrigerator, the humming of the fluorescent lights, and the occasional rumbling of a passing automobile. These calm, alone hours of the night had grown accustomed to me, even though they occasionally made me feel uneasy. But this was not like any other night. An individual and a lady came into the shop. I could smell the distinct smell of alcohol on them as soon as they walked in. It was hard to ignore the way the booze seemed to have permeated every part of them. They headed straight for the alcohol department, where a wide assortment of beers and spirits were displayed on the shelves. I was watching them from behind the counter when I noticed something strange. The woman's face was filled with apprehension. She looked anxious and uneasy. However, there was an unearthly serenity about the man that made me uneasy. I couldn't get rid of the uneasy feeling I had about the circumstances. I learned to see the telltale symptoms of anguish in a woman's conduct from growing up in a home where my father was abusive to my mother. And the woman in front of me was all too plainly exhibiting those signs. She avoided making eye contact at all costs as her eyes raced throughout the store. She appeared to be stuck and in a desperate attempt to escape something or someone. I kept watching them, my worry growing as they perused the racks. I heard the woman's voice suddenly, telling me she had to go to the restroom. Though it was a straightforward request, what transpired next gave me the chills. The man had a complete change of attitude. He went from his unsettling tranquility to becoming agitated. His voice became louder, almost panicky, as he angrily turned down her plea. There was an unavoidable air of urgency in his statements. I felt conflicted. There was a part of me that wanted to step in, help the distraught woman. However, a part of me refrained, fearing that things might worsen and put her in much greater danger. The man regained his control as they got closer to the counter and requested a pack of cigarettes. I tried my best to hide my worry and treated him like any other client, even though I realized there was a serious problem when they eventually left the store. I felt a great sense of relief. My gut told me that since this was not a typical occurrence, I needed to take action. I grabbed the phone to call the cops. As I described the two people and their direction of travel, my voice remained steady. After around 15 minutes, a policeman showed up at the petrol station. He paid close attention as I related the events of the evening, including the couple's entry, their peculiar actions, and the growing tension. He gave me the reassurance that they were following the man's automobile and that they were treating the case seriously. Even while the uneasiness persisted, his presence provided comfort. The officer departed after our chat, and I carried on working the remainder of my shift. I was relieved yet tired at the same time as the sun started to rise. I couldn't wait to get home and finally get some sleep. I flipped on the TV the next day, expecting for some sort of resolution to the disturbing events of the night before. I was stopped in my tracks by what I witnessed. The image of the individual appeared on television, a mugshot verifying that he had been taken into custody. However, it was the background of an image that gave me a fresh feeling of dread. It had been 6 long months since the woman I'd seen with him went missing. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together when the news broadcast indicated that she was from a different state. The situation was horrifying, even though the man had been taken into custody because of the events that followed. The woman has endured unspeakable evil and abuse. Their revelation struck me like a ton of bricks, and I was overcome with intense sadness for what she must have gone through. I experienced mixed emotions as the news report went on. Relief that she had been discovered alive, rage at the man who had caused her pain, and a nagging feeling of dread at having been so close to a very unsettling situation. When I thought back on that evening, I couldn't help but feel appreciative that I had acted on my gut. Although it would have been easy to ignore the woman's poor circumstances, what happened that night served as a wake-up call. Unexpected things happen in life, and sometimes being watchful and kind can make all the difference. Last year, I was just 20 years old and working the night shift at a gas station. My name is Emily, and for that reason, I gave up. I'm still afraid of the words on that note. It was just another Sunday night, nothing unusual about it. It was almost midnight, and the haze outside gave the whole scene an unsettling appearance. You know, there weren't many customers at the gas station back then, and it was typically as silent as a library. In an attempt to stay awake, I kept myself busy by browsing through TikTok on my phone. The door creaks opened then, as if from nowhere. This guy steps in. Although he appeared normal, there was something about his gaze that made me shiver. He looked at some chips and walked about the store, but he made no purchases. Things start to feel strange when he saunters up to the counter. He requests to use the restroom. That wouldn't ordinarily be a big deal, but there's just something not quite right about him. He turns to face the left when I tell him that's where it is. Thinking it's simply another late-night pit stop, I return to my phone. However, the clock is running out, and this person isn't coming out. After 10 minutes, I'm beginning to feel uncomfortable. What on earth is he doing in there? I ask, is everything all right? Not a response. With my heart pounding, I go to the restroom to see how he's doing. Outside, the wind is roaring, and all I can think is, something's changing this evening. I yelled out once more, but nobody answered. I'm at a loss for what to do back at the counter. Then there's this sound, a thud coming from outside, and footsteps immediately afterwards. I'm terrified now. However, I convince myself that it's only an animal or the wind. This guy is still in the restroom as the minutes tick by. I'm caught between fearing for my safety and worried about his. When I turn to look for the key, I'm almost ready to grab it and open the door. There in the small window is his face. When I scream, he just stands there, beaming his terrible smile. Those unsettling eyes were on me. I slide down behind the counter and press the door lock button. My heart is racing so quickly that breathing is difficult. My voice faltering, I contact 911 and tell them what's going on. Subsequently, I perceive the sound of the restroom door opening and grumbling. My entire body feels icy, and I crouch, terrified beyond comprehension. I'm trying my hardest not to cry as I hear footsteps approaching. However, the man appears to be standing close to the counter because his footsteps halt, and there's a knock on the door. I'm in shock at my luck, unknowingly frightening away whatever nightmare was pursuing me. A different client saved the day for me. After approximately 5 minutes, the dispatcher informs me the police are here and that I could unlock the doors, but I'm too scared to move. I complete it as quickly as I can, feeling a wave of relief flood over me. The police search the area, me and every crevice, but they come up empty-handed. The man must have entered and exited through the bathroom window. A brief letter with the words, "See you soon," was discovered on the floor when the police rechecked the bedroom. I'm not sure what this dude was up to, but it felt like a stone was placed in my gut. I accept the police's offer of a ride home without hesitation. I'm over that location. They pledged to search for the individual as hard as they could. I know in my heart, though, that there is only so much they can do. I left that job the next day. I never went back inside the gas station. Regarding the man, well, he just kind of disappeared. I'll never get over the gut feeling I had after the entire affair. A persistent reminder that sometimes, the real world can be even scary than ghost stories. It's possible to feel rather alone and nervous when working the night shift at a gas station. Allow me to tell you about a night that I can still clearly recall. The moon appeared to be hiding due to the extreme darkness outside. I felt alone in the world because of how silent the light was. I merely made an effort to be occupied and passed the time till my shift was over without experiencing any unusual events. The only things in the area were the dazzling lights overhead, and the hours felt endless. I filled the shelves, wiped down the countertops, and looked over the surveillance cameras. Anything to distract me from the strange feeling that is beginning to seep in. However, something unexpected happened out of the blue. 2 people entered the gas station at midnight. They moved erratically and had an untidy appearance. It was unsettling for me to even look at them. Things didn't feel right. These 2 were obviously not in their usual states. They appeared as though they had overindulged in booze or taken something potent. Their speech was difficult to comprehend, and they walked unevenly. My heart began to accelerate as soon as they entered the soda section. The tension seemed to be increasing as their shouts grew louder and louder. Silently, I listened to their conversation. They sounded as though they were having a disagreement. Things were obviously getting out of control, which is why I began to feel nervous. They gave off the impression that they might act erratically at any moment. Though I knew I needed to exercise caution, I couldn't get rid of the uneasy sense that something negative was about to occur. The air was getting heavier and heavier, like there was going to be a storm. I had the impression that nothing could stop the horrible thing from happening, and I was just waiting for it to happen. Suddenly, one of the guys got up and approached the counter where I was standing, ending their argument. The closer he got, the faster my heart raced. His eyes were a deep scarlet as he gazed at me. He requested for cigarettes, and I did my best to remain cool, even though I was afraid inside. After the other guy vanished, the room became silent. The entire place seemed to be holding its breath. The other guys started to run toward us as I was ready to give the guy the cigarettes. It was as though every bit of tension in the air burst at once. Things became so chaotic that time seemed to slow down. There were booming sounds, yelling, and objects falling to the floor. As time passed, it became more difficult to interpret the events. The store reverberated with loud bangs that sounded like something hitting hard. I felt as though they were beating me in the chest when I heard 5 or 6 bangs. The sound was frightful, and it made me feel so little. I was waking up in an ambulance the next moment. I was terribly puzzled, and my head felt so bad. I could hear people, and the lights were brilliant, but it took me some time to figure out what was going on. I gradually began to comprehend what had transpired. I had been shot once in the chest and had gone unconscious. The cigarette vendor had suffered severe injuries. He was hit by bullets and did not survive. It was difficult to accept that such a thing could occur so quickly. I'll never forget that evening. I think about that memory a lot since it's one that has stuck with me. It serves as a reminder that danger can strike at any time and alter everything. Although I wish I could have stopped it, what happened cannot be undone. Looking back, I wish my experience could teach others anything. I hope they take caution in their own lives and stay out of harm's way. Because life is fleeting, we must make wise decisions to keep ourselves safe. I had always been a night owl, and my love for working out was no exception. So when my local gym announced they were extending their hours to accommodate late-night fitness enthusiasts like myself, I was thrilled. I couldn't wait to try it out and see what it was like to have the entire gym to myself. It was a Friday night, and I had just finished my shift at the office. I quickly changed into my workout attire and made my way to the gym. As I stepped inside, the atmosphere was different. The lights were dim, the music was off, and the only sound was the faint humming of the treadmills. I smiled to myself, feeling a sense of excitement at the thought of having the gym all to myself. I started my workout with some stretches and then headed over to the weightlifting section. As I was doing some bicep curls, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched. I turned my head in all directions, but there was no one else in the gym. I brushed it off as my imagination and continued with my workout. As I moved on to the squat rack, I noticed something odd. The mirrors that lined the walls were slightly foggy, almost as if someone had been breathing on them. But again, I shrugged it off, thinking it was just the gym's air conditioning acting up. I finished my workout and decided to cool down with some laps in the pool. As I entered the pool area, I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine. The usually warm and inviting pool seemed to have turned into a freezing abyss, but I ignored it, thinking it was just the temperature setting. I swam a few laps before deciding to call it a night. As I got out of the pool, I looked around and saw something that made my blood run cold. The pool was now filled with dark, murky water, and at the bottom, I could make out a faint figure. It was wearing a gym uniform, and from the looks of it, it seemed like a woman. I quickly got dressed and decided to check the pool again. But when I stepped inside, everything was back to normal. The water was warm, crystal clear, and there was no figure at the bottom. I shook my head, thinking I was losing my mind, and headed towards the locker room to shower. As I was taking a hot shower, I heard a noise coming from one of the stalls. It sounded like someone was in there, but I was the only one in the gym. I turned off my shower and listened closely, but the noise had stopped. I shrugged it off, assuming it was just the pipes, and continued with my shower. Feeling a bit unnerved, I decided to quit my workout and leave. But the door to the locker room wouldn't budge. I pulled and pulled, but it seemed to be stuck. Panic started to set in as I realized I was trapped. I started banging on the door, hoping someone would hear me, but the gym was empty. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, the lights went out. I was plunged into complete darkness, and the only light source was the moon peeking through the windows. I felt like I was in some kind of horror movie. I closed my eyes, trying to calm myself down and think of a way out. I remembered seeing a small window in the locker room that led to the gym's emergency exit. It was my only shot at escaping, but it was high up and too small for me to climb through. But I had to try. I stacked up some benches and managed to reach the window. I squeezed my way through, feeling like I was being watched the whole time. As I stepped out into the gym, I saw that everything was back to normal. The lights were on, the music was playing, and there was no sign of the strange occurrences I had experienced. I quickly gathered my things and left, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. The following day, I decided to talk to the gym's manager about my experience. He looked at me with a strange expression and told me that the gym had been closed for renovations over the weekend. No one had been allowed inside, and there was no way I could have been there. Confused and scared, I decided to never visit the gym at night again. The thought of being trapped in a dark, empty gym with unknown forces taunting me was enough to make me give up my late-night workouts. But to this day, I can't shake off the feeling that something was trying to reach out to me that night in the gym. I can only hope that it was just my imagination, and that I was never truly in danger. So, let me tell you about this one time at the gym that went from just a regular workout to a full-on horror show. It was a late night in Texas, and I figured I'd hit up the local gym to get my pump on. You know, burn off some steam after a long day. Little did I know, that night was gonna turn into something straight out of a nightmare. As I walked into the gym, the place was deserted, which wasn't all that unusual for that time of night. The lights were kinda dim, casting these eerie shadows on the equipment. But hey, I wasn't about to let a little spookiness stop me from getting my swole on. I started my workout, banging out reps and zoning out to my music. Everything seemed cool at first, just me and the weights. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me in the dim light. But then I saw it again, this shadowy figure lurking in the corner of the gym. My heart started racing, and I could feel this chill creeping up my spine. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I was just being paranoid. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I kept glancing over at the shadow, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But every time I looked, it seemed to be getting closer, inching its way towards me. Panic started to set in, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I decided to cut my workout short and get the hell out of there. But as I turned to leave, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, lying on the floor, was a woman. She was covered in blood, her eyes wide open in terror. I stumbled back, my mind reeling as I tried to process what I was seeing. I could feel the bile rising in my throat as I realized that something horrible had happened. I wanted to run, to get as far away from that gym as possible. But I knew I had to do something. I called 911, my hands shaking as I tried to explain what I'd found. The operator told me to stay calm and wait for the police to arrive. But as I stood there, staring at the lifeless body on the floor, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. When the police finally showed up, they swarmed the gym, asking me a million questions. I told them everything I knew about the shadowy figure and the woman's body. They seemed skeptical at first, like they didn't believe me. But then they found the security footage, and that's when everything changed. The video showed the woman walking into the gym, just like I had. But then, out of nowhere, this guy appears, stalking her from the shadows. They watched in horror as he attacked her, dragging her to the ground and stabbing her over and over again. It was like something out of a slasher flick, only it was happening right there in front of us. Turns out, the guy was high out of his mind on drugs, completely out of his head. He'd been lurking in the gym, waiting for someone to come in so he could satisfy his twisted urges. And that poor woman, she just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. As the truth sank in, I felt sick to my stomach. That gym, once a place of comfort and solace, had become a living nightmare. And that woman, she paid the ultimate price for it. I never went back to that gym after that night. The memories were just too much to bear. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I can still hear her screams echoing in my mind. And I can't help but wonder, what if it had been me in her shoes? It was a typical night for me. After a long day at work, I decided to hit the gym to get my workout in before the weekend. As I drove to the gym, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. I loved working out at night when the gym was less crowded and I could really focus on my routine. After parking my car, I made my way inside the gym. The lobby was dark and quiet, with only a couple of employees cleaning up the equipment. I scanned my membership card at the front desk and headed towards the locker room to change. As I walked into the locker room, I noticed that it was eerily empty. Usually, there would be a few people changing or showering, but tonight there was no one. I shrugged it off, thinking that maybe people had decided to hit the gym earlier today. I changed into my workout clothes and made my way to the weight room. The lights were dimmed, but the machines and equipment were still visible. I started my routine, focusing on each set and trying to push myself a little harder than usual. After about half an hour, I decided to take a quick break and grab some water. As I walked towards the water fountain, I heard a creaking noise coming from the corner. I turned to look, but there was no one there. I shook my head, trying to convince myself that I was just imagining things. I took a sip of water and headed back to my workout. But as I started my next set, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. I looked around, but the weight room was still empty. I decided to brush it off and continue with my routine. But as the night went on, the feeling of being watched only intensified. The creaking noises became more frequent, and I could swear I saw shadows moving out of the corner of my eye. I started to feel uneasy and decided to switch to the treadmills to finish off my workout. But as I ran on the treadmill, I couldn't shake off the feeling that someone was right behind me. I turned around, but there was no one there. I started running faster, trying to outrun the feeling. But then I heard a whisper right next to my ear. "You shouldn't have come here," the voice said. My heart started racing, and I got off the treadmill, ready to leave. But as I made my way towards the exit, the lights suddenly went off. I froze, trying to adjust my eyes to the darkness. That's when I saw it, a figure standing in the corner, watching me. I screamed and ran towards the exit, fumbling with my keys to unlock my car. As I drove away from the gym, my mind was racing with thoughts. Who was that figure? Why was the gym so empty? And most importantly, what had I just experienced? I couldn't sleep that night, tossing and turning as my mind replayed the events over and over again. The next morning, I decided to go back to the gym to see if I could find any answers. When I arrived, the lobby was filled with people, and the gym was bustling with activity. I walked up to the front desk and asked about the previous night. The employee gave me a puzzled look and told me that there was no one else in the gym besides me. I insisted that I had seen and heard things, but the employee just shrugged it off and told me it was probably just my imagination. I left the gym feeling confused and unsettled. Was it all just my imagination? But then, as I was driving home, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a news report on TV about a man who had been killed at the gym the previous night. The report showed a picture of the man, and it was the same figure I had seen in the weight room. I never went to the gym at night again. The experience had scared me so much that I couldn't even go during the day. I couldn't help but wonder if I had encountered a ghost that night, or if there was something more sinister going on at that gym. But one thing was for sure. I would never forget the late-night workout at the gym horror story. It was a cold and dark Friday night. I had just finished my late shift at the gas station and was making my way home. As I stepped out into the icy air, I pulled my coat tighter around me and quickly made my way to my car. I was exhausted and just wanted to get home and crawl into bed. As I started my car and began my drive, I suddenly heard my phone buzz. I glanced at it, thinking it was my boss asking me to come in for another shift, but instead, I saw a number I didn't recognize. Without thinking, I answered the call. "Hello," I said, my voice tired and monotone. There was no response, just heavy breathing on the other end. I almost hung up, thinking it was some sort of prank call, but then I heard a faint whisper. "Help me." My heart started racing as I tried to focus on the voice. It sounded like a woman, and she sounded scared. "Who is this? What's going on?" I asked, my voice now shaking with fear. "He's coming for me. Please, help me," the voice pleaded. I could feel my hands starting to sweat as I kept the phone against my ear. I didn't know what to do, but I couldn't just hang up on this person. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins as I tried to calm the person down. I asked her where she was and what was happening, but all she said was that she was in danger and needed help. Suddenly, the call dropped. I tried calling back, but the number was disconnected. I was left sitting in my car, heart racing, and feeling more scared than I ever had in my life. What if this person was telling the truth? What if they were being attacked or in a dangerous situation? Without hesitation, I called the police and told them about the call. They asked me for the number that had called me, but when I tried to look for it, it was no longer in my call history. I couldn't believe it. Was this some sort of joke? I started to question if I had imagined the whole thing. But then, I heard a knock on my window. It was a police officer asking me to step out of my car. They explained that they had tracked the call, and it had come from inside my car. My heart dropped as I remembered hearing the heavy breathing on the other end of the phone. I knew I hadn't imagined it. The police searched my car, but they didn't find anything. They told me it was probably just a prank call and I shouldn't worry about it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I drove home, constantly checking my rearview mirror, feeling like I was being watched. That night, I couldn't sleep. The events of the night kept replaying in my mind, and I couldn't get the woman's voice out of my head. I decided to do some research to see if I could find any information about the phone number that had called me. What I discovered chilled me to the bone. The phone number belonged to a woman who had gone missing months ago. Her case was still unsolved, and she was never found. The more I dug, the more I found out about her. She had been a regular customer at the gas station I worked at and had disappeared one night after leaving work. The police suspected that she had been kidnapped and possibly killed. I couldn't believe that the phone number from the strange call belonged to this missing woman. I decided to reach out to the police and tell them about the call. They were skeptical at first, but after I showed them my phone records, they took my statement seriously. They asked me to keep an eye out for anything suspicious and to report any strange phone calls or incidents. For weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I started to see things out of the corner of my eye, and I would hear strange noises at night. I couldn't be sure if it was just my imagination or if something was really going on. But then, one night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard my phone buzz again. This time, it was the same number calling me. My heart started racing again as I answered the call. "Hello," I said, my voice trembling. This time, there was a voice on the other end. But it wasn't the woman from before. It was a deep, sinister voice that sent shivers down my spine. "You shouldn't have told the police. Now, you're next," the voice said before the call abruptly ended. I immediately called the police, but when they arrived, there was no trace of anyone or any calls on my phone. They told me I was probably just being paranoid, but I knew what I had heard. From that night on, I made sure to never be alone and always have someone checking on me. I still don't know what exactly happened that night, but I do know that I will never answer a strange call again. And I always make sure to lock my car doors, just in case someone or something is watching me. It was a dark and stormy night, and I was all alone in my small apartment. I live by myself, and I'm not gonna lie, it can get pretty lonely sometimes. But that night, I was feeling especially lonely. I decided to call my friend Lisa, but her number wasn't working for some reason. I must have dialed it wrong, so I grabbed her number from my contacts again and tried calling. But when I heard the voice that answered, it wasn't Lisa's. "Hello," the voice said, sounding distorted and scratchy. Hi. Is this Lisa?" I asked, confused. "No, this is not Lisa. Who is this?" I thought maybe I got the wrong number again, so I apologized and hung up. But then my phone rang again, and it was the same number. "Hello," I answered cautiously. "I know who you are," the voice said, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. "Excuse me, who is this?" I asked, now feeling a bit scared. "You shouldn't have called this number. You should have never called me," the voice said, and then the line went dead. I was shaking now, not sure what to do. I tried calling Lisa again, but her number still wasn't going through. I started to feel like something was really wrong, and I couldn't explain why. I tried to shake it off and distract myself with some TV, but every time my phone rang, I jumped. In the midst of my fear and confusion, my doorbell suddenly rang. I cautiously walked to the door, my heart pounding with each step. I looked through the peephole, but I couldn't see anyone. I was about to dismiss it as just the wind, but then my phone rang again. Without thinking, I answered it. "I see you," the voice said, and I could hear someone breathing heavily on the other end. I was completely freaked out now, and I dreaded looking through the peephole again. But I gathered up all my courage and looked. I saw a dark figure standing outside my door. I quickly turned off all the lights and waited, hoping whoever it was would go away. After what felt like hours, I mustered up the courage to check again. But this time, the figure was gone. I was about to breathe a sigh of relief when I remembered my phone was still on. I picked it up to turn it off, but before I could, it rang again. "You can't hide from me," the voice said, and my blood ran cold. I turned off my phone and just sat there, trembling and unsure of what to do. I was about to call the police when I heard a loud bang on my door. I screamed and jumped off the couch, my heart racing. "Open the door," the voice yelled, and I could hear banging and kicking. Trembling, I ran to my room and locked the door behind me. I quickly called the police, and while I waited for them to arrive, I could hear the intruder talking on the phone outside my door. "You'll never find me," the voice said, "but I'll always find you." My entire body was shaking with fear, and I could feel tears streaming down my face. I didn't know what was happening or why this person was after me. And then it hit me. It was because of the wrong number I had called. The police arrived and caught the intruder outside my door. It turns out, it was someone who had gotten my number by mistake and was angry that I had called them so many times. They had no intention of actually hurting me, but their creepy phone call and appearance at my door had left me traumatized. I told myself I would never make that mistake again, but the memory of that night haunted me for a long time. I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched, and every time my phone rang from an unknown number, I would feel a chill run down my spine. It was a true wrong number horror story that I would never forget, and it taught me to always double-check before calling someone I didn't know. I never thought I would have a horror story to tell. I'm just a regular guy with a regular job and a regular life. But one random night, everything changed when I received a call from a wrong number. I was home alone, watching TV and enjoying some pizza when my phone rang. I didn't recognize the number, but I answered anyway. "Hello," I said, trying to sound confident. There was no response, just heavy breathing on the other end. I thought it was a prank call, but then a voice spoke. "Help me," the voice whispered. I was taken aback. It sounded like a woman, but she sounded scared. I asked her what was wrong, but she just kept begging for help. I could feel my heart racing as I listened to her pleas. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to hang up and forget the whole thing, but something inside me told me I had to help this person. So I asked where she was, and she gave me an address. It was only a few blocks away, so I decided to go check it out. As I approached the address, I felt a sense of dread wash over me. The house was old and dilapidated, with cracked windows and peeling paint. I hesitated for a moment, but then I remembered the woman's voice, and my curiosity got the best of me. I cautiously stepped inside the house and immediately felt a chill run down my spine. It was dark and musty, and I could hear creaking floorboards as I made my way through the corridor. I found the source of the voice in the basement. There was a woman, chained to the wall and covered in bruises. She looked like she had been there for days. My heart broke for her, and I immediately went to unchain her. But as I got closer, she suddenly turned towards me with an eerie smile on her face. I froze, not sure what to do. Then she started laughing, a haunting cackle that filled the room. "You shouldn't have come here," she said, still laughing. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed with fear as she continued to laugh and taunt me. And then she disappeared, just like that. It was like she was never there. I ran out of that house as fast as I could. I didn't care about the woman anymore. I just wanted to get away from that place. As I left, I heard the phone ringing again. I didn't answer it. I just ran and never looked back. I don't know who that woman was or what happened to her. All I know is that I'll never forget that night. It still gives me chills when I think about it. And I can't help but wonder if it was all just a sick joke or if something truly evil was at play. One thing is for sure, it was a true wrong number horror story that I will never forget. And now, whenever I get a call from an unknown number, I can't help but feel a tinge of fear and wonder if it's her calling again. I had just gotten home from work and was sitting back on the couch with a movie playing. It was storming outside, and it was Friday, so what better to do than stay up late and watch some TV. I had the window curtains open in case any lightning started up, hoping to catch some cool sights. It doesn't rain very often where I live, so nights like these are rare and always get me excited. But as the night went on, just about midnight, I noticed something outside my window across the street. There was a man walking down the sidewalk. He had no hood or coat on. He was completely soaked. He walked up to one of the houses and onto their porch. I couldn't see too much through the rain and dark, but it looked like he was waiting for them to open the door. After a minute, he walked down to the sidewalk again and continued further down the street. I couldn't see any further, but seeing that gave me an uneasy feeling. At this time of night, and in this kind of weather, it just wasn't normal to be walking around and up to people's houses. I closed the curtains by the window just so that if he did come to my house, then he wouldn't see me inside and expect me to answer the door. But only 15 minutes passed before there was a sound outside my house. Someone was walking up my driveway and up to my front door, but there was no knock, and the doorbell didn't ring. I heard them moving around, walking across my porch and near one of the windows, then going back to the door. By now, I was really confused and wanted to look out, but was worried that they'd hear me. I waited, and after a minute, the sound stopped. I quietly walked up to the door and looked. It was the man I'd seen earlier. He was still there, standing at the edge of my porch, looking at the door with a blank face. I watched him for a few seconds before I got really creeped out and backed away. It was now that I started to think calling the police would be worth it, especially if he was going around to other people's houses and doing the same thing. I reached into my pocket to get my phone, but then there was the sound of footsteps departing. I looked out again, and he was gone. After giving it some thought, I felt that this was still too creepy to not inform the police about. Whatever that man was doing was not normal. I called and let them know about it. They said they would send an officer to patrol the neighborhood and see if they could get the man to stop or explain what he was doing. But that was about all that could be done at the time. I thanked them, then hung up and checked out the door one more time before going back to the couch. The whole thing had really worn me out, taking away the relaxing night and just making me exhausted. I shut everything off and went upstairs to get in bed. But as I got in and turned off the lights, a thump sounded from downstairs. I sat up, and then it came again. It was loud, like someone smashing something against the wall. I got up and walked to the top of the stairs, and now hearing it for the third time, I realized it was at the front door. Someone was hitting something against it, like they were trying to forcefully break it down. I walked down a few steps and looked over, seeing the door violently shake every time they hit it. It looked like they were just a few hits away from breaking it down. Now absolutely terrified, I locked myself in the bedroom and called the police again. The operator said that an officer was in the neighborhood and would be here in just a minute. But through their voice, I heard wood shatter and the door slamming against the ground. Footsteps quickly moved downstairs, going into every room without stopping. Then they began moving up the stairs, but were cut off by the officer pulling in and running up to the house. The intruder immediately stopped and ran for the back door. As the officer came in and yelled at him, apparently they had trouble getting the back door open in the heat of the moment, so the officer was able to get him down and arrested him. The man, who looked like a psycho up close, refused to say anything, not even a single word, before they drove him off. His intentions were clear, though. He was carrying a heavy hammer and had a bunch of zip ties in his pocket. That doesn't exactly sound like a coincidence considering what he was doing. Why he chose to go for my house isn't clear. But what likely saved me was calling the police that first time. If I hadn't, the officer wouldn't have been in the neighborhood so close by and likely would have gotten here too late for me to have ever been seen again. Nights in the winter are often dark and quiet. I used to be afraid of them when I was a kid, but as I started living alone in a house, they didn't bother me much. I started enjoying those quiet and dark nights alone at my house until one day something happened that still haunts me. It started on the night of the first rainstorm of the year. I came from my office late at night after working for 11 hours straight and just wanted to rest for the next few days. I took a shower, turned the heater on, and closed all the windows as it was too cold outside. I was off the next day for work, so I was just relaxing in my bed, watching a movie, and drinking hot coffee. As I took a sip from my coffee, I heard something hitting my window, which nearly gave me a heart attack. I looked at my window and saw the fresh mark of mud that had just splattered over the glass. I opened the window to look outside, but I didn't see anything. But there was something unusual. I heard a creepy giggle of a kid, so I thought that it might be just kids playing outside. I closed the window again, and my attention shifted back to the movie. Not too long before a second pow at the window, followed by the kid's laughter. This time I ignored it, knowing that by giving the kid a reaction, they would keep going. Apparently, that worked because no more mud was thrown at my window that night. The next night, it was raining heavily again. The mud throwing started happening again, but with a greater and even horrifying intensity. This time, while I was asleep, I woke up to a much louder and more ferocious bang at the window. I opened the window and leaned outside to see who it was. As it was raining a lot, I couldn't see too far out onto the lawn. However, I did hear that scary laugh of the kid again coming out of a dark corner. It sounded like a young boy's laughter. I yelled something out the window at him to warn the kid not to do it again. Luckily, it didn't happen again that night. The next day was a weekend, so I was home that day as well. I spent that whole day thinking about what had happened the night before. While sitting on the couch and thinking about it, I heard a knock on my door. I thought of it to be the delivery guy who came for a recent order of mine that I placed on Amazon. I ran towards the door and opened it, but there was no one outside. Just a creepy and dirty handmade doll covered in mud, sitting on my footmat outside the door. I kicked it with anger onto the driveway. I was angry at whoever child was bothering me, but I didn't want to do anything aggressive as well. I went inside, and later that day, while eating lunch, I heard someone again. A kid's voice, talking to someone in my room. Again, it shook me to a level that I couldn't even move. I tilted myself slightly to have a vision of my room from where I was sitting, and from a slightly open door of my room, I could see someone running and playing inside my room. And after a moment, everything stopped. Suddenly, a kid's face appeared right at the slightly opened area of the door in my vision. The kid started giggling in the same creepy tone that I had heard from the past couple of days. I was so scared that I just sat there. I thought of it to be my hallucinations, so I sat in the lounge for a long time just to get over this incident. The darkness of the night and the quiet of the winter started sending shivers down my spine, and the continuous fear of someone watching me was a terrifying thing to experience. I went to my room anyway, and no one was in here now. I tried to sleep. After turning off the light in my room, I couldn't sleep because of the fear that someone would again start hitting the window, and it would make me jump out of my skin again. This time I had lots of doubts in my mind. What if it wasn't a kid playing outside? And what if it was someone sneaking in on me or stalking me? Suddenly, just like that, it happened again. Something hit the window beside me with a loud thump, followed by a gentle tap on the window. I was ready this time. I jumped out of bed and looked towards the window. As I looked at the window, I saw a small hand tapping on it. And when I stood up and opened the window to see outside, I saw a little kid who just stood there and said, "Hello," and he thanked me for letting him play inside the house. He then took off, and I was confused as hell. I threw on my shoes and coat and ran outside to find him. As I got out, I saw the kid getting greeted by a woman 2 houses down the street. So I went over there and knocked on the house. The woman opened, and I told her what happened the past few days. She apologized and told me that her son, who apparently was the kid terrorizing me, had hard times finding friends, but he had been out playing by himself and getting to know the neighborhood since they just moved in a few weeks ago. She said it wouldn't happen again, and thank God it didn't. I lived alone in a small house in a small community with a couple of dozen houses in the area, but it's a few miles away from town. I'd been living in that same house for about 4 years, and for the most part, I hadn't had any issues. I liked not being in a busy area and just having trees surrounding the community. I worked a normal 9-to-5 job and lived a normal life until everything took a tragic turn after a horrifying incident that changed me completely. This all happened last year by the end of July. It was raining for a whole day when I went to work, and it was still raining when I got back home. I got home, opened my umbrella, and collected all the stuff from the yard, including my mowing equipment to save them from rain. I was holding an umbrella in one hand and had equipment in the other. While placing it in the shed, I noticed someone standing on the other side of the road below a flickering streetlight. The man was standing still and seemed like a shadowy figure. I got afraid to look at him and yelled at him to go away, but he didn't listen. I decided to ignore him and headed inside, dropped my bag on the kitchen chair, and then started searching through the pantry for something to eat for dinner. As I looked through the shelves, though, I noticed something odd. The box of cereal I had for breakfast wasn't where I remembered putting it. Actually, it wasn't anywhere at all. I looked around the kitchen for a minute, just confused and thinking that I was losing my mind. I got frustrated after a bit and gave up, making a quick dinner and trying to enjoy the rest of the night. At midnight, my eyes were getting heavy, so I turned off the TV and stumbled into the kitchen to fill up my water bottle before bed. Then I went over to the back door to turn off the back porch lights. But just before I switched them off, I saw something far back at the edge of the yard. I saw that same figure standing among the trees just past the reach of the lights. I had no way to get a closer look, so I just stood there looking at him for a few seconds until I saw him walk away deeper into the forest. It was really strange and gave me chills, but I wasn't sure what exactly even happened. I was more confused than anything. I switched the lights off and went to bed. In the morning, I got ready for work again and went downstairs. But when I opened the pantry, the box of cereal was there right on the shelf, the one that I thought had been missing. It was sitting right where I'd left it. I figured I just missed it somehow and quickly ate before heading to work. As I stepped outside to go to work, I noticed strange footsteps just outside my house. I didn't want to leave my house just like that, but I needed to get to work. It was still raining and dark outside. I held my umbrella and started walking away. As I was about to walk away, I turned back to look at my house, and what I saw there shook me to the grounds. The lights inside my house was turned on, and the man from yesterday was standing inside my house, behind the window. I got freaked out and ran inside the house. As soon as I stepped through the door, I started hearing mysterious footsteps all over my house as if someone was running away from me. I froze at a point and called out if anyone was there in the house, but there was no response. It was quiet again. I stepped slowly to the entryway of the living room and scanned the room. I took a few more steps in and walked carefully through, checking behind everything. There was nothing and no one. I went back by the front door, preparing to check upstairs when I heard sudden footsteps shuffling through the kitchen. I turned my head and looked down the hallway. A man was standing at the far end, looking at me. He was old, wearing torn clothes. His hair was all messed up, looking straight at me with his eyes wide open, not blinking them for even a second. It was like my brain and body just shut down for a second as we stared at each other. I spun around and swung open the front door. I heard his footsteps coming up behind me as I sprinted out of the house and ran all the way to my neighbor's house. They called the police for me and let me stay with them until they arrived. Police found no sign of intrusion, but they found some disturbing evidence of someone likely spending hours inside my house, eating my food and everything. He had been living in the attic. There was no way to tell how long it had been going on. After that, I put my house up for sale and stayed with some relatives until I was able to move. I don't know if that man was harmful or if he was just living in my house because he could, but I could never shake the sight of him standing at the end of my hallway, staring at me with those dead eyes. My family would take yearly vacations to the same hotel every summer. It would always be me, my wife, and my 2 little boys. The summer of 2017 was the creepiest vacation of all because of the horrifying encounter with a creepy family at the hotel. When we arrived at the hotel, after unpacking, The kids went to the water park, whereas my wife and I sat on the chairs around the pool. When the night was falling, I went to get the boys and get ready for dinner. After searching for some time, I was able to find Tom, the older of the two. I asked him where David was. He told me that he saw David going to the other side of that park, along with a strange person. I searched for him for a while and finally saw him. He was in the back corner of the park, where a few chairs were set up, talking to a small boy who looked about his age. Sitting in the chairs next to him was a strange couple that seemed to be the boy's parents. I walked up and briefly introduced myself, but they didn't respond aside from giving me a slight smile. Then I held David with my hand and took him to the room. I was afraid about this situation. David told me something strange. He said that the strange couple had told me to come for dinner at their place. And from the way he was telling this, David seemed interested as well. We ignored this after that and went for dinner at a nearby place. When we got back, we got in the elevator and made our way up to our floor. But as the elevator doors opened, David's new friend and his mother were standing there as if they were waiting for the elevator to go down. As soon as we got out, the mother looked at me with a short smile and asked if David could join them for dinner tonight. I briefly looked at my wife, who seemed just as confused and concerned as I was, and then I looked back at the lady and denied it kindly. Her smile faded as she turned and walked down the opposite hallway. It was strange that they were creepily waiting for us by the elevator the whole time just to ask about dinner. When we got inside our room, we pulled David aside and strictly told him not to go near that family without one of us with him. He seemed a bit upset about it, but he agreed. Eventually, we all got ready for bed and turned out the lights. A few hours into the night, I was shaken awake. I jolted up, pretty on edge, and I saw Tom next to me, still shaking my arm. I asked him if he was okay, and Tom responded quietly, whispering to me that David was talking to someone at the door. I immediately jumped out of bed and turned the corner leading to the front door. From the short glimpse I got before yelling at him, I could tell he was in the process of figuring out how to unlock the door, and I could hear a faint voice on the other side. I sprinted towards him, screaming for him to back away from the door. David jumped back, frightened by the volume of my voice. I slammed against the door, hearing footsteps sprinting down the hall as I finished unlocking the door and swung it open. I know I should have just stayed in the room and called for help, but I was in such a rage that all I wanted was to confront that creep. As I stood outside the room, I saw someone peeking from behind the wall at the end of the hallway. I tried to catch up, but once I turned the corner, there was no one on the other side. After looking around for a few minutes, I ran back to our room and met my wife, who was already awake due to the chaos of the situation. I told her to lock the door as I was going to go to the front desk to inform them of the incident. By the time I got down to the lobby, my adrenaline was starting to fade out, and I was trying to calm myself down so I could explain what happened. There was a young woman at the counter that I talked to, and I could tell she had never dealt with a situation like this. She called a security guard over to talk to me, as well as her manager. As we discussed everything, I told them about the couple that was near my kid in the evening. They told us that nobody else was staying in the same building complex as we did that night. And for that specific night, besides our kids, there were no other people but us and staff on the floor. They had no security cameras in the hallway, but the entrance and exit camera didn't get any footage of that woman or couple or that kid coming near the elevator. I told them a description of the man and woman, but none of them knew anyone who fit that description. In my late 20s, I worked as a security guard at a large hotel in my town. I didn't want that job, but it paid me way better than most of the jobs nearby that I actually wanted. The only and most annoying part about this job was the scheduling of shifts and the staff that worked with me. But I took care of it nicely. At the time, the hotel was having trouble with lack of staff to cover shifts, so my schedule would be mornings, evenings, or overnights all randomly throughout the week. It made it really hard to even sleep sometimes. But again, I liked the money. Anyways, I was working a late evening shift this night and was at the front desk talking to two of my coworkers. My shift used to end at 12, and it was around 11 when I was just passing time with my colleague. In the middle of our conversation, the phone in front of me, on the desk, rang. It wasn't a usual time of phone ringing. We looked at each other, and I checked the number. It was from one of the rooms in the hotel. I picked the phone up and asked how I could help them. For a few seconds, no one spoke, and suddenly, a man started speaking, and the man said that he was really worried about something happening in one of the rooms. I asked him what he meant, and he frantically responded, telling me to come up quick because he was getting really nervous. I checked the room number on the phone, then told him I would send the security up as soon as possible. And by security, I was referring to myself. When I put the phone down, I quickly explained the strange nature of the call to my coworkers, then headed to the elevators and went to the mid-level floor where the caller's room was located. There was a really strange sense of absolute silence when I was walking down the hallway. I expected to hear whatever the caller was talking about, but there were no loud noises coming from anywhere on the floor. I thought that the caller would be standing by their door waiting for me or something like that, but the door was closed strangely. I stood by the door and knocked it loudly, announcing that it was us, the hotel security. But there was no movement or sounds coming from the room as a response. I waited there for a minute or two, but there was no answer. Then I walked down to the end of the hallway to find out anything unusual for myself. There was nothing again. Then I continued walking back to the door and knocked again. A few moments later, the door to the room behind me opened, and an older woman asked if I was security. I said yes and asked if they knew anything about a strange noise or the caller from the room, to which they replied that they had heard loud noises traveling through the hallway a few minutes ago, but were unsure what it was. From their voice and facial expressions, they seemed really terrified. At this point, things only got worse, and I was already starting to get really nervous. I grabbed my walkie and radioed down to the front desk, asking them to call the room again and let me know if they answered. After a little bit, they replied that nobody answered. I stood there for a moment, trying to think of what to do before radioing back down to them. I told them to check who was staying in the room. After waiting for what felt like forever, they finally got back to me, saying that the room didn't get booked for about a month. Even more confused, I took out my security key card and opened the door since nobody was supposed to be there. The room looked dusty and unused, as far as I could tell. I searched every corner of that room, but didn't find anything. Then I walked over to the phone. I turned it over and got the serial number on it. Then I went back down to the lobby where my desk was and checked the security records for timestamps of calls that had been made from that room. Sure enough, there was a record of an active call having been made from this room to the front desk, the one that I had answered about 15 minutes ago. As I was looking at the records, the phone rang again. I stepped back out of fear and then picked the phone after it had been ringing for a while. I didn't speak, and after about 10 seconds, someone started breathing heavily on the phone, and then whoever it was started laughing like a maniac. I dropped the phone and reported the incident. Obviously, the hotel didn't record the calls or anything, so all I was able to confirm was that someone was in that vacant room without permission. This ended up becoming a bigger investigation over the coming days, as the next morning, one of the guests staying in a room on that floor was reported missing by a family member staying in a separate room. The security footage of all the entrances and exits were reviewed, and the missing person was last seen leaving the hotel alone a couple of hours prior to the call that I had received. It's still unclear if the two incidents were connected or not, but it's definitely a really strange situation. I don't know how the caller got access to that phone or who they were, but personally, I believe that the reason they called seemed to add up with someone getting forcefully kidnapped based on their brief description. The person behind the mystery call was never identified, and as of right now, the missing person still has not been found. This story takes place about 5 years ago, when I used to work at a hotel near where I live. It's sort of a smaller hotel, and I was able to get the job because my parents are good friends with the owners. What I did was pretty much work behind the front desk and help people check in and check out. Of course, I did some other things too, but that was my main job. When I first got the job, I was working overnights, which were generally pretty quiet, especially in the middle of the night, and I had some free time. I didn't really like working in the middle of the night, but I did like that it was usually really easy. There would rarely be people checking in or needing anything from me super late at night. One night, I was working. It was about 1 a.m. It was really quiet, and it had been for some time. I heard the front door to the hotel open and shut, and looked behind the front desk to see who was coming in. I saw a man walk in, and he was walking towards me at the front desk. When he arrived, I greeted him, and he told me he was interested in getting a room. I started saying what I always say to people checking in, and the man's phone started to ring. He suddenly put his hand up and apologized, but he had to take the call. He then walked past me towards the hallway where the rooms were and disappeared. I heard him talking on the phone as he seemingly walked down the hallway. I remained at my desk, waiting for the man to return, and didn't think too much of it. But several minutes went by, and he didn't come back. I also didn't hear anything more of the man. I didn't hear him talking or walking around nearby. I turned and looked at the monitors we had behind the front desk that I could watch. They basically had every hallway in the hotel under surveillance. I scanned around them, and I wasn't seeing the man at all. Then I noticed one of the cameras seemed to be out of order. On one of the floor-level hallways, the camera had gone completely black. I thought this was strange, especially since the man had gone down in that direction. I decided to leave my front desk and see what was going on down there. The place was completely silent, and I couldn't hear anything. I walked out and went around the corner to go down the hallway where the man had gone. It was a hallway where we had some vending machines and a couple of meeting rooms. As I looked down the long hallway, I didn't see anything at first, but as I slowly walked down, I heard some noise. I kept walking closer to it. Once I reached about halfway down the end of the hall, I noticed the door to the stairs and exit of the building open up. I froze where I was and watched two men dressed in all black with ski masks walk out and down the hall where the guest rooms were. One of the men looked over at me and immediately noticed me. The other guy did as well. I was halfway down the hallway and had nowhere to hide. All I could do was turn to go back to my front desk. When I did, I saw one of the men start to run after me. I sprinted back to the desk. The front desk was in a sort of enclosed area for our safety, and I knew if I could make it back there, I'd be a lot safer. Once I got back, I closed the door and locked it, then called the police. The man arrived and tried opening the door to the area that I was in. He then went towards the front of the desk. I ducked down under it, as far as I could to be out of sight, in case he had a weapon or something. I heard a few bangs on the window and then a few bangs on the door. After that, it was silent for a while. I waited there hoping that the police would arrive soon. Several minutes later, I stood back up and looked at the security cameras. There was one that was still all black, but now another one was as well. I looked around behind the desk and didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything either. Less than a minute later, the police arrived at the hotel and walked in the front door. I told them what was going on, and they ended up searching the entire building. Unfortunately, the men that had been there were gone. After looking at the security tapes and examining the hotel, it was determined that the guy who had walked into the hotel and received the phone call had walked down the hall and left out the exit of the stairwell, letting the masked men into the hotel and covering the camera with black tape in the process. I think all the men had planned the job to rob one of our guests at the hotel or something. Either way, it gives me the creeps to think about. gotta tell you about something that happened to me recently. It's got me all freaked out, and I need to get it off my chest. So, here goes nothing. I live in this old farmhouse out in the countryside, surrounded by fields and forests. It's peaceful most of the time, but lately things have been feeling kinda off. It all started a few weeks ago when I started hearing strange noises coming from the attic. At first, I thought it was just the house settling or maybe some animals getting in. But the noises were different, like whispers, just barely audible, echoing through the rafters. I tried to ignore it, but the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They seemed to follow me everywhere, haunting me day and night. I started to feel like I was losing my mind, like the walls were closing in around me. And then came the dreams, vivid, unsettling dreams that left me feeling drained and disoriented. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Things only got worse from there. Objects started moving on their own, doors slamming shut when there was no one else around. I'd catch glimpses of shadows out of the corner of my eye, fleeting and indistinct, but unmistakably there. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting my fears get the best of me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. There was a presence in the house, something dark and malevolent, and it was growing stronger by the day. I knew I had to do something, but I didn't know where to start. I tried researching online, looking for answers, but everything I found just made me more confused and scared. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I found it. An old diary hidden away in a forgotten corner of the attic. The pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded and barely legible, but as I read through them, a chill ran down my spine. The diary belonged to the original owner of the farmhouse, a woman named Sarah who had lived here over 100 years ago. She wrote about strange occurrences in the house, whispers in the night, shadows lurking in the darkness. She spoke of a presence, something ancient and malevolent, that had driven her to the brink of madness. As I read her words, I realized that whatever was haunting this house had been here for a long time, longer than I could even imagine. And now it was coming for me. I don't know what to do, to be honest. I'm scared, more scared than I've ever been in my life. But I can't just sit back and let this thing consume me. I have to find a way to stop it before it's too late. As the first rays of dawn crept through the curtains, I finally mustered the courage to peel myself out of bed. Every creak of the floorboards felt like an ominous warning, as if the slightest noise would summon that shadowy presence back into my room. I stumbled into the kitchen, the events of the night still fresh in my mind. The scratching, the figure, it all replayed in my head like a nightmare on a loop. I poured myself a cup of coffee, hoping the warmth would chase away the chill that still lingered in my bones. As I sat at the kitchen table, trying to make sense of what had happened, my mind raced with possibilities. Was it a ghost? A figment of my imagination? Or something far more sinister lurking in the darkness? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that every shadow held a hidden threat. The once familiar comfort of my home now felt like a prison, trapping me with unseen terrors. I needed answers, closure, anything to put my mind at ease. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone and began to search the internet for any clue that could explain what had happened to me. Hours passed as I delved deeper into the realm of the supernatural, poring over forums and articles in search of similar experiences. But the more I read, the more my unease grew. Tales of malevolent spirits and demonic entities danced across the screen, each one more chilling than the last. I tried to push the fear aside, to convince myself that there had to be a rational explanation for what I had witnessed. But deep down, a nagging doubt lingered, whispering that I was not alone in my home. As night fell once again, I found myself dreading the inevitable descent into darkness. Every creak of the floorboards sent shivers down my spine. Every flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye filled me with dread. I barricaded myself in my room, the faint glow of my phone, the only source of comfort in the oppressive darkness. But even that small beacon of light offered little solace against the encroaching shadows. Time seemed to lose all meaning as I sat there, trapped in my own personal purgatory. The minutes stretched into hours, each one dragging me further into the depths of despair. And then, just when I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, I heard it, the scratching. Faint at first, like a whisper on the wind, but steadily growing louder with each passing moment. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my chest as I awaited the inevitable. The figure emerged from the darkness, its form twisted and contorted in ways that defied description. I wanted to scream, to flee, but my body refused to obey. I was paralyzed, trapped in a waking nightmare with no means of escape. The figure drew closer, its eyes burning with a malevolent intensity that sent terror coursing through my veins. I could feel its presence looming over me, a suffocating weight pressing down on my chest. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished, leaving me alone in the darkness once more. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, too afraid to move, too afraid to even blink. But as the first light of dawn crept through the curtains, I knew that my ordeal was far from over. For something had awakened within me, a primal instinct that screamed of danger lurking just beyond the edge of perception. And as I stared into the abyss, I knew that whatever had visited me that night was only the beginning of a far greater horror yet to come. But for now, all I could do was wait, trapped in a nightmare from which there was no waking. I've been wanting to share something that's been weighing on my mind lately. It's about this old house I used to live in, and some seriously spooky stuff that went down there. Buckle up, 'cause this one's a wild ride. So, a couple of years back, I moved into this charming little cottage out in the countryside. It was picturesque, with ivy climbing up the walls and a big old oak tree in the yard. Perfect, right? Well, not exactly. From the moment I stepped foot inside, I could sense there was something off about the place. It was like the air was heavy with, I dunno, sadness. Yeah, sadness is the word, but I brushed it off as me being paranoid, no. Anyway, things started getting weird pretty quick. At first, it was just little things, like objects moving on their own or strange shadows darting across the walls. Easy to ignore, right? But then the noises started. Late at night, when I was all alone, I hear these whispers echoing through the halls. It was like someone, or something, was trying to communicate with me. Freaky, right? But it gets worse. I started having these dreams, or maybe they were more like nightmares. I'd see flashes of people I didn't recognize, trapped in the walls of the house. Their faces were twisted in agony, like they were screaming for help. And then I'd wake up, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding like a jackhammer. I tried telling myself it was just my imagination running wild, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. There was a darkness in that house, a darkness that seemed to seep into every crack and crevice. I started doing some digging, trying to uncover the history of the place. Turns out, the cottage had a pretty grim past, something about a family who lived there years ago and disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Spooky, huh? Armed with this newfound knowledge, I decided to confront whatever was haunting the house. I gathered up some candles, a Ouija board, all the essentials, and prepared to face my fears head-on. That night, as the clock struck midnight, I lit the candles and set up the Ouija board in the living room. I called out to the spirits, daring them to show themselves. And boy, did they deliver. The air grew icy cold, and the candles flickered as if caught in a breeze. And then, out of the darkness, they came, the shadows of the past, reaching out to me from the other side. I could feel their pain, their anguish, as if it were my own. But instead of being afraid, I felt, liberated. Like I'd finally confronted the demons that had been tormenting me for so long. and as quickly as they had appeared, the shadows faded away, leaving me alone in the darkness. From that day on, the whispers stopped, the shadows disappeared, and the nightmares, well, they became a thing of the past. I don't know what happened that night, or if I'll ever fully understand it. But one thing's for sure, I'll never forget the haunting memories of that old cottage. This happened to me when I was 16 and my parents were out of town for the night. As any teen given such an opportunity, I decided to have a little party and movie night with a few friends. I remember a strange soft clicking over the landline when I was calling my friends, but I soon forgot about it while hunting for snacks. Just as I was dumping a bag of chips in a bowl, the phone rang again. "Dude, just bring the goriest one," I said as soon as I picked up the phone, thinking it was my indecisive friend bringing the DVD. "Hi, I'm calling from Felix Insurance. May I speak to an adult?" A male voice said. "I'm an adult, and I don't want any." I awkwardly lied and ended the call. This time, the clicking sound was also missing. Either way, my friends arrived, and it was all good. During the intermission of the horror movie, I went to get more popcorn but found the big window in the downstairs bedroom was wide open. Clicking my tongue, I closed it, nearly sneezing from the sharp chemical smell from outside. Closing the window didn't really help, so I left the door open and went on my way. By midnight, my friends left and I got to cleaning up since my parents were to arrive early in the morning. At least it was the weekend so I could sleep in. I looked around when that same chemical smell irritated my nose. I leaned closer to the kitchen window that was open a crack, but the night air was cool and fresh. Was the smell coming from inside the house? I worriedly headed for the spare bedroom, hoping it wasn't some dumb prank my friends did during one of their bathroom breaks. There was no smell in that bedroom anymore. I stood confused when the sound of boots passing right outside the room made me whirl around. I dashed outside to check, but of course there was no one. The horror movie was probably messing with my mind already. Back in the kitchen, I was drying up the big plastic bowl when I felt that I wasn't alone. Nervously, I looked up at the window and caught the reflection of a big, strong figure quietly approaching me from behind. The chemical smell was very sharp now, and it dawned on me that it was emitting from the intruder. I'm not sure where I got the courage, but I slammed the bowl right in the intruder's face and dashed for it. He tried to grab me, but I dodged, hitting my shin in the dining table as I ran out the house. The neighbors called the cops for me, but the perpetrator was gone. It was also revealed that our phone line was being tapped. A chemical factory worker who was wanted for robbing homes in the area was later caught, but to this day, I still triple-check all locks and windows of my home. I work at a call center and get off very late in the night. On my drive home, all I wanted to do was to get to my bed and sleep well into the afternoon. It was around 2 in the morning when I got home. Within seconds of laying down, I was sound asleep in my bedroom. I jolted awake from one of those dreams with a loud bang sound, my mind telling me that it had been no dream. I looked at the window, but it was still dark out, perhaps near dawn. However, before I could go back to sleep again, I noticed light peeking from under my bedroom door. I never slept with lights on in the house. I slowly sat up, but nervousness kept me from getting off the bed. I did have the sense to grab my phone off the side table, being as quiet as possible. While I was internally debating my sudden paranoia, my very breath halted, hearing soft thumps somewhere in the house. Footsteps. There was someone in my home. My heartbeat was almost on par with these footsteps as I dialed the police. I had the sense to lower the sound so the operator's voice wouldn't echo in the quiet house. Tick, tick, tick. This weird sound came from outside, the intruder coming upstairs. This ticking came in breaks, 6 ticks, then 6 softer ones, only to repeat again. With my dry as sand mouth, I managed to whisper to the operator. She was asking me for further details when I clearly heard this ticking and footsteps approaching my bedroom door. I dashed towards it and slammed against it just as the intruder also tried to rush in, now aware that I was awake. Hearing a man's grunt, I put all my weight against the door that seemed too flimsy just then. "There's an intruder in my home. Hurry." I yelled at the operator and then rattled off my address twice. The man managed to push open the door, a sliver and jammed in one gloved hand. He was holding a box cutter, pushing the blade out with those ticks. I screamed at the operator that he was armed as I tried to hurt his arm with the door. The man blindly slashed at me as I stayed as far from his reach as possible, banging against the door. "Leave it." Another female voice came from downstairs, an angry hiss. I was barely surviving against one, but now there were two. With an annoyed grunt, the man trying to stab me backed off, and I heard the duo's hasty escape. I slumped down by my closed door, too afraid to open it. My neighbor's CCTV caught the two intruders, but they were wearing dark clothes with full masks, so the cops had nothing to go on. In the end, the duo stole some valuables from me, but at least left me alive, albeit with lifelong paranoia. I now sleep with a sharp knife under my pillow in case they ever change their mind and come back. This happened to me 3 years ago when I was living alone for a few months. My roommates had moved out, and I was hoping to have some me time before looking for new roommates, hopefully people who went to the same university as me. It was a simple house with the kitchen and lounge connected and a long hallway that led to 3 bedrooms with their own bathrooms. The backyard also connected to the woods, just a lousy fence creating a boundary. I was at home that day, checking my emails, and mostly wasting time on Netflix. I had put my phone on silent since some weirdo woman kept calling me, offering to be my roommate. Every time I asked the woman how she got my number or even knew I needed roommates, she only ever said that she was in the same social circle as me. It was a stormy day, and I was systematically checking all the windows when I paused at the kitchen window overlooking the woods behind the house. "What the?" I mumbled and squinted at the boar, peeking out from some bushes. In all my years living there, I had never seen a wild boar in these woods, yet here was one. It had small tusks and was mostly in the shadows. The way it was so still and quiet made the scene eerie. There were no vegetables or anything in the backyard, so what was it staring at? I quickly locked the back door when I realized that the boar head was a little too high, debating with myself that I was spooking myself. I had never seen a real wild boar ever, so how would I know how big they were? Yet, there was something uncanny about it that I couldn't dismiss. Abrupt shuffling from the bushes made me flinch and look outside the window again. The boar was gone, the woods silent now. The storm picked up by night, loud thunder and flashes in abundance. Rain was angrily drumming upon the house and creating a big racket, so I decided to grab my headphones and watch something cozy on Netflix. Midway through an episode of Gilmore Girls, a crash loud enough to seep into my headphones came from the kitchen. I put the laptop away and quickly rummaged under my bed, where I kept a sturdy baseball bat. Just as I heard rushing footsteps coming towards my bedroom, I jumped in my closet. From the slits, I saw a lanky woman wearing that same boar mask I had spied in the woods earlier, a big butcher knife in her hand. As soon as she had her back towards the closet, I charged out and hit her hard, knocking her out. As I waited for the cops, I unmasked the woman. She really was from the university I attended, some woman from the admin I barely recognized. I soon sold that house and moved in an apartment complex with 24/7 security, a CCTV installed outside my main door. When I was 22, I got a job in New York City, living in Jersey. However, there was no way I'd be able to do that commute daily, so moving was a necessity. I searched for an apartment on Craigslist. So when I saw an ad on Craigslist for an available bedroom in an apartment in that specific area for a really low price, I jumped on it. I took a ride to the city the next day to see the apartment, and the landlord gave me a quick tour of the place. The landlord himself seemed a bit socially awkward, but that didn't really matter. The place did come with a catch. I'd have a roommate. The landlord said he's a very quiet-to-himself kind of person, which he said was good. My roommate's name was Bren. The landlord knocked on Bren's door, asking if he'd like to come out and say hello. Bren didn't even answer. The landlord suggested he might be taking a nap, so we moved on to talking in the living room, where I expressed interest in renting. I signed an application, and the next day the landlord called and offered me the room. So I moved in the next week. My dad helped me unload all my furniture into my little room. Something odd to note was that never once did this Bren character come out during all this commotion to at least say hi. He was definitely home. We heard him moving around in his room. I came to the early realization that he probably wasn't going to be friendly at all. When we finished unloading the van, my dad left, and I was alone, officially moved out. I sat on my bed and started watching Netflix on my laptop. Then, I heard the door to Bren's room open and close. This seemed like my chance to go out and say hi. It was his first time leaving his room. I got out of my bed, but before I could even get to my bedroom door, the front door to the apartment slammed shut. I stepped outside to the living room, and no one was there. I didn't know what the deal with this Bren guy was, but surely he had to know we'd have to meet eventually. I went back to my room, ate a bowl of ramen, and went to sleep. I woke up when I heard the front door to the apartment close again, then footsteps. The footsteps on the creaky wood floor made their way to the outside of my door, then stopped. I sat up and looked at the crack below the door. The outlines of feet could be seen through the light creeping in under the door. Why was he just standing out there like a creep? Of course, I didn't say anything. I just waited for him to walk away. I didn't have my door locked. I was low-key terrified of him entering my room. Thankfully, he walked away from my door and back to his room, and I heard him shut his door. I tried to go to sleep, but all night, all I heard were thumps coming from his room. I had no idea what he could possibly be doing. I was tempted to go knock on his door and tell him to keep it down, but I hadn't even met the guy yet, so I had to deal with it. Eventually, I fell asleep, and when I woke up in the morning, it seemed Bren was out already, maybe at work. I didn't know at the time. I spent most of that day shopping for groceries and basic apartment necessities. When I got back, I dropped all the bags on the couch in the living room to give myself a rest. I cooked dinner and watched some Netflix on the couch, all the while Bren never came home. I did a quick run to the nearby 7-Eleven to get toothpaste, and when I got back, I noticed Bren's door was cracked open, and the light was on. So I figured this was it, the moment for me to say hello. I went to his door, knocked slightly twice, and pushed the door open. What I found in there was shocking, or maybe I should say what I didn't find. Him there. The room was completely empty, not a single piece of furniture except for a single chair sitting in the corner of the room, the kind of chair you'd find in a high school classroom. My heart suddenly started racing, and I started to shake. I turned off the light in that room and shut the door. I went to my room, locked the door, and sat on my bed, suddenly getting a really bad headache. I took out my phone and thought of scrolling through the phone to pass the time. As I was sitting there, I heard someone moving inside my closet. I freaked out and didn't know what to do. I ran to the bathroom, locked myself in, and called the cops. I could hear someone moving outside in my room and someone whispering in a hushed tone. The police got to the apartment shortly and searched the whole apartment with me, but no one was found. They tried calling the landlord, but he didn't pick up the call as well, and the mystery of Bren remained a mystery. I had my dad come the next day to help me move all my stuff back home. I found another apartment the next week. It was a huge hassle going through the whole moving process again. I knew from the start the so-called landlord gave off bad vibes, but who would have ever imagined the events that took place? It was a new chapter of my life as I got admitted to college. I moved into a new house, but it wasn't that pleasant, and I got out of budget. The rent was eating me, and I didn't earn that much to cover it up, so I thought that I might need a roommate to share my rent. I asked some of my friends, but they already had a place to stay. So I went to Craigslist and posted an ad on it, looking for a roommate. I had never used Craigslist before, so I was kind of hesitant, but the need was real, so I thought of giving it a shot. For the first few days, I didn't get any reply on my ad, but as the days passed by, I got an email from an anonymous account that some lady was interested in being a roommate. I got curious and replied to her mail, and within moments, my phone rang at an eerie hour of 11 p.m. I thought of not picking up the call as it was late at night, but I ignored my intuitions and picked it up anyway. The girl introduced herself as Ellen with no last name. She sounded creepy and her voice was echoing in my phone, making it even scarier. The call had a lot of static disturbance. Despite all these red flags, I agreed to share the rent with her and told her all the details. I thought sharing the space with a girl might be a better option. She ended the call by saying, "Ok, I am on the way." That was strange, as I was expecting her arrival tomorrow. Suddenly, 5 minutes later, the bell rang. I thought it might be someone else, but as I went towards the door and saw through the peephole, I saw that a girl with a bag of clothes in her hand was standing at my door. She wasn't moving and just looking at the door, as if she knew I was looking at her through the peephole. I opened the door hesitantly and said hello. She said expressionlessly, "Hey, I am Ellen," and gave me the rent in advance, right away. I didn't know how to respond. She didn't have any furniture with her and insisted that she would adjust. Still, I furnished a spare single bed in her room, and she was very easy to live with. No shouting, no rush, and no worries. She woke up, we had a chat. She was shy and quiet. There was something about her that was disturbing me right from the beginning, but I ignored it. But then her behavior took a strange turn. She ate messily with her hands, her mouth used to get drenched with the food and dirt often. I started feeling uneasy around her, as if her presence gave an eerie energy. Time passed, and my discomfort grew to a level that couldn't be tolerated anymore. And one night, I woke up to loud thuds and strange noises coming from Ellen's room. I rushed to her door and knocked. The knock was responded to with screams of more than one person. I kicked the door open, and suddenly everything got quiet. There was no one in the room, but everything was messed up. Walls were covered with deep scratches and dried blood. Ellen was nowhere in the room, yet I heard screams coming from the room just moments ago. Confused and terrified, I searched the room thoroughly, but I had no explanation for what just happened. I called the police and told them everything that happened right from the start. They asked for Ellen's picture. I had only one random picture of her passing behind me while I was taking a selfie. They took it and started investigating. After a week of sleepless nights and troubled days, police responded with a call. They summoned me to the police station and revealed the shocking truth in front of me. The policeman told me Ellen, the girl in the picture, was not Ellen. She was Grace, a girl who lived in Connecticut. She went missing mysteriously about 3 years ago from her place. Her family said that her behavior had grown increasingly bizarre before her disappearance. She was reported by me after 3 years of her disappearance, and again there is no trace of her anywhere in the Long Island. I was living in chaos and couldn't digest all that in one sitting. I was about to faint when an officer gave me water and dropped me home. I left the house to erase this traumatic memory and decided to live in a hostel for some time. In 2011, I had to sell my old bike since I had recently gotten a new one. It wasn't a piece of junk, so I figured I could get a couple of $100 for it. I posted an ad for it and listed my phone number so that anyone interested could text or call me. The ad was up for a few days with no bites, and I was becoming impatient. Finally, after 3 days, I received a text from someone late in the day showing interest in buying the bike. He got right down to it, stating he wanted to come get the bike as soon as possible. I told him he could come right now and included my address. He said that he would be there within an hour. I was home alone at the time. I was sitting in my living room watching TV, and it was dark outside when I heard a car pull up in front of the house. I got near the window and peeked out to see who it was, and I saw 3 grown men getting out of the car. I didn't get the purpose of 3 men coming over to get a bike. One of them rang the bell. They had to have seen me standing by the window, so they knew I was there. I opened the door, and the man standing in front of the other 2 reached out and shook my hand. He told me that his name was Chris. He was a big dude. He also had a really thick beard and a deep voice. However, he didn't introduce his 2 friends, who were just standing behind him, looking at me with blank expressions. They weren't exactly tiny men either. As I was telling them about the bike, Chris cut me off and passed by me into the house, asking which way to the bike. His 2 friends followed him. The idea of making sure they didn't enter my house was clearly out the window. I didn't know what to do, so I rushed in front of Chris to stop him going further into the house and led him towards the stairs to the back door. Chris, along with his 1 friend, followed me to the backyard, where one of them told me that he needed to use the restroom and asked me where it was. I paused for the longest time. I was thinking, should I let this random dude use the restroom of the house or not? I looked at their faces, and they all were staring at me with angry and creepy expressions on their faces. So I submissively told him where the restroom was. That man disappeared into my house. I went to the shed to grab the bicycle. While going to fetch the bike from the shed, all I was thinking was, what the hell did I just get myself into? Somehow, I showed them the bike, which I don't think they were interested in. He started analyzing every little detail of the bike, like things no one should ever even think to analyze on a bike. For example, some of the spokes may have been slightly bent, or the reflector had scuff marks on it. They were just keeping me busy. I was so busy answering his questions and trying to defend the condition of the bike from his remarks that I didn't even think of the man who had supposedly been in my bathroom for almost 10 minutes. I told the 2 of them to keep checking out the bike, and I'd be right back to fetch something. I went inside to see that person and checked both bathrooms, the one on the first floor and the one upstairs. Both of them were empty. Though just then, I heard people walking around and talking in my living room downstairs. Then what sounded like Chris calling my name. I heard them coming up the stairs. Chris said while ambling slowly in the hallway that they just wanted to talk. My heart was racing. I actually thought that night was going to be the night of my death. I quietly shut the bathroom door and locked it, keeping the lights off. I dialed 911 on my phone and whispered as quietly as I could to the operator to send police right away, or I could be dead within 10 minutes. She wanted me to remain calm and to try my best to explain the situation quietly. After explaining, she told me it was good that I was in a locked room and to wait there until the cops showed up. Footsteps came up to the bathroom door and stopped. Then someone tried the door handle. When they realized it was locked, one of them said in a low voice, "He is in there." Now they knew my position. I told the operator they found me. She said to stay where I was. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, there was a frighteningly loud bang on the door, and then another and another. They were trying to kick the door down. I screamed at them that the cops were almost here, and then the kicking stopped. I heard them whispering outside the door, and then I heard them going down the stairs after a moment. I didn't leave the bathroom until the cops showed up. As I went out to see the house, I noticed that I was missing a lot of things, including my wallet, which was on the kitchen counter, a couple of watches, my iPad, and of course, the bike that was in the backyard. The cops told me to just be grateful that I wasn't killed, which I was, but how could I be happy really after this? The cop said, given that they were trying to break into the bathroom, they were most likely going to kill me, which scares the hell out of me to think about. That was the one and only time I ever used Craigslist. It was another quiet night shift at the office. I work on the help desk team for a large corporation, and my job was to assist employees with any technical issues they may encounter. Usually, the night shift was uneventful, and I spent most of my time browsing the internet and waiting for the occasional phone call. But tonight was different. My coworker called in sick, leaving me alone to cover the entire shift. I wasn't too worried at first. I've worked the night shift alone before, and nothing ever happened. But as the night dragged on, I couldn't shake off this uneasy feeling that something wasn't right. The office was incredibly quiet, with only the hum of the computers and the occasional creaking of the building to break the silence. It was a bit eerie, but I told myself it was just my imagination. As I was scrolling through social media, I suddenly heard a strange noise coming from down the hall. It sounded like footsteps, but I was the only one in the office. I'd brushed it off as my mind playing tricks on me and continued with my browsing. But then the phone rang. It startled me, and I quickly answered it. It was one of the employees having trouble with their email. I tried to sound as professional as possible, but my voice was shaky and I could feel my heart racing. After I hung up, I couldn't focus on anything else. I kept thinking about the strange noise and how I had never heard it before. I even got up and walked down the hall to check, but everything seemed normal. Back at my desk, I tried to calm myself down by telling myself it was just a noise from the building settling. But then the lights flickered. It was only for a split second, but it was enough to send chills down my spine. I decided to take a break and make myself some coffee in the break room. As I was pouring the hot water into my mug, I heard a loud crash coming from the supply closet. I jumped and quickly turned around, but there was nothing there. My heart was pounding and I was starting to feel really scared. I wanted to call my coworker or anyone else for that matter, but my phone battery had died. I had forgotten to charge it earlier, and now I was completely alone with no way to contact anyone. I reluctantly went back to my desk, constantly looking over my shoulder and feeling like I was being watched. I tried to focus on my work, but I couldn't help but feel like something was off. Suddenly, I heard a knock at the office door. My heart skipped a beat and I froze. I didn't want to answer it, but what if it was someone in need of help? I slowly walked towards the door, my heart pounding in my chest. As I opened the door, I was met with darkness. The lights in the hallway had gone out, leaving only the dim glow of the emergency lights. I stepped out into the hallway, trying to find the source of the knocking, but there was no one there. That's when I heard a whisper coming from behind me. I turned around, but there was no one in sight. I could feel the fear creeping up on me, and I hurried back into the office, locking the door behind me. I was trembling as I sat at my desk, not knowing what to do. The noises and the lights flashing had become too much for me to handle. And then I saw it, a figure standing in the corner of the room, partially hidden in the shadows. I screamed and ran out of the office, not looking back. I didn't stop until I was outside and in my car, tears streaming down my face. I never went back to that office again. I quit my job the next day and moved far away. Some may say it was just an overactive imagination, but I know what I saw and heard that night, and I never want to experience a night shift alone at work ever again. As I sit here in the dimly lit office, I can feel a sense of unease creeping up on me. It's my first night shift alone at work, and I have to admit, I'm not used to being in this building when it's so quiet. The hum of the fluorescent lights and the faint clicking of my keyboard are the only sounds breaking the silence. I wish I had someone here with me, but my boss assured me that there wouldn't be anyone else in the building after hours. I never thought I'd find myself in this situation. Working the night shift at a large office building was not my idea of a dream job. But I needed the extra money, and it seemed like an easy enough gig. Boy, was I wrong. The hours dragged on, and I found myself struggling to stay awake. I couldn't bring myself to put on some music or watch a movie to pass the time, for fear of disturbing the quiet and attracting unwanted attention. I tried to focus on my work, but my mind kept wandering to all the horror movies I had seen. Being alone in a huge office building at night was the perfect setting for a horror story. Suddenly, I heard a creaking sound coming from the hallway. My heart jumped, and I froze in my seat. I told myself it was just the building settling, but I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. I tried to brush it off and continue working, but the creaking sound continued, getting louder and closer. My hands were shaking as I reached for my phone to call my boss, but as I pressed the unlock button, I saw that I had no signal. Panic set in as I realized that I was completely alone and cut off from the outside world. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up as I heard the creaking getting closer and closer. I could no longer deny it. Someone or something was in the building with me. The creaking sound was now accompanied by footsteps, slowly making their way towards the office. I was frozen with fear, unable to move or make a sound. I kept praying for it to be some kind of prank or a late-night cleaning crew, but deep down I knew that wasn't the case. The door to my office creaked open, and I let out a blood-curdling scream as I saw a figure standing in the doorway. It was tall and slender, with long limbs and a pale, ghostly face. It was wearing a suit that looked like it had been ripped and stained with blood. Its eyes were empty and lifeless, but they seemed to be staring right into my soul. I wanted to run, to escape this nightmare, but my body wouldn't cooperate. My legs felt like they were glued to my chair, and I could barely breathe. The figure slowly made its way towards me, its steps echoing in the quiet office. And then it spoke, in a deep, gravelly voice that sent shivers down my spine. "Welcome to your first night shift, my dear." I couldn't believe my ears. This thing, whatever it was, knew I was new to the night shift. I couldn't process what was happening. It was like a bad dream. But before I could even attempt to run, the figure suddenly vanished into thin air. I sat there, shaking and covered in a cold sweat, until the sun started to rise and the office came back to life with the morning staff. I quickly gathered my things and practically ran out of the building, not looking back until I was safely outside. I never went back to that job again. I couldn't shake off the terror that I felt that night. I later found out that the building I was working in used to be a hotel where a young woman was murdered by her husband on their wedding night. Rumor has it that her ghost still roams the building, seeking revenge on anyone who works the night shift. I don't know if that's the true story or just an urban legend, but I do know one thing for sure. I'll never work a night shift alone again. I never thought I'd find myself working a night shift at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. It was always known as the haunted factory, but being short on cash, I took the job without hesitation. Little did I know, this decision would lead me down a path of terror and unexplained events. As I walked into the factory on my first night, I could feel a chill down my spine. I brushed it off as just nerves and continued on with my duties. My task was simple: monitor the machinery and make sure everything was running smoothly. I never imagined that this job would turn into a nightmarish experience. The factory was gloomy and eerie, with dimly lit corridors and a perpetual smell of decay. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I tried to maintain my focus on the machinery, but every creak and whisper made me jump. Hours passed, and I couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. I decided to take a break and went to the break room. As I sat there, sipping my coffee, I heard shuffling noises coming from the other end of the room. Thinking it was just a rat, I dismissed it and continued my break. But as I got up to leave, I saw a shadow moving across the room. My heart raced as I realized I was not alone. I quickly turned on all the lights and searched the room, but there was no one there. I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched. I tried to convince myself that it was all in my head, but deep down, I knew something was not right. As the weeks went by, my night shifts became more and more terrifying. Every night, I would hear strange noises and see shadows moving around the factory. I tried to rationalize it, but there was no logical explanation for what was happening. One night, as I was making my rounds, I heard a blood-curdling scream coming from one of the closed-off rooms. I cautiously opened the door and saw a figure standing in the corner of the room, facing away from me. I called out, thinking it was just one of my coworkers playing a prank, but there was no response. I slowly approached the figure and realized it was a mannequin covered in blood. I screamed and ran out of there, never looking back. After that incident, I couldn't handle being alone at the factory anymore. The fear had consumed me, and I couldn't take it any longer. I quit my job and never looked back. To this day, I still shudder at the thought of that night shift alone at the abandoned factory. I will never know what truly happened there, but one thing is for sure: I will never work another night shift at a haunted place again. One of my first jobs after college was as a truck driver making long-distance deliveries. The pay was pretty good, but the long-distance driving could get kind of grueling. On this one occasion, I was making a delivery during a really stormy evening. The rain was relentless, and it made driving a challenge. So when I saw a sign for a gas station, I decided to turn in, grab a snack, and let the worst of the storm pass. The gas station looked pretty run down with rusty pumps and flickering floodlights. There was only one other want to alarm her, and I saw a teenage boy get into the back of her car. I saw the utter horror in this woman's eyes, and I knew instantly that she'd been traveling alone, and whoever that was in the back of her car, he shouldn't turn off. And in the dim light, I saw the car's door swing open, and that guy darted out of there, staring at me with a look of pure hatred. Then, with his one hand still hidden beneath his jacket, he ran off back towards the darkness of the trees. Soon after that, the overhead lights turned back on, and the gas station attendant came over and acted concerned. He seemed pretty shady, and I was sure that he was involved in this somehow. The woman was terrified, and I could see her visibly shaking. So I checked her car for her and then agreed to follow her in my truck to the next rest stop. I had to get back to my deliveries, so I gave her my contact info in case she needed to pass them on to the police. I never heard from her or from the police. I don't know if she ever reported the incident. All I do know is that if I hadn't decided to stop at that gas station, that woman would have driven off with that guy hiding in the back seat. Just thinking about it gives me the chills. Every summer, I take a 10-hour road trip to Rhode Island to stay at my family's beach house. The long drives had dragged, and in previous years, I've always had someone with me, so we could take turns driving and keep each other company. Change of circumstances this year meant I had to drive alone. I made sure I had a full tank of gas and plenty of black coffee. I was halfway through my journey listening to an audiobook and just driving when I saw a roadblock up ahead. A police officer waved me down. He told me there'd been an accident up ahead and that the road was temporarily closed. He then told me I'd have to take a detour and gave me directions for the new route. This caused me to panic a bit. I'm one of those people who doesn't like my plans being thrown off. Worse still, his directions diverted me to an off-the-grid utility road that had no cell signal. I had no choice but to keep following the road and pray I was going the right way. About 20 minutes passed, and I hadn't seen another vehicle or even a house. I was in the middle of nowhere, no clue as to where I was. I regretted drinking all that coffee, and when I ended up needing a bathroom break, I had no choice but to park my car on the side of the road and go behind some bushes. As I was returning to my car, I heard a motorcycle approaching. I stayed back and waited for it to pass, only it didn't pass. Instead, it stops next to my car. There were two men on the motorcycle, and the back passenger jumped off and started staring through my car window. At this point, I just thought maybe he was checking to see that the driver was in trouble. I walked over to him and said that it was my car. I thought this would be it, and they'd ride off, but instead he gave this muffled laugh from beneath his helmet. Then he opened my car door and stuck his head inside. I had my keys in my pocket, but I didn't lock it behind me. I tried to hide my panic and calmly told them I needed to get going. He blocked me from getting into my car, and with a smirk told me that I had to prove this really was my car. I replied that it was obviously my car, since there was no one else around for miles. As soon as I said that, I regretted it. I felt so powerless and afraid. Then he lunged forward and wrapped his arms around my arms and waist, trapping me there. I screamed and tried to wiggle free, but it was no use. I saw his sleeve was rolled up, and I noticed on his wrist was a strange tattoo of a triangle with 4 horizontal lines through it. Then, in his strangely calm voice, the other man asked, "Do you know where the end is?" I shook my head and begged them to let me go, but he just said, "We must find the end." I cried out that I didn't know where it was, but they didn't listen to me. Then, all of a sudden, my car's GPS signal started up and started displaying directions, and my phone started buzzing with text messages. The man on the back scratched his wrist, and I saw that he had the same triangular line tattoo as the first man. He snapped his fingers, and his friend immediately let go of me, and he jumped back onto the bike. Before they left, the passenger showed me his tattooed wrist and said, "See you at the end." I watched them speed off, and I stayed there, shaken up and stunned by what had just happened. I knew I needed to get far away from there in case they came back, so I managed to calm myself enough to drive away. I didn't tell anyone about what had happened. I was worried that no one would take me seriously. I'll never know why they acted the way they did, or what would have happened if my GPS and phone hadn't turned on. I'm often haunted by the memory of that strange symbol and the meaning of the words, "See you at the end." This happened last spring. My mom called me late one evening to strut, saying they just rushed my dad to the hospital. There was no doubt in my mind I needed to be there with him. So I shoved some overnight clothes and essentials into my backpack and hit the road. I was desperate to get there without stopping, but it was an 8-hour trip. So about 5 hours into it, I felt my eyelids getting really heavy. I turned up the radio to help me stay awake, but when I felt my eyes closing again, I knew I had to stop. I parked and checked to see that my door was locked. I was on a quiet road surrounded by dense trees, and even though I hadn't passed another vehicle for a while, this place was pretty creepy. I set my alarm to go off in an hour at 3:45 a.m., then flung my jacket over me and fell asleep. I was awakened by a tapping sound on the car window, and in my groggy state, it took me a few seconds to figure out what it was. I pulled the jacket off my face and peered at the window. A woman was standing there in the dead of night, tapping on the glass. My heart started pounding and I didn't know what to do. I was in the middle of nowhere and couldn't see any cars around, so I didn't know how this woman could be out here at this time. When she saw me looking at her, she didn't change her reaction and just continued tapping on the glass. I couldn't just drive off and ignore her, so despite how unsettling this felt, I turned the engine on, lowered the window about a quarter of the way. She stopped tapping and crouched down and peered through the window with this creepy smile. I asked her if there was a problem. She nodded her head. I asked her if she wanted me to call someone for her, and she shook her head and then started tapping on the glass again. My phone alarm went off, and I reached over to the passenger seat to switch it off. As I did this, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the woman wave her hand. Suddenly, this man burst out from behind the trees and charged at my car. I heard a smashing sound and saw the shattered glass all over the passenger side. This man had broken the window and was reaching inside my car trying to grab at me. I tried to squirm out of his way, but I felt a tug in my hair. The woman had stuck her hand through the partly open window and had a hold of me. I was kicking out at the man, but also trying to pull myself free of the woman's grip. It was a nightmare. Then I managed to press the window button to go up. As it rose, she let go of me and tried to jerk her hand away, but she was too slow, and 2 of her fingers were trapped between the window and the door. She let out this painful wail and furiously tried to wiggle them free. The man stopped trying to grab me and pulled back. I saw him walk in front of my car and head over to the woman. He pulled something out of his pocket and lowered it to her fingers. I heard this horrible slicing sound and realized it was a knife. He was slicing through the woman's trapped fingers. I put one hand on the wheel and got ready to floor it, and then opened the window just enough for it to free her fingers before I drove away. I was so disturbed by it all that I made the rest of the journey without stopping. It was only when I reached my destination that I allowed myself to let what actually happened sink in. I didn't want to tell my mom about it. She had enough worries. So I went over to my uncle's house instead. In the morning, I could see the mess they'd made to my car and to me. I had cuts on my arm from the broken glass that I'd been too adrenaline fueled to notice. There was blood dripping down the driver's side window and lumps of stuck-on flesh. My uncle called the police for me, and they said they'd investigate further. They haven't had any leads, so those people are probably still out there roaming, doing who knows what. I don't drive at night anymore, and I never will again. I'll always make the trip home in the daytime, always. I don't want to think about what could have happened to me if I hadn't reacted quickly and managed to get away from them. Hollow Creek wasn't a large town, but every resident knew about the forbidden Hemlock Mansion perched at its outskirts. Abandoned and rotting, the mansion carried tales as old as the town itself. Rumor had it that old man Hemlock, its last known inhabitant, had been involved in dark arts and occult practices. He disappeared one stormy Halloween night, leaving behind a house filled with whispers and shadows. Each Halloween, as an unspoken tradition, residents of Hollow Creek would order pizzas from the only pizzeria in town, Cheesy Delights. But one fateful Halloween, an order came in from an address that sent shivers down the spine of every employee: the Hemlock residence. Jake, the newest recruit at Cheesy Delights, unaware of the mansion's sinister history, was chosen to deliver 3 large pepperoni pizzas to the eerie address. His friends dared him not only to deliver the pizzas, but also to venture inside and bring back something as proof. With each step toward the dilapidated mansion, Jake felt the atmosphere grow denser, the eerie silence punctuated only by the distant hooting of an owl. The mansion seemed alive, windows resembling watchful eyes, and the twisted trees casting ghostly figures on the moonlit grounds. The wind carried faint murmurs, and he could have sworn he heard his name whispered. Taking a deep breath, Jake knocked. A series of haunting echoes answered, but no one opened. He tentatively pushed the door. It creaked open to reveal a grand but decayed foyer, its grandeur lost to time. The air was thick with dust and a cold that seemed to seep into his very bones. As he ventured further, the mansion seemed to wake from a long slumber. Portraits of the Hemlock family followed his every move, their eyes lifelike and piercing. An old grandfather clock, previously silent, began to tick, counting down an unseen timer. Jake felt an increasing sense of dread. The walls whispered tales of anguish and despair. In the main hall, a table was set with rotting food, as if waiting for guests that never arrived. Among the decay, he noticed a fresh pizza box identical to the ones he was carrying. Confused, Jake opened it. Inside was an old black and white photograph of a group of pizza delivery boys, and at the back was written, "Cheesy Delights, 1958. Among them, he recognized a face from a missing person poster he'd seen at the pizzeria. Suddenly, the room grew colder. Shadows converged, forming the spectral figure of Old Man Hemlock, holding a pizza cutter. Around him, the ghostly figures of past delivery boys emerged, mouthing silent screams. "Join us," Hemlock whispered, his voice echoing in the hollow expanse. Jake dropped the pizzas and ran, the haunting laughter of Hemlock echoing behind him. Doors that were open slammed shut, windows shattered, and ghostly apparitions reached out to him from every corner. He felt the mansion's dark energy trying to claim him, just as it had with others. Barely escaping, Jake slammed the door behind him, the force of the mansion's dark energy evident by the gust of wind that blew past. Heart racing, he sprinted away, vowing to never return. The next morning, Jake recounted his harrowing experience to his colleagues. To his horror, they revealed that no order had come from the Hemlock residence. The receipt he held showed no address, only the message, "See you next Halloween." From that day on, Jake hung up his delivery hat. But every Halloween, an untouched pizza box from Cheesy Delights appears on the steps of Hemlock Mansion. Residents whisper it's Hemlock's way of reminding them of the souls he's claimed and the ones he still yearns for. Elmridge, a quaint town surrounded by picturesque landscapes, had one sinister blot on its history: Hawthorne Woods. Rumors and legends flourished about the woods, but one story stood out, casting a deep, haunting shadow over Elmridge for decades. Years ago, the Midnight Spectacle, a roaming carnival, made its yearly visit to Elmridge. Among its many performers, one stood out in particular: Giggles, a flamboyant clown with an infectious laughter that drew children like moths to a flame. But beneath his colorful exterior lurked a dark secret. When several children mysteriously disappeared during the carnival stay, whispers spread that Giggles might be behind it. Overnight, the carnival vanished, leaving no trace except for the town's sorrow and despair. But every Halloween, an eerie phenomenon would occur. Chilling laughter and faint, hypnotic carnival music would drift from Hawthorne Woods. Children's toys would appear at the forest's edge, said to be the remains of Giggles' victims. As years passed, this legend became a rite of passage for Elmridge's youth. On one fateful Halloween, Lucy, Mark, Tara, Owen, and Leah, 5 daring friends, decided to challenge the legend. They ventured deep into the woods, lanterns in hand, as the night grew darker and fog thicker. Following the distant carnival tunes, they came across a dilapidated clearing showcasing remnants of the old carnival, rusted rides, old game stalls, and a large weathered tent at its center. The atmosphere was oppressive, with an almost palpable sense of dread. Curiosity driving them, the group entered the tent. Inside, they found a grotesque scene. Mirrors of all shapes and sizes, reflecting nothing but a vast, inky darkness. Before they could process this, one by one, their reflections started appearing in the mirrors. Except in each reflection, the individual was alone in the tent with Giggles, his menacing eyes and twisted smile lurking in the background. Panicking, Mark tried to shatter one of the mirrors with a rock, but it simply absorbed the impact, remaining unscathed. Leah, thinking quickly, recalled a town legend that said Giggles drew his power from the children he'd taken, trapping their spirits within the mirrors. As they frantically searched for a way out, Tara noticed a pattern. Among the sea of mirrors, one stood out. It was older, adorned with ancient symbols. In its reflection, instead of Giggles, they saw glimpses of the missing children. Realizing this mirror might hold the key, they decided to free the trapped souls, hoping it would weaken Giggles. Using their lanterns, they concentrated their lights onto the mirror. The intensity of the combined beams made the glass vibrate, and the faces of the children began to merge and form a barrier against Giggles. The ghastly laughter grew louder. The tent trembled, But the friends held on, focusing every ounce of their energy onto the mirror. Suddenly, with a deafening crack, the mirror shattered, releasing a blinding light. When it dimmed, the tent and all its horrors were gone. The woods were silent except for the distant hoot of an owl. The curse of Giggles was broken, his reign of terror ended by the very souls he sought to imprison. The five friends emerged from the woods as dawn broke, forever changed by their harrowing encounter. Elmridge might never forget the legend of Giggles. It was a dark and stormy Halloween night, and a group of friends gathered in the dimly lit living room of Mark's old, creaky mansion. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, as the group prepared to play a mysterious game they had heard about. Beware the 13th knock. The legend surrounding the game was shrouded in darkness. It was said to reveal the deepest secrets and hidden truths of those who dared to play. The rules were simple. Everyone would sit in a circle, and one person would take the role of the knocker. The knocker would leave the room, and after a brief moment, return and knock on the door exactly 13 times. With each knock, a revelation would be unleashed, whether it was a chilling secret, a haunting confession, or a sinister truth. Mark, the owner of the mansion, volunteered to be the knocker for the first round. He left the room, his footsteps echoing in the hallway, and closed the door behind him. The group sat in nervous anticipation, the only sound in the room being the soft ticking of an antique clock. After what felt like an eternity, Mark returned. He raised his hand, and with a foreboding smile, began to knock on the door. 1, 2, 3. The knocks came rhythmically, and with each one, the atmosphere in the room grew more tense. On the 13th knock, a chilling revelation emerged from the darkness. Mark's eyes widened, and his face turned ashen. He whispered a name none of them recognized. It was a name that seemed to hold immense power, and it sent shivers down their spines. The group was intrigued and unnerved by what they had just witnessed. They decided to continue the game, each taking a turn as the knocker. One by one, they revealed secrets, fears, and regrets, each revelation more disturbing than the last. As the night wore on, the storm outside intensified, and the mansion seemed to come alive with eerie creaks and whispers. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and the friends began to regret ever starting the game. It was Emily's turn to be the knocker. She left the room, her heart pounding in her chest. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. When she returned, she began to knock on the door, counting each one aloud. 1, 2, 3. The room grew colder, and the shadows seemed to close in around them. 10, 11, 12. Emily's voice trembled as she approached the 13th knock. 13. The door slowly swung open on its own, revealing a sinister figure standing in the hallway. It was a tall, shadowy presence with glowing eyes that pierced through the darkness. Emily's heart raced as the figure stepped into the room. With a voice that echoed like a distant nightmare, the figure spoke. "I am the 13th knock, the keeper of the darkest revelations. You have summoned me, and now you must face the consequences." The room filled with an eerie, otherworldly silence as the friends stared in horror at the apparition before them. It was a Halloween game gone horribly wrong, and they had unleashed something malevolent from the depths of their own fears and secrets. The sinister figure began to reveal the darkest truths hidden within each of them, truths that would forever haunt their souls. As the night wore on, the storm outside raged on, and the mansion became a house of horrors, a place where secrets and revelations merged into a nightmarish reality from which there was no escape. They had dared to play Beware the 13th Knock, and now they would pay the price for their curiosity and their sins. That concludes our journey into the world of true Halloween scares. If you enjoyed these terrifying tales, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more eerie content. Stay safe. Story number 1. Disturbing Secrets in Plain Sight. It was a quiet night in our suburban neighborhood, and we were settling in for the night. As we closed the garage door to take a quick smoke break, we heard muffled voices coming from next door. Curious, we listened closely as we smoked and were shocked to hear our neighbor confessing to a gruesome murder. We heard all the details of the crime, and as the story unfolded, we realized the victim was a young woman who had recently gone missing and was on the news. Suddenly, we realized we were in grave danger, living next to a murderer. We sat in stunned silence, unsure of what to do next. We knew we needed to call the police, but we also didn't want to alert our neighbors that we had overheard their confession. We quickly formulated a plan and decided we needed to call the police. As we crept out of the house to try to spy on them, we saw the neighbor's garage door cracked open. When we looked in the crack, we saw power tools you would use to cut wood on a table with several black garbage sacks. There was also a black 50-gallons barrel in the corner covered with a blanket, and a roll of plastic on the ground next to the table, and what looked like rope under the plastic. We really had an uneasy feeling about the sight we just witnessed. We had heard enough horror stories to know that this scene was not normal. The power tools and garbage bags looked too clean, too new, and the black barrel, hidden away in the corner, seemed too suspicious. We couldn't ignore what we had seen and heard. Once the police arrived at the garage, they immediately secured the area and began to search the premises. It didn't take long for them to find the black barrel in the corner of the garage that we saw earlier. It was clear that something sinister was indeed inside. After carefully removing the blanket covering the barrel, the police officers opened it up and were horrified to find a body inside. It was clear that this was no accident. This was a murder. The police began questioning the neighbor, who was the only other person who had access to the garage. He initially denied any involvement in the murder, but when the police presented the evidence they had found, including the power tools and the roll of plastic, he broke down and confessed. The police wouldn't tell us if the body they found was the girl on the news or not, but the fact that they found a body was chilling enough. We all wondered who the victim was and how long they had been there. In the days that followed, we learned more about the investigation. It turned out that it was indeed the girl that was reported missing on the news. The incident left a lasting impression on us, and we never looked at our neighborhood the same way again. It was a sobering reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of being vigilant and aware of our surroundings. After the incident, we moved far away from the neighborhood and now live in the country with no neighbors. Story number 2, the abandoned cabin. A terrifying discovery in the heart of the woods. The sun was setting as a group of hikers made their way through the dense woods, their backpacks filled with provisions and camping gear. They had been hiking for hours, following a trail that was supposed to lead them to a nearby campsite, but they had gotten lost somewhere along the way. As the light began to fade, one of the hikers spotted a cabin in the distance. It looked old and abandoned, but they decided to investigate, hoping that they could find some shelter for the night. As they approached the cabin, they noticed that the door was ajar. They cautiously pushed it open and stepped inside. The cabin was dark and musty, with cobwebs clinging to the walls. There was a table in the center of the room, surrounded by 4 chairs. On the table was a dusty deck of cards and a flickering candle and a note. The note read, "Welcome to my humble cabin. You have stumbled upon my trap, and there is no escape. I have been waiting for you for a long time, and now that you are here, I will have my fun. Enjoy your stay." The hikers shuddered in fear as they read the note. They knew that they were in grave danger, and they had to come up with a plan to escape quickly. The hikers looked around the cabin, trying to find a way out, but every time they tried to move, they triggered another trap. The floorboards creaked, the walls shifted, and hidden spikes emerged from the ground. As the traps kept getting triggered, the hikers began to panic. They had to find a way out before it was too late. But how could they escape from a trap that was designed to keep them inside? Suddenly, one of the hikers noticed something strange about the deck of cards on the table. There was a pattern to the way the cards were arranged, and it looked like it might be a clue. They studied the cards carefully and realized that each card had a number on it. The numbers seemed to be arranged in a specific order, almost like a combination. The hikers quickly worked out the combination and tried it on the lock of the door. As the hikers turned the lock, they heard a loud clicking sound, followed by a hissing noise. Suddenly, a cloud of poisonous gas filled the room, making it almost impossible to breathe. The hikers stumbled backward, gasping for air, and tried to find a way out. But the gas was too thick, and it was starting to affect their senses. They felt dizzy and disoriented, and they could barely see through the fog. As the hikers coughed and tried to regain their breath, they realized that one of their group members was now missing. They frantically searched the cabin as the fog cleared, calling out their friend's name, but there was no response. The cabin was empty, and there was no sign of their missing friend. The hikers knew that they couldn't leave without finding their friend, but they also knew that they couldn't stay in the cabin any longer. As the hikers searched the cabin, they noticed something strange about the deck of cards on the table. The numbers on the cards seemed to have changed, rearranged in a new order. They quickly realized that the combination they had used earlier was no longer valid. They were stuck in the cabin with no way out, and now one of their friends was missing. The hikers knew that they had to think of a new plan, and fast. They huddled together, trying to come up with a way to escape the cabin and find their missing friend. One of the people noticed a loose board under the rug with a combo lock on it. The hikers quickly gathered around the loose board and examined the combo lock. It was similar to the one on the cabin's door, but this time they had to be more careful. They remembered the deadly trap from earlier and decided to try a different approach. One of the hikers suggested using the deck of cards as a guide, since they seemed to be connected to the locks in some way. They looked at the numbers on the cards and tried to match them to the numbers on the combo lock. After several attempts, they finally found the correct combination and heard a satisfying click as the lock opened. The hikers lifted the loose board and found a narrow tunnel underneath. It was just big enough for them to crawl through, so they quickly descended into the darkness, not knowing what's to come. The tunnel was long and winding, and the hikers could barely see in the dim light, but they pushed on, hoping that it would lead them to safety. After what seemed like hours, the tunnel finally opened up into a small cavern. Suddenly, the ground beneath them started to shake, and the hikers knew that something was terribly wrong. They scrambled towards the hole as fast as they could, but it was too late. The tunnel collapsed behind them, trapping them in the cavern with no way out. The hikers were now stuck, with no food or water, and no hope of rescue. As they sat in the darkness, their fear grew with each passing moment. They could hear strange noises coming from the walls of the cavern, and they were certain that something was lurking in the shadows. Their missing friend was still nowhere to be found, and they feared the worst. Days passed, and the hikers were growing weaker and weaker. They knew that they had to find a way out soon, or they would perish in the darkness. Just when they had given up all hope, they noticed a small hole in the ceiling of the cavern. It was their only chance. The hikers worked together to climb up to the hole, using whatever they could find as makeshift tools. Finally, they managed to squeeze through the opening and emerged into the bright sunlight outside. They were exhausted and traumatized, but they were alive. They looked around, trying to get their bearings, and then they saw something that made their blood run cold. Standing in front of them was the man who had lured them into the cabin. He was smiling, and he had a look in his eyes that sent chills down their spines. "You thought you could escape my trap," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "But you were wrong. You belong to me now." The man approached the hikers slowly, relishing in their fear. He had planned this moment for a long time, and he was not going to let them go easily. He leaned in close to them and whispered, "You are all mine now. You will do as I say, or suffer the consequences." The hikers were terrified, but they knew that they had to stay strong if they were going to survive. They tried to think of a way to escape, but the man had thought of everything. The cabin was surrounded by traps and obstacles, and there was no way out. The hikers knew that they needed to come up with a plan quickly. They decided to try to reason with the man and find out what he wanted from them. "What do you want from us?" one of the hikers asked, trying to keep their voice steady. The man laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "What do I want? I want to see you suffer. I want to watch you squirm as you try to escape my traps. I want to break you, to make you mine forever." The hikers realized that there was no reasoning with the man, and that they were in grave danger. They needed to come up with a plan to escape before it was too late. They tried to gather their strength and come up with a plan, but they were weak from hunger and dehydration. The hikers' hearts skipped a beat as they heard the sound of barking dogs in the distance. Could it be rescue teams coming to save them? Or was it just the man's own dogs, trained to hunt down anyone who tried to escape? The sound of the possible search dogs grew louder and louder, and the man's face twisted into a look of panic. He knew that he had not accounted for search dogs in his plan, and he quickly tried to think of a way to escape. But it was too late. The man tried to run, but he was quickly caught by the search team. He was a notorious criminal who had been on the run for years. The hikers were rescued and taken to safety, grateful to have survived their ordeal. As the search team inspected the cabin and disarmed all the traps, they discovered a secret door behind a refrigerator that led to a sound padded room which contained the missing hiker tied up with a bottle of water and some bread. Who knows what would have happened to the hiker if the search dogs didn't find them? As the hikers recovered from their traumatic experience, they couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if the search dogs had not found them. They knew that they had been lucky to escape with their lives. Eventually, the hikers were able to move on from their nightmare in the cabin, but they never forgot the lessons they had learned. They knew to always be careful when exploring the great outdoors and to never underestimate the dangers that could be lurking in the wilderness. As for the man who had lured them into the cabin, he was finally brought to justice and locked up for his crimes. The hikers found some solace in knowing that he would never be able to hurt anyone else again. The hikers were hailed as heroes for surviving the man's trap and helping to bring him to justice. They went on to tell their story to anyone who would listen, warning others to be cautious when going into the wilderness. And although they never forgot the terror they experienced in that cabin, they were grateful for the lessons they learned and the friendships that they formed during their ordeal. This happened to me 2 years ago. It was my first month on the job, and I worked night security at this pretty interesting place. For the record, I still work there and have more strange stories possibly to tell in the future. I am a 38-year-old male. I've worked security jobs most of my life, and the graveyard shift. I was an event security guard for various well-known concert venues for years, so I've seen my fair share of strange things and crazy people. In other words, I don't scare easily and hardly ever go into a panic mode when a crisis comes up. The place I currently work is a resort-style apartment complex. To get the layout, there are 3 floors of apartments with 50 units on each floor. This place takes up 1 city block with a golf course in back, indoor swimming pools, hot tubs, and a small movie theater. You name it, this place has it. Most of the residents are retired doctors, lawyers, and otherwise rich. There are some younger people that live here as well, stockbrokers and real estate agents and so on. Some just use their apartment in the summer and leave as soon as the snow falls. It is located in a well-known tourist town in the United States. The building itself has 12 exits on the first floor. The doors are locked at 11 p.m. You can exit, but you can't get back in unless you go to the front of the building and asked to be buzzed in or pick up the call box phone next to whatever exit you are at. It will ring the company's cell phone, and I answer and can come let you in. The front lobby is set up much like a hotel, with sliding glass doors which I lock when I start my shift. In the middle of the building on first floor are 2 big slider doors which I also lock. They lead to the private parking lot. The parking lot itself is gated, and you need a code to get in. This was midsummer, and while it's never really hot here, tonight was an exception. It was still very warm after the sun had set. I came in 10 minutes to 11 to start my shift. We have a routine to hand off the keys, event log and phone to the next person on duty. Despite its size, I am the only security person here at night. My coworker who was leaving told me the side iron gates that lead to the parking lot are open on one side because they are stuck. This is nothing new, and they often do get jammed. She told me the repair people would be in tomorrow sometime to fix them, but to just do some extra patrol out there tonight. This place sits across the road from a public park, and while the area is pretty decent, the park tends to breed druggies and homeless at night who sometimes like to try and wander on the property or cause trouble. My night started out as uneventful. As a security guard in this place, we only have pepper spray, a large flashlight, keys, and a company cell phone to call 911 if need be. We are told not to confront with bodily harm, nor can we detain anyone. We are simply eyes and ears, and to call the police if something comes up. Of course, you can defend yourself if you need to, but in all cases, if you are in danger, call the police is the company policy. Basically, I am to walk the grounds and floors for anyone suspicious, watch the cameras in the security office, which is in the lobby, and otherwise try to stay alert. If a resident calls for a maintenance request, I would take the information down in the computer for day shift, or if a resident called with a security issue, I would attend to it. Pretty easy enough job, I thought. I locked the doors to the parking lot and the lobby doors. I did a sweep of all the floors and then found myself back at the desk. It was really quiet, and it rolled around to 3 a.m. I had just sat down to eat my lunch when the company's cell phone rang. The caller ID let me know it was from one of our outside call box phones. I picked it up and said, "Thanks for calling, resort name here. This is Security Officer James. How can I help you?" All I heard was someone breathing heavy. I glanced at the cameras and could see the shadow of a figure standing just out of reach from the door and camera view. All I could see is the open call box and the metal cord from the phone. I again asked how I can help. The man started to breathe heavier and laughed in silence. It was one of those laughs you hear in a movie when the lunatic is about to do something terrible. I got up from my chair and started to walk out of the office and to the door he was at when it rang again. This time from call box number 2, which was further down. I quickly looked at the camera and seen this large figure in a hooded jacket. I knew this was strange, as it was very warm outside. He was holding a black bag in his hands, but had his back to the camera. "I'm coming for you, and you're gonna disappear," this voice said, in a raspy, deep tone. He hung up before I had the chance to say anything. Then the phone rang again. This time I picked up, and before he could speak, I let him know the cops are on their way, and to leave the property now as he is on camera. He tried the doors, and both were locked. This time, he was at yet another call box. This guy had to be running at top speed to make it to the next and the next call box, as they are a good distance between doors on the outside. "I can see you. Are you ready to disappear? The cops won't make it here in time," the guy said. I spoke loud and pretended like I was talking to another security officer and asked him to send 3 other security guards to such and such location, and that police are dispatched. The guy slammed the phone down loud against the call box receiver, and I watched him on camera take off into the darkness to the park area. I figured it scared him off. I was going to call the police, but honestly, the location of this place, it would take them at least 15 minutes to get here, and I figured this guy was just some tweaker from the park. I scanned the cameras and walked the back lot just to be sure no one was there. I had my pepper spray in my hands just in case, but no one was out there. I returned to my desk and wrote what happened in the incident log. About a half hour passed. I had finished lunch and just was about to do rounds when the phone rang again. This time it was from an unknown number. I thought it would be a resident calling for a repair issue or something. I picked up and said my normal line. "Where are the cops?" "I don't see them." "But I see you," the voice said. It was that guy again. I scanned the cameras, and did not see anything. I went to the front door to look out, and there was nothing but darkness and a few front floodlights on. "I know you're alone, and you are going to disappear soon," he said. I called the non-emergency number to 911 and let them know what was going on. The dispatcher said she would send out a car to check the area and make contact with me. Next thing I hear is a loud thud against the glass windows to the day manager's office, which sits across from the security room. Another 3 loud bangs. I run to the door and unlock it. I pull up the shades and shine my flashlight through the window into the darkness. I catch the face of this hooded man. He looked to be about 40 with long, stringy hair poking down and these wild eyes. He looked right at me and grinned before slamming his head into the window to try and break it. I started yelling at him and told him the cops are coming. That's when he pulled the biggest damn butcher knife I've ever seen and made a slicing motion like he would use it to cut my throat. This guy was crazy and probably on drugs. He continued slamming his body against the glass, trying to break it. He used his head to try and break the window, but managed to bust his head open. So the window now has blood all over it. I backed out of the office and locked the door to it. I then decided to wait for cops as this guy was out of control and my pepper spray wasn't going to stop him, and the last thing I wanted was to handle a bloody crazy person. He then ran to the nearest side door and took the call box phone off the hook. He then ran to each call box and removed all the phones, which caused my company's cell phone to ring and jam up the line. This guy had to be on meth or something because he ran as fast as I could imagine. I watched the camera and noticed to my horror the sliding door to the garage was open. Now it was common for residents to go out to their cars and unlock the door themselves. It's just a sliding lock like the kind in department stores, but this is the last thing I need with this nut job running around. I sprinted across the building and took a shortcut through a couple banquet rooms to make it to the garage. As I was doing so, I saw the crazy guy running up the garage pathway. I slid that door as fast as I could and locked it before he got to the entryway. He then slammed his body into the glass, over and over, but the door did not move. I locked the second set of doors in case he got through the outside ones. He would at least be trapped or slow him down. I reached for my pepper spray, thinking maybe he would just leave and yell the cops are here. He started to laugh and howl, and then held that knife up again before running into the darkness of the parking garages. I called the cops on my personal cell phone to let them know that the man has a knife. The dispatcher told me the cops will be there shortly, and I let her know what happened. I made my way to the front again and locked myself in the security office. At least this place had no windows and I could watch on camera. I heard another loud thud and bang and realized he was at the front lobby doors trying to get in. I was hoping the cops would roll up any minute, but they didn't, and while it probably didn't take them long, it felt like forever at this point. The guy was standing at the lobby doors with the knife in hand. He faced the camera, and by this time his hood had fallen back. He was bald-headed with wild, long, stringy, crazy hair on the sides of his head. His eyes were huge, and I will never forget that grin on his face as he mouthed to the camera, "You're gonna disappear," while making stabbing motions with that knife. Blood running across his face from slamming into the glass, he then ran out into the darkness. About 5 minutes later, the cops show up. They sent one officer. He asked me what the guy looked like, and I told him I have camera footage. He drove through the area first and shined a spotlight. The cop returned to tell me he couldn't find anyone, and he had driven around the entire block and back area behind the golf course. I showed him the footage and printed out a picture from the camera. The cop said he didn't see any sign of the guy and that he would patrol the area and to call back if he came again. It was now nearly 5 a.m. when the cop left. I waited until 6 a.m. when it was daylight and people were starting to get out and about before I walked around and hung up all the phones from the call boxes. This guy literally took all 12 phones off the hook. When my manager came in during the morning shift at 8 a.m., I told her what happened, and she said that they would keep an eye out and have a meeting to let everyone who worked here know and to be aware. They had an extra security guard on my shift for 2 weeks after, but the guy never returned. The cops never found the guy or who he was. So crazy bloody guy with a knife. Let's not meet again. I am an oceanographer. Ever since my family started bringing me to the beach when I was young, I was fascinated by the sea, but fascination turned to something else when I was hired to work in an underwater sea lab in the Baltic. My name is Will. I had recently graduated with a degree in marine biology and was looking to start my career. I had always thought that the only underwater research lab had been off the coast of Florida, the Aquarius Reef Base, but here I was staring at an application to work on another sea lab across the world. I chalked my lack of knowledge up to my own incompetence and applied for the job. It wasn't long before I got a reply. A sophisticated man with a German accent spoke with me about my education and all the other regular things that you would hear in a job interview. But at the end of the conversation, things started to get a little weird. "Are you in any way afraid of any sea life, like sharks, for example?" asked Bertram, the German interviewer. "I have a healthy fear of ocean predators," I said, "but I don't mind swimming with them. They mostly aren't interested in humans." "Good to hear," he said. "I completely agree. The job will involve some diving in some deeper waters, and this can make some people uneasy." To my surprise, I was hired. I boarded a plane and ended up in Rostock, a medium-sized German port city. I made my way over to the port itself, where I was to meet with the team and start traveling to my new home under the sea. I had read the documents they had sent over to familiarize myself with the underwater environment. I had noticed, however, that there were no bathrooms, and this seemed a little strange. I assumed that I probably would just go in the ocean. I had been peeing in the ocean since I was a kid, but I had never gone number 2. I laughed to myself as I thought of how silly it was that I was dwelling on such a triviality. When I arrived on the dock, there was Bertram. I recognized him from the video conference we had before. He was taller than I had figured. Next to him stood another tall, skinny man. "Ah, speak of the devil," Bertram said as I approached. His accent made me chuckle to myself, but his grammar and diction were very good nonetheless. "Will, I would like you to meet Derek, our colleague." Derek also seemed very polite, and his English was excellent. "We have a team of French, German, and English speakers. We mostly speak English, but you will have to forgive us if occasionally we start ranting in our native tongues together," said Bertram. At that, Derek mumbled something in German, and they both laughed. We hitched a ride on another vessel out towards the east. After about an hour, I saw a little ship. "That is the Hoffnung," said Bertram. "Our humble ship." The ship was small and rusty. It looked like it had seen better days. Something seemed off. The facility underwater was much too advanced to be paired with such a beat-up looking ship. We geared up for the dive. As far as depth is concerned, the Baltic is pretty shallow, yet I was surprised to hear that we would be diving down to a depth of 65 meters. The deepest I had ever gone was 30, and going 65 didn't help my growing anxiety. "Don't worry, it is a one-way trip, so it isn't very dangerous. You don't have to worry about the bends." I remembered how cool it was that the underwater facility used ambient pressure and a moon pool. The entire facility was pressurized. It was still too deep for humans to live at the pressure between 7 and 8 atmospheres. Though humans can free dive quite deep, they cannot live in such crushing pressures for extended periods of time. 3 atmospheres was what the facility was pressurized to. Still, the time saved not having to go back and forth between sea level, and 7 atmospheres made this facility useful for studying the seabed. We have all heard how we know less about our oceans than outer space. This was what fascinated me so much about the sea. The beginning of the descent was uneventful. Things started to become darker as less light was able to penetrate the depths. When we reached 40 meters, it felt like I was entering another world. It was surreal. I had never been this deep before, and I remembered my diving instructor mentioning how dangerous it was. People were said to fall into a trance. As we continued to descend into the misty depths, a building appeared. It was taller than I had expected, spanning at least 3 stories upward. Certainly, this was not the facility that I had read about. Soon enough, however, I saw the moon pool. It was a peculiar thing to emerge from the ocean into an indoor swimming pool, and we all treaded water for a minute. Bertram and Derek turned and smiled at me. I couldn't help but smile back. It was just so badass. I felt like I was in some kind of sci-fi movie. The room we were in was pressurized higher than the rest of the facility, and we made our way into a depressurization chamber after removing our gear. "Watch your arm," said Derek as I clumsily walked into a loose panel. It grazed my skin a little. "Sorry," said Bertram. I should have mentioned the loose panel. "The facility is much larger than I read," I said, inquiring about the large structure I had seen. "Yes," said Bertram. "That document is out of date. The facility has expanded in several areas, though we lowly scientists are to remain in our humble quarters." He and Derek laughed. "I thought that this facility was entirely run by scientists," I said. The job application had been from the website of GEONAR, a prestigious research institution in Germany. It started that way, but after funding was cut back, it looked like we were going to have to abandon the facility, said Bertram. But then they discovered the ore deposits down the hole. "The hole?" I asked. We entered the habitat I had familiarized myself with from the manual. There was a bunkhouse, a mess hall, and a couple other rooms for science and storage. "Is this the new bloke?" asked a voice from around the corner. In walked a short man with a smile on his face. He had instant charisma. "Don't let the crowd scare you, mate. Things are peachy down here." He shook my hand with a vigor that left my arm noodling. He was a middle-aged man, a little older than the rest of them. "Name's Doug. I am from Newcastle." I nodded. "This whole kraut thing," said Bertram. "I just don't understand why you all think it is offensive. It just means cabbage. Your people's World War II put-downs weren't very good." I couldn't help but chuckle at their relationship when suddenly a loud explosion rang out. They all grabbed for something to brace themselves with. "Is everyone all right?" came a shrill, worried voice from deeper into the facility. Amidst the flickering buttons and endless readouts, a French woman cautiously came into the room, hugging the wall. Despite the fear the crash moments ago had instilled, she smiled politely to me. "Welcome, Will. It is good to see you," she said somewhat nervously. "Hi," I said, smiling back. She was wearing a cap and bulky crewman coveralls, yet I could tell that she was really beautiful. "The bastards are really pushing our luck with those explosions," said Doug. "They're gonna get us all killed." "Why are there explosions?" I asked. "We didn't have the funding to keep this place running. We were forced to entice some other parties." I said it then, and I say it now. "It was a short-sighted decision," said Doug. "Yes, but what choice did we have?" asked Bertram. The rest of the day was spent familiarizing myself with the facility. Everything was just like it said in the manual, except for an ominous-looking door just after the depressurization chamber. That was new. Though the whole place looked like a futuristic spaceship, this door seemed to be even more so. It looked strong. At first, there was constant traffic in and out, but after they completed their submarine docking station, a soul hasn't passed through that door in months. We occasionally speak with one of them on the radio, but we have less and less contact as they need us less. It is a little strange, but it is better than being shut down, said Bertram as he noticed me looking at the door. "Who exactly are they?" I asked. At first it was underwater welders and construction workers who worked for a German mining company. All the usual stuff, But after several months, the miners left and apparently ownership of the facility changed hands again, though I have heard nothing about who. GEOMAR has been vague about it all. No doubt they are up to some kind of exploitative act, probably attempting to weaponize something beautiful. That is why I get the feeling that we are no longer welcome in our own facility. They wouldn't want their secrets exposed by us pesky good-intentioned scientists, said Bertram mockingly. Eventually, I had to go to the little boy's room, and I finally inquired as to how this was done. They all laughed. It is a pleasure going number 2 during the day. The fish can get quite frisky, said Doug. Manon rolled her eyes, smiling. The fish sometimes eat your waist, she said. Don't let Douglas scare you. They are just fish. There is a dome several meters out from the moon pool where you can hang out and do your business, but you won't catch me going out there in the dark, said Doug. Ha, yeah, I can imagine the fish are much more frightening in the dark, I said. Actually, that is the weird part, said Bertram. There are no fish at night. Manon lashed the shirt she was holding at Bertram's arm punishingly, yet in a soft, motheringly way. I am just saying, I don't go number 2 at night either, said Bertram. If it is an emergency, I drop the log right in the moon pool, and you should too, said Doug. Floaters be damned. That is disgusting, said Manon. Why do the fish only come at night? I asked. We aren't sure why. Derek thinks it has to do with their body chemistry. Their noradrenaline levels start to spike as the light stops shining through. They scatter in all directions, explained Manon. All except towards the hole, said Derek. What is this hole? I asked. It is the 20-meter wide hole in the bottom of the ocean out the moon pool to the east. It is hard to miss. We stay away from there, said Derek. I made a point to do my business during the daylight and was alarmed and amused by the amount of fish it attracted. I swam out to the dome, and soon several fish began to investigate me. I looked around in the area and saw the massive hole to the east. I could see that the facility must have been built to study the hole. It was starting to get a little darker, and I was ready to swim back to the moon pool when I noticed a small submersible ascending out of the hole. The submersible propelled itself towards the large 3-story complex attached to our habitat. A hatch opened, and the submersible ascended up into the hatch. My imagination ran wild as to what this mysterious other faction was up to behind that hatch. As weird as it all was, after several days I had fallen into a rhythm, and everything became normal. I would gather samples and document the wildlife by day, and study my findings as well as talk to my colleagues at night. Occasionally there would be an explosion, and like clockwork, a submersible or two would ascend from the hole at sunset. Sunset became a time of caution, I noticed. The fish would remain until it was dark, but almost in a flash, they all knew to disappear as the last sun rays left. It was part of a fascinating cycle. I had seen things like this in nature before, like when bats all fly out of a cave at the same time, or birds migrating for winter. But this was different. There was a desperation about it. For the fish, it was more of a desperate scramble. I quickly understood why Doug wouldn't go number 2 at the dome after dark. I found out that none of them did. Every day, I would walk by the mysterious door leading to the other facility, but the hallway beyond was always dark, and I could never see that far. It was unnerving. On top of that, there were no portholes or windows of any kind to look into from the outside, only the submersibles at sunrise and at sunset. One day I joked, "Maybe one of us should try to swim up the hatch one time," I said. The mood in the room became very tense. It wasn't long before Manon burst into tears. I didn't understand. "I'm sorry," I said. "It's okay, mate. It isn't your fault," said Doug as he went to console Manon. I tried to look at Bertram, who usually explained things to me when I was baffled, but his eyes remained fixed on his breakfast. I looked at Derek. "It is time we'll knows about Javier," said Derek. Nobody said a word. All that could be heard was Manon sobbing. "Who is Javier?" I asked. "Javier was the marine biologist you replaced," said Derek, "and he also had the idea to swim up the hatch. We were informed that he was dead over a week later." "The bastards," said Doug. "We began searching desperately, but after a couple hours, we knew that the air would have run out. We started searching for his body. Apparently the whole time, he was in the other facility." "What?" I asked, mortified. They said that there had been an accident and they weren't able to save him," said Doug. "And they waited to tell you?" I asked. He nodded. "I never looked at the hatch the same way. Had Javier been trapped in there and run out of air, surely there must have been some way he could have entered the facility, as it is how the submersibles went in and out." Over the coming days, things went back to normal, or at least as normal as living 60 meters underwater could be. I didn't dare broach the subject of Javier. I just kept my head down and did my work. There was plenty of plant life to catalog, not to mention all of the different species of fish and jellyfish. Occasionally a pod of sea mammals would pass through. As I was performing my nightly bathroom ritual before the dark set in, one night I noticed the submersible ascending from the hole as always, only this time, it seemed to be having trouble moving through the water. It almost seemed to be stuttering. As I looked closer, I saw what looked like markings on the side of the vessel, as if it had been in some kind of accident down there. I shuddered to think of what would have happened if the craft had been damaged more. There I trod in the outhouse dome, pondering what I just saw. It made me feel uneasy, but nothing like what I felt after what I saw next. My gaze fell back on the giant sinkhole. There at the very edge, I saw something that will horrify me for the rest of my life. I saw a head looking back. The rest of the body was hidden down the hole, just the head, as if it was peering at me. Even with the water clouding the distance between us, I felt his stare burn into my soul. Here, 60 meters below in the middle of the ocean, was a face, completely unencumbered by gear, no air tanks. What was he breathing? I must have been hallucinating, but the moment lasted for what seemed like a lifetime. Up until then, it was the longest moment of my life. His eyes locked on mine, just his head. As it got darker, I came out of my confused trance. I made a mad dash for the moon pool. I didn't dare look back. I leaped out of the moon pool and into the decompression chamber. I was terrified. I stared at the moon pool through the window, half expecting the head to emerge from the water. How could a man have been in the hole? He would have had to have held his breath for at least 5 minutes, as I hadn't seen anyone else as I swam to the dome. Although with training, a human being can hold their breath that long, something was just off. I had goosebumps all over my body. I had heard of pressurized air playing tricks on people's minds. Perhaps I had nitrogen narcosis. I quickly went in and told the others. "Elevated levels of nitrogen affect us all in different ways," said Manon as she examined me. "It is possible that you hallucinated." "I must have," I said. "If anything like this happens again, come tell us right away," she said. I noticed Derek looking at me from across the habitat. He quickly looked away when I made eye contact. There was something about it that made me feel like he knew more. I decided to sleep it off, but had wild dreams about what I saw. I woke up in a cold sweat. I felt even more exhausted than before. The crew, for the most part, hadn't noticed that I was a little off. All except Derek. He approached me that night. "You must be feeling a little rattled," he said. "I was good friends with Javier. When he died, I sort of lost it a little bit. I couldn't sleep or eat. I even saw things too." He became very serious. "This place is dangerous, more so than the others understand," said Derek. He brought me over to a laptop and opened up a folder with images. He then brought up a picture of the crew all happily posing. There they all were, Doug, Manon, Derek, and Bertram. Then my eyes came to rest on the fifth person, and when they did, electricity ran through my body all at once as horror welled up from the depths of my soul into my throat. There stood the very same face that had stared at me from the hole, and all at once I knew who that was, what Derek had seen, and what it meant. I could barely speak. I just muttered. "That was the man I saw," I said. "We have to tell the others, and they are not going to believe it, or like it," he said. We headed into the common room where the others were gathered. Derek led bluntly in a dire tone. "We both saw Javier, alive in the water," he said. Doug almost dropped what he was doing and turned around to look at us, then looked at Bertram, who was as bewildered as him. Then they both broke into laughter. Manon looked very upset. "That is not funny, Derek. And Will, I didn't think you were like this," she said. Derek showed me a picture of Javier, and it was without a doubt the same face that looked at me, I said. I didn't care about impressing Manon anymore. Something was horribly wrong. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me because Javier had just died. "I heard you can see people sometimes who have just died," said Derek, so I didn't think much of it. "But one thing is very clear. We need to leave," he said. It was empowering to be next to him. I would have never had the courage to say these things. There was a moment of silence. "Okay, I will put in the call for the ship to come pick up whoever wants to leave, I guess, but this is my life's work. I can't just leave because you think you saw a ghost, you understand?" said Doug respectfully. "I strongly urge you to reconsider," said Derek, "and we can't wait for the ship to get us. We need to take the Hoffnung now." Suddenly, this wasn't sounding like such a good idea. The Hoffnung had seen better days. Bertram started to argue with Derek in German. Manon and Doug started jumping in, and I had no idea what was going on. At last, however, Derek won out with a loud exclamation that silenced the rest. He then turned to me. "I know it seems like the Hoffnung isn't seaworthy, but she is. She passed the required inspection." "That was 5 years ago, Derek." "Really?" said Doug. "There is a reason we don't use her anymore. She is a floating platform, just in case something happens down here." "Really? What is another day to wait for the ship?" he said. "If you had seen what we had seen, you would understand," said Derek. I wasn't sure what to do. On the one hand, waiting another day for a proper ship to take us back seemed reasonable. Yet, what if that thing in the water came into the moon pool tonight? What if it came into the decompression chamber? "Very well, I am going to make the call to be picked up," said Derek. He left and came back moments later. "There is a storm coming. They can't make it here for 2 days," he said. My stomach started to turn. That rusty old boat was starting to look more and more enticing. I was starting to feel better about everything. There were tests to be run and flora to be catalogued. Manon even helped me, which put me at ease. During the day, she started asking me questions. "So you are sure that it was Javier that you saw?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "He must still be alive, but we watched each other for minutes. I don't know anyone who can hold their breath that long." Manon looked at me horrified. "He was a good swimmer," she said, "but 5 minutes." "I know," I said. After I finally started to feel normal again, I started to feel tired, even though it was just the afternoon. Something about the pressure, or being cooped up. That was why I went to sleep early that night. Going to sleep early turned out to be a giant mistake. I woke up in the late evening around 10. I had to poop something fierce. I instinctively went over to the decompression chamber. When I entered the moon pool for the first time, I saw pitch black water. I stood there watching it ripple. Beyond was just the murky black depths. I remembered Doug admitting he wouldn't go to the bathroom at night, and now I understood. I walked up to the edge and looked down. There was absolutely no way I was going to swim to the outhouse dome. With little options left, I pulled down my trousers and attempted a squat right over the moon pool. Still, squatting there, I couldn't help but look back every couple seconds to make sure something wasn't coming up to grab me. It felt silly, but it was a very vulnerable position to be in. After trying for a couple minutes, I stood back up. It is amazing what kinds of things the body will do when it knows it is not safe. I suddenly felt no urge to go to the bathroom at all. I slowly backed away from the edge of the moon pool, keeping my eyes on its dark, rippling depths. I thought I saw something move. I felt a deep fear. I had to get out of there. I went for the decompression chamber, and to my horror, I saw out of my peripheral a mass cresting out of the water. I threw myself into the chamber and, as fast as I could, tried to throw the door closed. A monstrous dark grayish-green tentacle moved with startling speed, and just as I was shutting the door, wrapped around my leg, sinking several spines into me. I cried with pain as the creature began to drag me out of the chamber. I slammed the door on the tentacle, but it was thick and strong, and continued to drag me. A second tentacle, just like the first, was starting to crest out of the moon pool. Just then I looked up. It was the same sheet metal panel that had grazed me when I first walked in. I ripped it off the wall with surprising ease. With all I might for my life, I cleaved the tentacle. It didn't sever, but I cut it deeply and it released me. Before the second tentacle could reach the chamber, I slammed the door with all my might. I looked at the tentacles prodding and probing the sealed door. It was absolutely horrifying. I knew they had every intent on dragging me down into the depths. They were terrifying, like a giant octopus, with spiny thorns attached to hook its prey. After what seemed like hours, the decompression finished. I had already been screaming, and the others had gathered at the door. I exited the chamber and turned to the others. "We have to get the hell out of here now," I screamed. "Calm down," said Manon. "What happened?" "There is some kind of..." I stopped. I didn't know what to say. I know this sounds crazy, but a massive predatory invertebrate grabbed me in the moon pool. "Like a Pacific octopus?" Doug asked curiously. They were not understanding the gravity of the situation. The tentacles weren't visible from this angle, and I dared not open the door to show them. Instead, I showed them my leg. It was bleeding, though not profusely. The puncture wounds were still clearly visible. The others began to inspect his leg. Derek went into another room and came back with a couple knives. They were the only weapons we had available. "At first light, all of us should make a break for the Hoffnung," said Derek. "But what about the storm?" said Bertram. "I would rather take my chances with the storm than be down here. At least I would die a natural death," said Derek. I don't think the others understood, but I knew exactly what he meant. The idea of drowning in the open waters somehow seemed like a tolerable alternative. It suddenly made sense. The explosions, the beaten-up submersible. This animal was being studied by the other facility. "One thing is certain," said Derek. "The creature only seems to be around at night, and we seem to be safe in here. I am swimming for the Hoffnung in the morning. I strongly urge the rest of you to come." I nodded. The others looked among themselves, not knowing what to think. We all went to our bunks and tried to sleep. After hours of tossing and turning and staring at the entrance, half expecting a dark gray tentacle slither around the corner, my wound felt better. Manon had bandaged it and applied disinfectant. I slowly started to nod off. When I awoke, I started my daily routine. I even got ready to go out and swim to the bathroom when I stopped dead in my tracks. I felt a deep sense of horror, as if I was just remembering what had happened to me in the moon pool just hours before. I suddenly felt no urge to go to the bathroom at all. I just stood there gazing at the pressure chamber. All of the others had risen and were mulling about. "Have either of you seen Doug?" said Manon. "I am waiting for his data, but I haven't seen him." "Maybe he hasn't woken up," I said. "He isn't in his bunk," said Manon. "I am starting to get worried." "He probably just went out for some samples," said Bertram. "You are probably right," said Manon. and she started busying herself with her work. I finally worked up the courage to go out to the bathroom dome. The water was moving faster than usual, but nothing I couldn't swim against. I could see how being a poor swimmer would be very hazardous, and understood now why they insisted on strong swimmers in the job application. Out at the dome, I looked around and realized that there wasn't a fish in sight. Usually during this time of day, the ocean was full of them, but now it was barren. It was unnerving. I looked around the eerie depths, trying to make out what I could through the misty seawater. I noticed something strange. The hatch to the other part of the facility was open. That same hatch that Javier had swam up. Upon thinking about Javier, my eyes darted back to the place where I had seen his eyes, staring at me from the hole. I shuddered and suddenly started to feel very vulnerable. I got done with my business and started back towards the moon pool. When I entered the habitat, I saw that Manon was coming my way with Bertram and Durek. "There you are," she said. "We are going out to look for Doug. He should have been back by now." "The hatch is open," I said. They all looked at one another. "We will have to think about that later," she said. "Everyone, suit up and make sure you are full of oxygen." The water was still moving fast due to the stormy conditions. It was difficult to fight against the current, but Doug should have come back by now, and there was a chance he was stuck and running low on air. We had to look for him. We checked down the slope in the opposite direction of the hole, but there was no sign of Doug. We finally came to the hole. We shined our lights down into the depths. Nothing but darkness. After a while, our oxygen levels were getting low, and we returned to the habitat. On our way back, we all saw the opened hatch. No doubt we were all thinking the same thing. Doug might have gone up the hatch for some reason. When we had shed our gear in the moon pool, Durek was the first to mention this. "We need to get in touch with the other part of the habitat," he said. "I will try to radio them again." As I walked past the door that connected the two habitats, I peered down its corridor. Surely we could just override the locks and walk in there. It seemed like the right thing to do given the circumstances. I shined my light down the corridor through the glass. It was strange. Something at the very end of the corridor seemed to be floating. I squinted and tried to discern what it was that I was looking at. "Hey guys," I said. "I think something is moving in there." We all gathered at the glass of the door and peered into the darkness. There was something that seemed to be hovering. It was drifting closer. I knew what it was before my mind could register what I was seeing. It was a strange feeling. On the one hand, there was a pen, but on the other, it was drifting right in the middle of the air. The pen was floating because the chamber had filled with water. "It won't break through," said Derek. "This door is designed to withstand pressures far beyond this. It was always a possibility that one of the habitats would be compromised." His words did little to reassure me. I kept staring at that pen as it seemed to drift aimlessly. It ricocheted off one of the walls gently. "What happened to all the people?" asked Bertram. There was nothing but silence for a moment. Then Manon spoke. "We have to go in there," said Manon. "That must be where Doug is. Maybe he is trapped." Derek and Bertram exchanged glances and started speaking in German. Manon interrupted them, and they all started yelling at each other. I stood there puzzled until finally they switched back to English. "I can't believe you two," said Manon. "Doug would have done it to save you." "Doug is dead," said Derek. "Or worse." "What do you mean, or worse?" said Manon. "He has been out of air for a while now, and we all know it," said Derek. "Bertram and I are going for the Hoffnung. We aren't waiting for the ship." Bertram stood there looking as guilty as he was terrified. Finally, they were starting to understand. We had to get the hell out of there. I opened my mouth to agree adamantly, but Manon spoke first. "I am going over there," she said defiantly. She looked at me and waited for me to speak. "Okay," I said. "I will go with you to look for Doug." "This is crazy," said Derek. I don't want to be on that sinking boat in a storm any minute longer than I have to. We can't wait for you." 1 hour, said Manon. "That is all we need." Derek and Bertram started arguing in German again. "We will wait 1 hour, said Bertram. "Then we will head to the surface together." Suiting up went fast. We did our final checks and dove back into the moon pool. A hatch seemed to beckon me. I thought of Javier, and how I had seen his head staring at me. Even now it gave me the chills, but I put it in the back of my mind. Soon, we could almost see up the shaft. I thought of how much had happened in my life since I had taken this job, how much I had learned and seen. It was hard to remember what my life used to be like. It seemed like so long ago that I had been sleeping in a nice bed and eating all the food I wanted. Mostly, I thought about how much I had taken for granted. You don't realize how important it is to feel safe until you don't. We reached the entrance of the shaft. It became dark fast. Manon turned on her light, and my heart sank. At the end of the shaft was a metal door, but it looked as though it had been warped. What could have done this? Luckily, our divers' masks had radio communication built in. "What could have done this?" said Manon. She looked over at me. She knew what I was thinking already. "There is no creature ever discovered like the one you hallucinated, Will." I went to retort but stopped. There was no point in arguing. I wanted to live, not to be right. "Let's hope not," I said. It took everything I had, but I managed to start kicking and swam up into the shaft. Manon soon followed after me. We traced the dark room with our lights. It seemed to have been some kind of submersible docking room. What once was a moon pool had been overtaken by water. All manner of clutter floated about. It was unnerving to be there in the darkness, 60 meters beneath the surface of the water, in a breached habitat that had gone silent. I swatted a tablet away from my head as we continued onward. The decompression chamber was wide open. Both of the large doors stood unsealed. I knew what had happened. That creature that had tried to grab me, that giant octopus creature, had gotten through the decompression chamber. I couldn't stop thinking about those tentacles that had grabbed me. They looked like they were as thick as a tree trunk as they disappeared into that black water. I will never forget it. As we swam into the next room, it was large and quite long. It was full of all types of computers and lab equipment, but in the center of a room, and to my horror, there it was. That same dark gray tentacle. It must have been 50 feet long. I instinctively swam away. This was horror movie 101. I had done everything I could to convince Manon that my story was true. If she didn't believe me now, it was on her. To my great relief, I saw her swimming fast behind me. She now understood that our lives were in imminent danger. As we rounded the corner in the room with the hatch, we saw Doug. It seemed like a miracle. There he was, floating there in his diving gear. We made it up towards the moon pool and started to get out of our gear. That's when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. Doug's oxygen meter had been empty. Still, I didn't think much about it as we made our way to the decompression chamber. I wish I had. "Doug, I have to say it is good to see your stupid face," said Manon. "Why didn't you respond to my radio?" Doug gave a slight smile. "We looked everywhere for you," I said. He looked at me. He looked like he had some kind of debris in his eye. Still, he said nothing. He just stared at me. That is when I realized that Bertram and Derek were nowhere to be found. "Derek, Bertram," I cried out. "You don't think they would have left without us, do you?" asked Manon. Suddenly, I heard a loud crash at distance from the habitat. It was as loud as the explosions, but it was different. I could tell Manon thought the same thing as we looked at each other in horror. Putting it out of our mind, Manon and I desperately scrambled around the habitat. When we returned, we noticed Doug standing by the decompression chamber. He seemed to be examining it. "You okay there, Doug?" I asked. He turned to me and gave me that same hollow stare I had seen that stare before somewhere. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. He soon returned to the decompression interface. He just stared at it. "Any ideas on where Derek and Bertram are, Doug?" I asked, more to make conversation than anything else. We stood there in silence for a moment. I dared not walk away. Manon had made her way over to us after searching for Derek. By the look on my face, she could tell that there was something wrong. "Doug?" she asked. After a moment of silence, Doug's hand rose and pressed one of the buttons. He pressed another button. He was starting to figure it out. I tried to block the panel, but he swatted me away with a speed that was uncharacteristic of Doug. He was trying to open the decompression chamber. I tried to push him away from the panel, but he headbutted me hard. I fell to the ground. I felt woozy. I tried to stand up but fell over again. "Manon," I cried out, "don't let him open the chamber." Manon stood there, horrified, as I finally got to my feet, but it was too late. Doug managed to open the decompression chamber. Still, there was a fail-safe mechanism. Both doors couldn't be opened at once, unless overridden in an emergency. I had read about it in the manual before I came aboard. There was a way, but if it was done underwater at that depth, the moon pool's integrity would fail, and the water would rush into the habitat. Doug stood there once more, thinking with that horrifying, hollow stare. My head was still spinning, but I managed to grab a hold of his arm, and we both went tumbling over. I managed to dodge some swings at my head and scrambled backwards. Doug refocused his attention back on the panel. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded. It was over. The moon pool integrity had been compromised. Water immediately began to rush in. Manon and I looked at each other in horror. She rushed over to a cabinet. The water was already up to our knees and rising fast. Doug simply stared at us, void of emotion. The water poured forth, and in seconds I had taken a deep breath from the air at the top. I tried to think of something, anything, but before I could, Manon grabbed my hand. She had found the life raft. We swam for it. We both started towards the moon pool when all of a sudden I felt a strong hand grip my leg. It was Doug. I thrashed and kicked, but to no avail. I tried to fight Doug with all I had left, but he was too strong, and I was running out of oxygen. The edges of my eyes were starting to turn black, and my lungs were crying out. This was it. Suddenly, Manon drove a fixed blade deep into Doug's stomach. He momentarily let go, and we scrambled out of the moon pool with Doug right behind us. To my horror, I saw Doug swimming down after us, blood pouring out. Manon screamed and pointed towards the hole. There was Javier, Bertram, and Derek swimming for us, all with that hollow, lifeless look in their eyes. All we had to do was clear the building above us, and we could pull the rip cord. We were so close. That is when I saw the Hoffnung. It was the ship that was supposed to be above us. But there it was. I could barely make it out through the murky water, but it was hard to miss something so big. The storm, or maybe the others, had sunk it. That was what the crashing sound had been. We cleared the structure, and just as the creatures were closing in on us, Manon ripped the cord. Holding on, we started to ascend fast. I watched as we left that horrible place behind. It disappeared into the misty ocean underneath my feet. We hung there, blind and helpless, all the while thinking to ourselves, what if the others swam up after us? How long would it take them to reach us? My joints were hurting, and I knew why. Decompression sickness was setting in. Still, we were alive. The more I strained to look, the more I started to make out several shadows. They were getting closer. I could start to make out the human bodies now. They were no more than several meters away, swimming for us. My joints were in agony, and I felt so tired. I needed to sleep. Still, the sight of the surface so close, its glimmering majesty, just a little farther. We broke the surface, gasping for air. The life raft was so close. We scrambled into it as I felt that fear of having my last leg grabbed. But it wasn't. We had made it. We quickly looked over the side. A chill ran down my spine as I saw, right beneath the surface, the faces of Javier, Derek, Doug, and Bertram, all of their eyes fixed on us. There they remained as if unable to break the surface. Doug was still bleeding profusely from his stomach, and a cloud of red was gathering. We collapsed in the bed of the life raft, exhausted. We had made it. We could feel their hands scratching at us through the raft. It was unnerving, but the raft seemed to be holding. The sun was setting, and the sky was a beautiful pink color. That brings us to now. The last light has gone away now. The others are still scratching at the bottom of the raft. The sun is no longer holding it at bay. The creature will surely come for us tonight. Never leave the line. Something we heard the diving instructor say countless times in our cave diving class. If you can't see the line that leads back out of the cave, then you are in trouble. My brother had become obsessed with cave diving. What had been a casual hobby had turned into a burning passion for him. And because I was his diving buddy, it didn't take long before I found myself in the cave diving certification class. The first time going scuba diving was wonderful. I never had imagined there was an entire intricate world beneath the waves. I could have simply done open water diving for the rest of my life and been content, but that was not what my brother was like. He was always pushing to try the new exciting challenge, and this had gotten us into trouble more than once. That was why I should have known to pump the brakes when he started talking about cave diving. There is no doubt in my mind that cave diving could be a wonderful, peaceful experience if done right, but the combination of my brother's ego and the deceptively dangerous pitfalls involved with cave diving should have sent me running for the hills. My brother had spent quite a bit of time searching the different caves to dive around where we lived. He kept saying the word siphon over and over, and finally I asked him what it was. Most people cave dive in springs, where the water flows outward, and the current will push you towards the entrance. A siphon, however, is when the water flows into the cave, pulling you away from the entrance. It seemed like the ultimate test, which was irresistible to my brother, who was in a constant state of having something to prove. That was why, before completing our certification, we had taken off for an underwater cave in Pennsylvania. My brother argued that we had more than enough training being certified in advanced open water. For some reason, I went along with it. We were headed to the entrance of an underwater system referred to as Junkie Hole. My brother had mentioned that it had been part of an old Native American legend back when the Lenape tribe still lived in these parts. He said that a young man, after being rejected by his love, dove into the hole, and only a pool of blood came out the other side, miles away, where the underwater cave system flowed out into a bay. At the time, I had laughed and rolled my eyes. After a long car ride, we had reached the dive site. I was surprised at how deserted it was. It was just a small pond in the middle of Pennsylvania. There was a bed and breakfast in the distance, and a Christmas tree farm, but other than that, it was quiet. "That's it," I said. I was expecting something bigger. "There is an entrance somewhere in there," he said. There was a fire in his eyes which was infectious. I was starting to see the appeal of going exploring, but I wondered if we really were prepared. It is well known that only those with proper cave diving certification are allowed to go diving into caves. We were not yet certified. My brother kept saying that because we were certified for advanced open water diving, we would be fine. I was starting to have second thoughts as we approached this murky pond. We suited up and began the dive. The water was a little cold, but I quickly adjusted and became acclimated to my new surroundings. As I started to look around, my first thought was that there was nothing that interesting, and maybe our trip had been a waste of time. The pond wasn't that big, not more than 50 feet in diameter, and it seemed to be mostly shallow. But as my eyes darted around towards the bottom, I saw what looked like a small fissure. My brother had seen it too, and he immediately started swimming for the entrance. I followed. Being relatively new, we both had a single tank setup, which only afforded us about 45 minutes of air. The rule was to use a third to explore, a third to get out, and a third just in case of emergencies. That was why we had agreed to only be in there for 15 minutes before turning back. We swam closer to the fissure, and I was expecting for it to be more pronounced. It was only a small crack just big enough to squeeze through. These are known as restrictions and have been known to be the end of many a cave diver. Get stuck in an underwater squeeze and you will run out of air, especially from all the panic breathing, which drains your tank. These restrictions were just the type of thing my brother loved, and he immediately began to wriggle his way into the fissure. He began to kick up the mud that pervaded the bottom of the pond. It was becoming difficult to see him, but after a brief struggle, his body disappeared through the fissure. I was next. I must admit that squeezing my way through sharp rock surfaces with sensitive gear that my life depended on was not my idea of a good time. I figured, if I can make it through this part, then it might be worth it. I started wiggling my way in. The rock face on either side was surprisingly sharp. I shimmied on and noticed a turn. I had to rotate my body around to be able to bend through. I kept forcing my way deeper into the fissure, and sure enough, after a time, I broke free into a large chamber. The only light was very faint coming from the tunnel I had just passed through. Only a meter into the chamber turned to complete darkness. I could see my brother there shining his light around. It was truly a wonder to behold. In all directions going out, there was blackness, and who's to say how far out it went? I immediately understood why people did this. I shined my light around the entrance and along the wall. There was mud interspersed with striking orange rock. It felt like being on another planet. The light eventually tapered off into the blackness. My brother tied off a line to the rock face, and after making sure it was secure, started frog kicking along the wall. Together, we started down what seemed to be a large tunnel, though we could only see one side. Occasionally, a critter would swim or crawl by, and this gave me a sense of ease. At least we weren't the only things down here. Something was able to survive. We moved deeper into the cave, frog kicking, careful not to kick up too much debris, but neither of us was very good at it. Nonetheless, we pressed forward into a large chamber, deeper, farther from the entrance, farther from air. Almost all at once, the mucky orange rocks turned into a pinkish hue, as if we had entered what seemed like another biome. Stalactites by the hundreds eerily coated the ceiling, and I gazed with wonder as my light passed over them, only for them to once again fall back into the infinite darkness in which they dwelt. I was surprised to see the occasional smaller, pale crustacean walking about. It seemed like a place so inhospitable to life, yet here it was. My brother seemed eager to see what was around the next corner. We were getting deeper, and I looked at my dive computer. We still had several minutes left of air, but my brother's kicking made me nervous. He had started flutter kicking to get himself deeper. It was starting to kick up all types of debris. As the cave system went deeper, I could see that it branched off into several directions. My brother tied off the line he had been laying as we had been instructed, but before I could catch up to him to signal to frog kick, he was already off again. I love diving, but my brother has this nasty habit of turning fun things into competitions. This wasn't the first time that I felt as though he was acting dangerously during a dive. I was going to really give it to him when we got out. He continued unrelentingly towards what looked like the next restriction. He positioned his body and began to shimmy his way into this crack. This was the part that always made me nervous. Many cave divers preferred to use a side mount rig or a rebreather called a sidewinder to be able to fit into tighter spaces. Being relatively new to this, we had tanks mounted on our backs. This made it more difficult to pass through the restrictions. What would happen if he got stuck and I couldn't pull him out? Going through restrictions while cave diving is very dangerous, yet it allows you to explore a place that may never have been visited by humans in the entire history of Earth. This enticed me. It was truly the last frontier on this planet. He continued to shimmy deeper, and soon his fins fell into darkness. I hovered there in the water for a moment. It can be much more difficult to back out of a restriction than going forward. The last thing you want to do is create a traffic jam underwater with limited air. Still, as I tread there alone in this underwater chamber, which seemed so isolated, so far removed from the rest of humanity, so far removed from all the comforts and distractions of the daily minutiae, which present the illusion that being alive in this world is somehow normal, I began into the restriction. The last thing I wanted to do is have an existential crisis alone in an underwater chamber. The rocks were sharp and abrass my suit. I carefully continued to shuffle deeper into the squeeze. It was tight. At one point, I could only wiggle my leg a matter of inches up and down. I wasn't getting used to passing these restrictions. On the other side, I saw my brother again, shining the light around. He had already tied off another line and started swimming out into the chamber. I looked at my dive computer. We were deeper now, and we would have to turn back soon. We continued on through what seemed like an endless maze. It seemed to be a large tunnel carved by an underwater stream over millennia. There were massive boulders that we began to weave through. It was magnificent. The water in this chamber was pristine and had yet to be mucked up by our kicking. Yet as I looked around, I noticed that the silt we were kicking up seemed to be drifting. It seemed that we had entered a small current. I knew it was time to call the dive, but in the distance, we both saw something large but very faint, as our lights didn't reach that far. I was just as mesmerized by the object in the distance as my brother, and we kept drifting forward. It was then that my brother ran out of line. He swam to the bottom and tied off the line and looked to me wondering whether or not I would tie a new line off. I shook my head and tapped my computer, signaling to him that we didn't have time to go deeper. His head pivoted back to the object, and he strained to see it, stretching his light hand as far as it could go. He looked back at me and signaled to continue forward, and without any confirmation, he swam out. Never leave the line. I scrambled to tie off my bright orange line to a small outcrop at the floor as fast as I could. What an imbecile. I finished tying off a sloppy bowline knot and took off after him. My light found him still kicking towards the object. Thank God I could still see him. I kicked harder to catch up. Then, all at once, he stopped dead. His body began to slowly sink to the bottom as he remained perfectly still. That was when I finally got close enough to see what it was. Through the darkness, the large object was still hard to make out. The borders were hard to discern. But over the next couple of seconds, my brain put the pieces together and I lurched backwards, as if overtaken by some old mammalian defense mechanism. There was some kind of crustacean, or at least the lifeless shell of one that had molted. What was truly horrifying was the size of this shell. It must have been the size of a car. It seemed to have horridly long antennae, and there seemed to be the scant remains of only the remnants of what must have been an enormous claw. It seemed to be some kind of freakishly large cross between a giant prawn and a lobster, only long and streamlined so as to fit through the restrictions as we did. I shuddered as I wondered whether or not this cave system had been dug out by some horrid monster, and whether or not we had intruded upon its lair. Who knows what types of prehistoric creatures lay in the depths of the earth? It was hard to make out its shape, as it was just the discarded shell, and it seemed to only be a piece. My brother swam closer and I followed. He seemed to have figured out that it was just a shell as well. Hovering over it, we looked at each other. I thumbed the dive sign to head to the surface. To my relief, he nodded, and we began to swim back. Suddenly, I felt the line go slack. The only thing this could mean is that my knot had come undone. My brother noticed this, and we looked at each other once more, this time in horror. I tried to remain calm and think of what to do. My brother started desperately flutter-kicking his way back towards where we had come from, but as I looked around with my light, there seemed to be 100 different ways to go. Still, we had tied another line off relatively close by. We just had to remain calm and work our way back. I was happy that I still had 2/3 of my oxygen left. My brother was moving fast, and I was having a tough time keeping up. The harder I kicked, the more carbon dioxide was building up in my body. I knew that I should slow down and breathe, but my brother seemed to be swimming faster still. He seemed to be desperately looking for the other line. I could feel my head start to swim, and I knew that if I kept pushing myself, I would pass out. I slowed down and kept my light on my brother's fins as they became fainter and fainter. I tried yelling through my regulator, but it was too late. He was out of sight. There I was, drifting helplessly. My line dangled there, limp in the water. I remembered what the cave diving instructor said. It is panic that kills people. I had to remain calm. I floated there for several seconds, just calming myself down. My breath started normalizing, and I started to gather my wits. I had to figure this out. I had to swim towards where I thought my line had come from. The thing was that given the slight current, where my line had come from might not be right. Still, I had little choice. I kicked back in the direction I came from, straining my eyes for a sign of my brother. I continued onward, checking my dive computer. I still had time. My light traced all of the walls, and I tried to make a mental note of any anomaly, anything that stood out, but everything seemed the same. Underwater rock faces that seemed to look just like the last. I continued out into the blackness. I could feel myself starting to panic again. I just had to find the other line. My heart soared as I noticed the other line from a distance. I swam towards it and gently held it. Had my brother found it, he may have been causing it to move, yet the line remained limp. I searched all around, but he was nowhere. I knew I was going to have to make a decision soon of whether to look for him or leave him and get help. Something inside me told me that if I went to get help, it would turn into a body recovery. It is all well and good when death takes someone you don't know, but at the prospect of losing someone you have known your whole life and cared deeply about, it becomes very real. I knew I had to go back and look for him. I knew that I had to use my reserve air to search for him, even though it would likely mean that I would die too. Still, leaving your brother to die isn't a choice you can make. I reeled in my line and went to tie it off again when I noticed another line that had been tied off some meters away. I hadn't noticed it before as it was blocked by a rock on the way in. I quickly swam over and inspected it. The first thing that stood out to me was how old it was. It looked like it had been laid decades ago. I didn't have time to think too much about it. The line led off into the blackness, and I could only wonder where it went. Then the line moved the tiniest amount. I grasped it gingerly with my hand. Sure enough, there was something on the line. I started to swim along its trail, always searching all around me for my brother. Eventually, the line led to a hole in the bottom of the chamber. As I approached, I could feel the current start to pick up, and I realized that this was a sump. Water was pouring into this hole, and if I wasn't careful, it would take me in. That was when I noticed something poking out onto the lip of the hole. It was my brother's hand. He was there, hanging on desperately, trying to get out of the hole. My instincts told me to reach out for him, but I knew that I would share his fate, and we would both perish. I was his only hope. I had to use my head. My heart was pounding, and I had started breathing faster. No doubt this would be using up much more air than I could afford. Still, if I was able to free him, we would both likely get out of this unscathed. Maybe he would even have finally had his fill of thrill-seeking. I reeled in my line and tied it off, thoroughly to a nearby rock. I made sure that it was right. I then began inching towards the hole backwards, keeping my hands on both the old line and my new line. My brother's hand remained clenched like his life depended on it, because it did. I continued to back up over his hand. I could feel my legs being pulled into the hole with a much greater force than I anticipated. Just as I expected, my brother's other hand swung around for my thigh and latched on. The moment had come. I began to pull. It was working. Together, we started to ascend out of the sump. Just then, I felt the old line break. All in a second, Both me and my brother were hanging from my one hand. I let go of the old line and started to pull my way up the line with both hands. It was working. I continued to inch out, little by little. I was hyper-focused, just looking at my hands. I was so fixated, I didn't notice that something else had entered the chamber. I didn't notice until it was too late. To my horror, the line went slack again. My eyes darted up in disbelief. Barely visible in the darkness was a gigantic white claw. I only saw it for a split second as my brother and I went tumbling down the sump hole. The current was strong, and we were pulled along into a larger, wider chamber. The current in this tunnel was even stronger, and we tumbled along like debris caught in a river. In fact, that is what we were. We were stuck in an underwater channel being swept downstream. There was no way out now. Even if we managed to stop, it would be impossible to fight a current this strong. I tried to look at my dive computer, but I was still spinning around uncontrollably. Occasionally, I would be thrust into a wall. On the third or fourth time, the light strapped to my hand struck a rock, and the light went dead. Together, almost all at once, we were swept out of the tunnel and into a free fall. It was hard to say how far we fell. It felt like hundreds of feet, but in reality it was probably more like 40. Upon landing, the water crashed on top of me and pushed me down further. I kicked out and started swimming for the surface, in the direction I hoped it was. It was hard to tell in the complete darkness. Breaking the surface was a great feeling. I treaded there for a moment before I carefully withdrew my backup light from a secure pocket. I turned on my light and looked around. I never knew such large chambers could exist under the surface of the earth. It must have been the size of a gymnasium. I saw a pile of rocks in a far corner and swam for them. At least I could rest while I thought about what to do. I swam for the rocks, having no idea how deep the water below me was. I tried not to think of the creatures that could be lurking below my feet. Thoughts began to race through my head as I climbed out of the water. Was that really a claw that I saw? How did it know to cut the line? If the claw was that big, how big was the creature it belonged to? How could a creature that size live in such a place? I swept the water with my light, hoping to see any sign of my brother. I was alone. I finally looked at my dive computer. I was surprised to see that I still had a third of the tank left. There was no way that I would be able to get back out the way I came, but at least I was in a large chamber with breathable air. You never know how much oxygen is in these isolated chambers underground, but I still felt fine, and I figured it was better to save the oxygen in the tank for when I would need it. Though I knew my chances were slim, it was hard not to fixate on the fact that I was trapped and likely dead. All I could do was distract myself and try to break the problem down. I still had yet to see any signs of my brother. I scanned the water's surface with my light. I knew I couldn't wait much longer. I had to go in and look for him. What if he was trapped and running out of air? I was almost certain he had tumbled down the drop into this chamber. I shined the light near the base of the waterfall. There was nothing, except the constant rush of water. I put my mask back on and walked with my fins back to the water's edge, and waded in. I broke the surface and started scanning around with my light. The chamber was enormous above the surface, but below it was even more vast. For as far as my light could see were rooms within rooms, thresholds which split off into what looks like hundreds of other passages. Indeed, were it not for the horrifying trip to get here, this would have been a cave diver's paradise. This was an entire unexplored world, something coveted by cave divers alike. There were several piles of large rocks underneath the base of the waterfall. I explored this area further, though keeping a cautious distance. My brother was nowhere to be found. It was starting to feel hopeless, but I just concentrated on the task at hand. I had to find my brother as fast as I could, without panicking or overexerting myself. As time went on, it became more difficult to stave off the panic. I was breathing too fast, and I knew that I was going to run out of air soon. I knew that if I wanted to make a real play to escape this place, I would need every second I had left. My only hope was to find a way out with the oxygen I had. And if that failed, hunker down and hope that someone found me in that godforsaken chamber. My eyes frantically darted around, sweeping the different cave formations and tunnel entrances. Something caught my eye leading into one of the tunnels. A bunch of debris and silt had been kicked up, and it seemed to lead into the tunnel. It was only some 30 feet away, and though I knew this may be the last foray into the water I may have, I knew that it was my best hope. I kicked over and started into the tunnel. Visibility was poor, and the tunnel broke off into many different directions, but the trail was clear. I simply had to follow the trail of silt that had been kicked up by. What I was praying for was my brother. I came out into a large chamber covered by the floor and ceiling with stalactites and stalagmites. I remember learning that if an underwater cave had these, then at some point it had been a dry cave. This did little to mitigate the panic that was creeping up more and more every kick forward. I had abandoned the cave diving rules at this point. I had forgotten about running line altogether. I supposed it was irrelevant where my corpse would end up. I started to lose control of my breathing. It was getting faster and faster as it truly started to sink in how doomed I was. I stopped myself and sank to the bottom of the cave floor. Just breathe, I thought to myself. The diving instructors couldn't have made it more clear to me during the hours upon hours of training I had had in my life. If you panic, it's over. I stood there at the bottom and took a moment to simply calm down. Afterwards, I regained my composure and opened my eyes. Sometimes it is when we aren't looking for something that we find it. And no matter how hard we look, we can never seem to find our glasses that we were wearing in the first place. If I hadn't stopped looking, I certainly wouldn't have noticed it glimmering there. It was my brother's light. One of the rules of cave diving is to have at least 3 lights. If your first one dies, you have a backup. If you drop your second one, you have a third. Many cave divers take 4 lights. Knowing my brother, he hopefully had 2, but seeing as I didn't see one on him when we went tumbling into the sump, it was possible that this was his second and last light. Were that the case, it was likely that he was feeling around blind. The thought of my brother panicking on his last breath spurned me, and I set out again with a vigor. The trail of debris had subsided, and at this point I was flying blind. I had no idea where he might be in this maze. I knew I was nearing my limit, and if I wanted to make it back to the chamber with air, I would have to turn back. I chose to continue. The likelihood that I would be found in the coming days was slim at best, and I knew it. On the other hand, what if my brother was stuck, or worse? After choosing to continue, around the next corner I shined my light around and saw my brother kicking towards me. But what was the biggest feeling of relief I had ever felt in my life turned to fear as I noticed he was shrieking through his regulator. He grabbed me and pulled me back the way I had come. I then looked beyond him, and my heart sank. I was overwhelmed with the impulse to flee, and did so as fast as I could because my brother was being tailed by 2 enormous prawns. They must have been as long as a car, and they were gaining fast. My mammalian instincts took over at this point. It was more reflex than anything else. We kicked hard away from those creatures. A shiver ran up my spine as I thought of their long, pale, lobster-like bodies crawling along the walls of the cave, almost like a centipede. I knew that if they caught us, that we would be eaten alive. Suddenly, the prospect of running out of air seemed almost trivial, as if it would have been a natural conclusion to our lives. There was nothing horrid or brutal about it. I wasn't going to die in that hellhole, and neither was my brother. We would fight. He was ahead of me, but being guided by my light as it was clear he had lost his. We rounded the corner into the room full of the stalactites and back out into the larger tunnel. I dared not look behind me. I pointed my light around the corner, but there, down the tunnel, were 3 more giant prawns. Their horrible, pale bodies clawed towards us. A terrible loud shriek came from behind us, almost as if the prawns were communicating. We were cut off. Our only hope was to delve deeper. This next stretch was the time that seemed to last forever. It was simple. There was one goal: stay ahead of the prawns, around another corner, and into a vertical shaft. It got smaller, and as it did, I could start to feel a current pulling us deeper. We came to a restriction, and I flashed my light back and saw the prawns tearing towards us. This was it. My brother and I started desperately squeezing ourselves into the restriction, forcing our way in as fast as we could. It felt like getting out of the water with a shark nipping at your heels. Sure enough, as if things couldn't get any worse, we both became wedged. My brother pointed to his tank, and I knew what he meant. We had to ditch the tanks to fit. Together we unclasped, and I was surprised to see that it worked. He managed to pull this through, but mine was stuck. And I mean stuck. I ripped at it, but soon the prawns were on it, though the hole was too small for them to squeeze through. To our horror, they started digging. It suddenly became clear these creatures had built this lair. My brother signaled for me to let it go, and we would buddy breathe, sharing what was left of his tank. We let go and began drifting together in the current. It seemed even stronger than before. We continued buddy breathing, though I could see the tank was empty. Breathing started to become more difficult as we exchanged glances. He took a long, deep breath and handed me the regulator, indicating I do the same. Together, we tumbled down this underwater chamber on our last breath. The tank had run out. We ditched it to the bottom of the floor. At least maybe in the next couple 100 years, this cave system might be mapped, and we might be found. And at least our fates will be known. It was strange, but there was some comfort in this. Everything started to become cloudy as the carbon dioxide started to build up in our bodies. My brain started to desperately cry out for air after only about 30 seconds. A headache started to creep in. The current carried us around another corner, and I couldn't believe what I saw. It was light. It was a light at the end of the tunnel. I thought about where I was, in some underground chamber below the earth, below the surface, soon about to have drowned. How could I have guessed that what they said about seeing a light at the end of a tunnel would be so literal? Though as I tumbled closer, the details became clearer. It looked so real. That was when I noticed the ceiling had changed. There were air bubbles around the top. Then there was a larger pocket. Then there it was, the surface. Together we swam up and breathed. How foolish it is not to appreciate something so wonderful as air. We filled our lungs as the current brought us the rest of the way and dumped us out of the cave system altogether into a large body of water. The sun was shining over what seemed to be a large, desolate lake. I can't remember if my brother started it or I did, but once we were out of the water, we both started laughing hysterically. Neither of us took our eyes off the water out of fear that those monsters would have somehow wriggled their way out of their underwater lair. It is often said that the Earth has been mapped, but I can tell you from my own personal experience that there is still much we do not know about our planet. There are still many forgotten nooks and crannies that lay in the depths, and maybe they are better left alone.
Welcome to Nightmare Junkie. Tonight we have a true story about a Craigslist TV for sale that has a terrifying ending. Be sure to watch to the end. This is by far the most terrifying thing that has ever happened to me. It was on a Saturday morning. I was browsing Craigslist looking for a new TV. I saw the 80-inch smart TV listed for $120. This was a great price for this size of TV. I contacted the seller and asked if it was still available and told him that I was really interested in buying it. The nervous voice on the other side of the phone said yes, and he asked me if I would like to come by to take a look at it today. I said yes, of course. That's when he asked if I could come check it out later that night. He sent me his address, and so I looked up where he was located. He was about a half hour away, which was a little longer than I felt like driving, but I said to hell with it and went anyway. He said he worked late on Fridays and asked if I could be there around 9:30. I thought about it for a bit, But like I said, I just decided to go. I asked my friend David if he would come with me to help ensure my safety. We pulled up to this house about 9:40. The house yard looked unfriendly. There was junk in the yard and on the porch. David didn't come inside with me. I told him to stay in the car, even though that wouldn't be much help had something gone sideways. It still made me feel better knowing that someone was just right outside and that he knew where I was. I got out of the car and started towards the porch. I was quickly scanning the porch and noticed a black garbage bag under his porch swing. There was part of a white shoe sticking out of the bag. It looked like it had some small red dots on the top of the shoe. I tried to get a closer look, but the minute I started toward the porch swing, I heard the creaky door open, and a man came out. He answered almost immediately, "Hey man, how are you?" He asked me with a nervous smile on his face. "I'm good. What about you?" He then asked if I was here for the 80-inch TV. I said yes, I am. He then asked if I'd like to come inside and look at the TV. Well, of course I do. As we started to walk into the house, he asked if I had anyone with me. I said, no, why? Nothing. No reason, I was just curious. The man said he gets worried sometimes about meeting up with people because he had some bad experiences in the past. Oh yeah, I get it. I then let out a bit of a nervous laugh. In my mind, though, I was thinking about how that was such a weird question to ask someone in this certain kind of situation. I lied to him because it felt necessary, and it was dark outside. I wasn't really worried as I knew David was in the car, and that the man couldn't see him, because my window tint was so dark. We continued to make small talk for a few minutes, and then all of a sudden I heard some weird yelling. It was kind of muffled sounding though. It was very faint, but I could still hear it just slightly. What was that noise, I asked. Oh, that's nothing, it's probably just my two boys roughhousing in their bedroom, and he pointed down the hallway. At that exact moment, I knew something was wrong, because the yelling I heard did not sound like it was coming from where he pointed. It sounded like it came from the complete opposite side of the house. Actually, almost like underneath us or something. I thought I was just being paranoid, and I didn't want to seem crazy, so I dropped it. He then nervously asked if I was okay, and said that I seemed like I was on edge. I said, yeah, I'm okay, no worries at all. Okay, good, he said. Let's take a look at the TV now, so I can get you out of here quicker. He said, just follow me downstairs. I have it set up and plugged in down there in our guest bedroom, so that way you can see it works. He opened the creaky basement door and moved his hand in such a way that implied he wanted me to go first, so I did feel a little uncomfortable, but I still felt like I was just overthinking. I noticed a foul smell immediately after the door was opened. I asked the man, what's that smell? He said there were some dead rats under his house. This made some sense to me since his house looked like it would have a rat problem. So I took my first step down the smelly stairs, and then I felt both his hands push me down the stairs immediately. I tripped and fell against the cold concrete wall as I rolled all the way down the stairs. Luckily, I didn't break any bones. I hit my head multiple times on my way down the wooden stairs. When I landed at the bottom of the stairs, I tried to get back up and gather my thoughts when all of a sudden all I saw was the man standing over me, and he didn't say a word. He just stared at me with these evil black eyes locked on me. I knew at this moment this man meant me harm. I began yelling at this guy, telling him, I will hurt you if you don't stop. Then he swung a crowbar at me, but somehow I managed to dodge it. I then started kicking him in the stomach as hard as I could. I didn't care. I kept kicking him harder and harder. I kicked him so hard it felt like I broke his ribs. I grabbed the opposite side of the crowbar that he was holding as he bent over trying to catch his breath, and I whacked him right in the head as hard as I could with it. His dark black hat he was wearing went flying. He quickly dropped to the ground and wasn't moving. I figured I knocked him out. I wasn't sure if I killed him or not, but I wasn't taking any chances. I got up and ran up the stairs as quickly as possible, screaming for help. I was almost at the top of the stairs when I heard that yelling again that I heard before. It was coming from the basement, but I couldn't bring myself to go back down there and investigate it further. I was too terrified and didn't know if there were more bad people in this house. I just had to leave. I ran through the kitchen and then through the living room to the front door. I then jumped over the porch and headed to the car as quickly as possible. Once I got in the car, I started telling David what had just happened and told him we needed to call the police fast. I was freaking out and started hyperventilating while trying to explain everything to David. Then I told him how I thought there was someone else down there in the basement who had been trapped down there or something. I told him something is not right and we need to get the police here fast. My heart told me to go back and to try to help whoever was down there, but I just couldn't. My body was going into shock and I couldn't move. David drove us away from the house to a gas station right up the road. The gas station was closed. David quickly called the police and told them where we were. The police showed up to the gas station very quickly. It seemed like forever, but was less than 5 minutes. I tried to explain to them everything that just happened, but I was still in shock and my words were not making sense. David took over and explained to them what I told him earlier. David and I drove back to the man's house and showed the police where this went down. We waited out there by the end of the man's driveway for one of the officers to come out and to talk to us. We told them our side of the story and wanted to see what was going on. 2 more police cars arrive on the scene about 5 minutes later. 2 more policemen entered the house, and once they came back out they said, the man was still passed out on the ground at the bottom of the stairs. The police put him in cuffs, and he was taken by an ambulance to the nearby hospital. I don't know all the charges he was being charged with, but he'll be getting locked up in prison for a very, very long time. Maybe even a life sentence, because the police said that this man has a very lengthy past and they are still investigating his case. The police told David and I that the man had 2 other people in the basement locked away into 2 separate cages that your average dog would fit in. He had been torturing them. The police did not go into complete detail about what they found. There is not a single hour that goes by that I haven't thought about this traumatizing event I went through. I've been going to a therapist, and though he helps me a lot, I'm still really messed up from it all. It haunts me every single day of my life. I've been put on Prozac for my anxiety. I just want it all to go away. Every day is a battle for me right now, but I'm trying my best to stay positive. All I know is that I will never go into anyone's house that I don't know personally. Thank you for watching Nightmare Junkie. If you enjoyed this true scary story, be sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss any of our new weekly scary story videos. I live in a pretty small town. One of those Southern American towns with just a Sonic, a Dollar General, and a Walmart. There's also a school and church, but other than that, it's pretty dead. I live with a roommate, RG, and about a week ago, I told RG I was headed to Walmart to pick up a new phone charger since mine had been acting up the last couple days. RG just replied with, "Oh, okay," as I walked out the door, and he continued cooking the spaghetti he had been making himself. It was about a 10-minute drive to Walmart, and as soon as I pulled into the parking lot and turned my car off, I got a call from RG. "Yo, what was that about?" he asked me. What? I replied, trying to think back to anything I could have said that would have sounded weird, or anything before I left the house. Don't mess with me, dude. Why'd you come back in and just look around? That reply made me sit up in my seat, trying to think about what the hell he was talking about. What are you talking about, RG? I just pulled up to Walmart. I didn't come back inside for anything. Dude, I'm telling you, you did. You had a weird-ass look in your eyes too. And when I asked what you were doing, you just looked at me all weird and walked back out the door. Are you okay or what? RG asked in a confused, slightly concerning tone. I turned down the radio and sat in silence in the car for a moment. What was RG on? I was positive I didn't do that, but to be honest, I didn't think too much of it at first. Are you sure you saw me and not someone else? Did one of the guys maybe come by and you just thought it was me? I asked. It wasn't too uncommon for friends of ours to show and just walk through the door. In my mind, that was the only logical explanation I could think of. Ryan, stop fucking with me. It was you that came back in. You looked me dead in my eyes and then just walked out after I said something. You're telling me that wasn't you. RG sounded frustrated, like he didn't believe that I wasn't there. I ended up FaceTiming him to show him that I was indeed at Walmart and not messing with him. When he saw I was there, his voice changed to be a little more concerned, seeing as how it was a 10-minute drive there and whoever he saw had just left a couple minutes ago. We talked about the incident some more, even getting to the point of laughing about it, and then I hung up. I did try to think about what he could have seen, but the only two explanations that made any sense at all to me were that either he saw someone else and just mistaken them for me, or that he was just messing with me. I went into Walmart, bought what I needed, left, and had a good rest of my day. The next incident came that night, after RG told me he was going to bed, and I stayed up scrolling through Instagram. About 30 minutes after RG went to his room, he came out again and seemed like he was about to head out the door, but stopped suddenly when he saw me in the living room, sitting in my recliner. "What's up?" RG asked. He said it like he had expected me to say something, like I needed something. "Huh?" I asked, confusion taking over my face. "What did you need to show me? I thought you were outside." RG said. I was as confused as ever and could only muster out that I didn't know what he was talking about. "Ryan, you gotta stop, man. I get it, you wanna mess with me, but I got work in the morning, man." I began to become irritated as well as confused. I could tell RG was sincere about what he was saying. I knew he wasn't messing with me. I asked what he was talking about, and he sighed and told me that I had called him a few minutes ago and told him I wanted to meet him outside, that I had something to show him. I stood up from the recliner as I thought back to the incident earlier that day and started becoming nervous. I told him I didn't call him and told him to pull out his phone and show me, as I brought mine up and went to my recent calls to prove to him I, in fact, didn't. He showed me his recent calls, and the screen showed that my name was at the top, and that it had called him a few minutes ago. I took his phone and opened the info to the call. Although my name was there, the number attached to it was not mine. I showed him the number, as well as my own phone's call history showing my phone never called him. We both exchanged glances at each other, and I could see the nervousness in his eyes, and I'm sure he could see it in mine too. I explained the number that called wasn't mine, and he took his phone back and called the number back, putting the phone on speaker. We both stood in silence as it rang and rang, but nobody ever picked up, and the number didn't have a voicemail either. He hung up and put his phone in his pocket, so the voice just sounded like mine. I asked RG as I walked over to the door and opened it, looking out into the yard and flipping on the porch light, looking around. I heard RG come up behind me, to look outside as well, and he replied nervously with, I guess so, but Ryan, it sounded just like you, and I mean just like you. RG started checking the windows and locking them all, and I closed the door, turned off the porch light, and locked it. I contemplated calling the cops, but RG said there was nobody outside, and maybe it was just one of our friends or some stranger pranking us. After talking about it for a bit, I finally brought up the elephant in the room. What if it was that same person that came into the house today? I asked. RG looked at me and then suddenly looked a lot more nervous than he was a second ago. So you think that there's someone out there who looks like you, sounds like you, and wants to pull some elaborate, creepy prank on us or something? RG asked. I don't know, man, but someone is doing something all right, and I don't like this, I replied. We finally agreed that if one more creepy incident like the two today happened again, we would get the cops involved and try to file a harassment charge. After the discussion, RG went back to bed, and I stayed up watching YouTube, kinda freaked out on the inside, but hoping we had seen the last of it. Things only got weirder after that. Over the next few days, I would get calls and texts from my friends and even my boss asking me why I was calling them, asking them to meet somewhere or talk to them before hanging up. I tried telling them it wasn't me, and explained to them that someone had been messing with me for the past few days. I did call the cops when I got sick of it happening, and the police took my information and my stories and told me that they would get back to me if they found anything, and if I come across this twin of mine, to call them back immediately. Despite the cops getting involved, I didn't feel any safer. Last night, something happened that would make me question the supernatural, something I didn't believe in, and something I hadn't even considered until then. It all started when I was sitting at home watching a movie with RG, and I got a text from my mom. It was around 8 o'clock at night, and I didn't usually get texts from her that late at night. I looked at the text. It simply read, "You okay in there?" I asked my mom what she was talking about, and she replied back with, "You've just been in there for a little bit. I wanted to make sure you didn't die on the toilet like Elvis," my mom said with a bunch of laughing emojis. My mind went into panic mode. I shoved my phone to RG as I put on my shoes, and he started doing the same. I called my mom as RG and I went running out to my car. It took a while, but I finally convinced her to leave the house and go to the neighbors and to call the cops, telling her of the experiences I'd been having. As she was leaving the house, I also told her to watch the house in case the imposter left. She lived about 20 minutes away, but I got there in 15 since I hit the gas and sped my way over there. I arrived at the house about the same time as the police did, and my mom and I explained the situation to them on the neighbor's doorstep. They told us to hang tight as they went in and searched the house. My mom was freaked out, and I was too. RG didn't look any better. My mom's neighbor offered us all a cigarette to calm our nerves, and although none of us are smokers, we all took one as we waited and discussed what was happening. The police came back to the neighbor's porch where we were sitting and told us they hadn't found anybody, and that they had searched every nook and cranny of the house. I cursed under my breath, and my mom said she didn't see anybody leave. When the police left, RJ, my mom and I went back into my mom's house, and I figured the imposter had just snuck out of one of the windows, sneaking away undetected. All three of us went around the house, checking to see which windows were left unlocked. But that's where the freakiest fact of the matter came into light. There weren't any. All of the doors and windows, except the front door where my mom had left, were all perfectly locked. We checked to see if maybe the locks were broken and could have been opened anyways, but none did, no matter how much pressure we added. I asked my mom if she had watched the house like I asked, and she said she had. Our neighbours across the street even had security cameras that faced our house, and today I went over to ask them if I could take a look to see if anybody had left, while my mom may not have been looking last night. Nobody did. The video showed my mom running to the neighbours next door, all the way up to me arriving. Nobody left the house. Nobody came. I was freaked out beyond anything I'd ever felt. I got back home not too long ago from that. RG is at work, and I've got the entire house locked. I'm hoping nothing else happens, because I honestly do not know what the hell to do. I googled theories and came across the concept of doppelgangers and read people's stories of interacting with them. As scary and outlandish as it seems, I think that's what's been going on. As to why me and why now, I have no idea. If anybody has anything for me, please let me know. I can't take much more of this. I'm scared whoever this is might go from harassment and creepiness to something worse. God, I hope not. I've checked up on my family and friends today, just to make sure they were all okay. I can tell RG is still shaken, and I don't blame him. Thank you for watching Nightmare Junkie. If you enjoyed this scary story, be sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss any of our new future videos. The house next door to us had been on sale as far back as I can remember. It was a creaky old thing, no matter how many times the real estate agents tried to play it up. An old house with peeling paint and a dead garden. The for sale sign was old and weathered, and every Monday morning the realtor had to paint the sign again to make it look fresh and brand new. For years I had thought of the idea of someone moving in next door, but one morning the for sale sign was replaced with a sold sign in red. I stared at it for a few minutes, and then I heard a beeping of a truck. I turned to find a line of men carrying in furniture to and from the house, marching up and down like an orderly line of ants. By 5 p.m. they finished, got into the truck and left. There was no sign of my new neighbours. By the evening the house still looked dark and abandoned. All the lights were turned off, the blinds were closed. I mentioned my new neighbours to my family, and they suggested I introduce myself. So I went over with a plate of cookies my mum had baked for us for dessert. I knocked. No one answered. I knew there was someone inside though, because I heard creaking of the floorboards and somebody breathing. There was also a strange sound like the scraping of paws against wood. Perhaps they had a dog or something. My mum wouldn't let me have pets. I waited for an hour, but figured they were early sleepers, so I went home. When I got home from school the next day, they were on the porch. They had tried their best to make it look pretty. The wood had been replaced, and the floor and walls were slick with new paint. There was a teenage boy around my age leaning against the wall, and an older man in his late 50s sitting on a rocking chair. The man flashed me a toothless grin as I approached. He was quickly balding, and his remaining hair was wispy like smoke. "Hi," I said to the boy. He looked up, and my first thought was that the goth kids in school would have welcomed him with open arms. He was skinny, with a droopy, pale face and black circles under his eyes. He was wearing a plain hoodie as black as the night sky, and he stared back at me dead-eyed with his hands deep inside his pockets. "My name's Peter," I said, trying to ignore the shivers crawling down my spine. "I live next door." "Parker," he said, more like whispered actually. His voice sounded so fragile, like it could be blown away by the wind any moment. "Would you like to come over?" As he followed me back to my house, I heard once again the creaking of that rocking chair, and I turned to see the man grinning back at me again. His eyes rolled back into his sockets. Another shiver crawled up my spine. The kid seemed all right, I guessed, but his guardian gave me the creeps. Parker was impressed by my house. His face lit up like a kid in a candy store. He fired off question after question about the microwave, the refrigerator, the toaster. "Your family is very lucky," he concluded dreamily. At that exact moment, my older sister Abby came down the stairs. She just celebrated her 18th birthday, and she made sure everyone knew it. Right now, she was dolled up in makeup and looking pretty for another disappearance at the mall. Parker grinned at her, his face lighting up even more. He skipped over to her and grabbed her wrist. "I'm Parker," he said brightly. Abby shoved him off, making a break for the door. Parker watched her leave with a goofy shark smile on his face. For some reason I never understood, she forgave him afterwards, especially when he came back more and more often. Parker really enjoyed coming over and hanging out here, watching movies with me and playing video games. Still, I noticed the door to her room was always kept tightly shut. Summer turned into fall, and even though school had started, Parker still came to my house every afternoon or morning on the weekends without fail. But one Saturday Parker didn't show up at my house, so I went over next door to look for him. The sun hung low behind the trees, even though it was midday, and everything was bathed in red and gold. His house was a dim shadow against the riot of colour, exactly the same as it was the other time. The old man was still there in that rocking chair. This time he slumped all the way down, his breath coming out in short gasps. What was left of his hair had vanished, and his creased hands were shivering. "Hey, mister," I said politely. "Has Parker been around?" His eyes shifted around me, as if wondering whether I was there. He muttered something incomprehensible, dribble sliding down his chin. Then his hand suddenly shot around my neck. Stars appeared before my eyes. Everything was going black. The next thing I heard was a yell, and when I next opened my eyes, Parker was wrestling him away from me. He did not resist. An air of resignation crossed his face, and he sank back in his chair. "Are you okay?" asked Parker, helping me up. "Yeah." In my peripheral vision, I saw my sister standing on the sidewalk, a goofy grin on her face like she found the whole scene funny. "Forgive my old pops," Parker said flatly. "He's a bit eccentric. Let's play Mario Kart." He grabbed my hand before I could say anything, dragging me back to my house. I danced back at the old man, whose head jerked forward once again. He flashed me another toothless grin, but his eyes glared. A warning. But I never got to find out what that warning was, because news came the next evening he was dead. Parker said nothing. His face was stone as he dragged the shriveled corpse out of his house. He dug a quick grave and dumped him inside, covered it up and went back into his house. I went over the moment his door closed to pay my respects, even though I never really knew him. It was a quiet evening. The wind whistled through the trees, but that was it. I knelt at his grave, and even then I could still hear his throaty whisper, "Yowayets." It followed me into my dreams, where I saw in my mind's eye his wrinkly old hand pushing out of the grave, followed by the rest of him, and he sat there for a few minutes with his toothless grin and glowing red eyes, and the throaty whisper going round and round my head. "Yowayets." I sat up in bed in a cold sweat and glanced at the clock. 3 a.m. I also heard movement downstairs. It was my mum and sister sitting motionlessly around the dining table, the pale fluorescent light beating down on their faces. My heart stopped when I noticed they each had a knife in their hands. For Parker. The blades flashed in the light for a split second. Then it swiftly came down onto their stomachs, splitting it open. Blood gushed out and spilled onto the floor. Part of me wanted to rush forward and ask what the hell was wrong with them, but I was paralyzed. My hands were clammy. At that moment, as if sensing I was watching, they creaked their heads around. Their eyes were glowing red. I couldn't watch. I bolted upstairs and slammed the door. Both women denied what happened that night, but I knew they were lying by the strange stitches on their bellies. Furthermore, they seemed a lot more distracted, like they were going through the motions of the day, not really aware of what was happening. I heard Parker's name spilling out of their lips, and for the rest of the week, they kept on glancing over at his house next door. I didn't know why. After the old man died, Parker never showed up at my house anymore. The house remained silent and still, abandoned like before. I still remember that big night. The exact time, burned into my memory, the clock ticking away into my brain. 8 o'clock on a Friday evening, 5 days after the old man had passed. We were having dinner, roast chicken with apple puree. It sounded delicious on paper, but no one felt like eating. We pushed the food around the plates. Suddenly, my mom and sister stood up. "We have to go." Their voices were completely flat and in complete unison. Their faces were vacant. Their eyes flicked somewhere to my left. "Where?" "To see Parker." They stood up and moved to the front door, jerkily, as if controlled by invisible strings. It flew open on its own, and they walked together to his house next door. I wanted to follow them, to scream for them, because something didn't feel right, but I was pinned down to my seat, my jaw slacking. The only sign of life was the ticking of that clock. Tick, tick, tick. It was exactly an hour later that I unfroze. My dad continued on eating like nothing had happened, but there was that same vacant look in his eyes, the same jerky, robotic movement of his limbs. Despite my mind screaming at me to do the same, I forced myself over to Parker's. The first thing I noticed was that the normally locked door was open. Cockroaches were scrambling out, quickly, as if terrified of the horrors within. I knew it was a bad idea, but I went in anyway, calling for Abby and Mom. I had never been into Parker's house before. He had never invited me inside, and the door was always locked, and the curtains were always drawn. However, I was not expecting it to look like a hospital with all the lights off. Beds lined the halls, a sliver of moon shining down on every occupant. A woman, every woman on the street. They looked peaceful, elegant. It was like they had died in their sleep, but their chests heaved up and down. Their stomachs had the same patchwork stitches I had seen on my family that night. Remembering that gave me the chills. The further I went down the hall, the older they looked. I swear no one besides that old man was above 60 in my neighborhood, but these women looked like they were old enough to be at death's door. Pale, sweating, mumbling like they were having a nightmare, a gash slicing their throats. They were also sweating buckets. I couldn't help it. I sprinted further down that hall, past more beds and more older women, until I saw them. Mom and Abby. His eyes flashed red as he said that, and I didn't want to do it. I wanted to run as far away from this place as possible and tell my dad, tell the police, tell somebody, but my head jerked up and down as if it had a life of its own. "Yes," I said robotically. Tears welled up in my eyes. "That's the spirit," Parker exclaimed. He cocked his head, indicating another moving truck trundling down the street. "Help me load up these girls, and let's get cracking." Then I felt myself move over to my sister, and my brain wasn't in control of my body, not anymore. I grabbed her and tossed her into a crate nearby, and she did not even moan. We have been on the road for several days now. After the first day, Parker had persuaded someone to drive us across the state. His eyes are now permanently on the road. He hasn't looked back to check on us at all. Parker is lying down beside me, his eyes closed. He is smiling, content with his latest meal. A ring of dried blood crusted his mouth. It has been 2 days since he finished his last girl. I've seen the whole process now. How he drains every last drop from her. How her body turns grey and withers away. The van is rancid with death. I have been very careful not to let him know I have been writing this. But I fear I don't have much time. Because every hour I sit near him, my hands have been wrinkling up. Thank you for watching Nightmare Junkies. If you enjoyed this scary story, be sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss any of our new future videos.